Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruto Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている。俺死に様か。
The first rays of the sun penetrate the hut. Here one of the rays runs across the entire room and stops on the face of the owner of the house. A couple of minutes pass, as the man squints and opens his eyes, yawning. He gets up and almost immediately heads to the bathroom, having stretched his back before, washing himself to remove the remnants of sleep. He raises his head and looks at himself in the mirror. He is not yet 30, but he has wrinkles. His scarlet eyes do not shine as before. His hair is tied in a low ponytail. "You wouldn't be happy that I look like this," Tanjiro whispered and smiled sadly. He brought himself into a more or less presentable appearance and went to have breakfast. Tea and a couple of sandwiches with butter filled him up, at least until lunch for sure. He went into the bedroom again, where he changed his clothes for pants and a sweater, threw on a two-color haori and left the house. Tanjiro didn't walk for long. The sun was shining outside, birds were singing and a slight breeze was blowing. He made a couple of turns and found himself in the place he needed. "Oh, Nezuko," Tanjiro smiled weakly as he stood in front of the grave. "How are you? I hope you're doing well." "And the guys, too." Kamado turned his gaze to the other two tombstones. Unfortunately, Urokodaki-sensei passed away a couple of days ago. Tanjiro bit his lip to hold back tears. "Now I'm alone. All alone." The man raised his eyes to the blue sky and took a deep breath to calm down. "I wish I could change everything," he whispered, looking at his sister's name. "I wish you were alive and happy. I know you and Zenitsu would have made a good couple and gotten married. Inosuke and Aoi too. I wish I could change all of this, save you, even at the cost of my own life. You, the guys, Jusan, Kaijiro-san, Tingen-san, everyone, if I had even one chance." Tanjiro sat for a few more hours, periodically talking about something. "Sorry, but I have to go. I need to help Yui-san. I'll come to you tomorrow." Tanjiro brushed off his trousers and headed off to do other things. He needed to go down the mountain to the city to find Yui-san and help her with something. He had spent almost no time on the way and was now looking for Yui-san, but that didn't take much time either. "Yui-san." Tanjiro called out to her. "Good morning." "Good morning, Tanjiro-kun. I'm glad you decided to help me, thank you," the woman smiled. "I need help in the garden, let's go." The man followed her. There was not much to do. Fix a few things and dig up the garden itself. When the work was done, the woman brought water. "Come on, I'll feed you," Tanjiro didn't refuse. The woman fed him, but she followed him with her eyes during the meal. "Is something wrong, Yui-san? Did I do something wrong?" No, Tanjiro-kun. Everything is just wonderful. You look so sad. I see how you hide your pain in your eyes. After all, I have been alive for a long time and can understand people. Did something happen to you? I don't want to burden you with my problems." Kamado shook his head. "Thank you very much for lunch. Tanjiro-kun, you always help us all, now let me help you too." Kamado pursed his lips and decided to tell the story anyway. The woman listened to him attentively, without interrupting. Towards the end of the story, Kamado was holding on with all his might to keep from going into hysterics. Yui-san rose from her seat and hugged the man. It was nice. Incredibly nice. So warm and homely. It was as if the woman was taking away all this pain. "I would give anything to save them," he whispered. "Even my life." "Hush, hush," the woman stroked his head. "Everything will be fine." They sat for a while longer, when Tanjiro said that he had to go, as there were a couple of other people who needed help. The woman wished him luck, and he left. "You deserve a second chance, Kamado Tanjiro," she smiled after him. Brother. It's time to wake up. Brother! Tanjiro immediately jumped up from the scream and his sleep disappeared. Kamado got into a fighting stance, but immediately became confused when he saw his younger brother. A living and healthy younger brother. In front of him stood the same lost Shigeru. Brother? What's wrong? Shigeru took a few steps back. A lot of thoughts were racing through the elder Kamado's head. Demons again? No, that can't be. We destroyed them all. Then what? Tanjiro swallowed. He didn't feel any danger, but he did feel excitement and fear from Shigeru, and the fact that it was true was him too. Sorry, Shigeru, a nightmare. I just had a nightmare. Forgive me for scaring you. The boy didn't think long to be offended, as he leaned forward and hugged Tanjiro. It's okay, I understand. The main thing is that the nightmare is over. Why yes, Tanjiro hugged his brother. Warmth was coming from him. It was definitely Shigeru Kamado. Okay, I'll tell Mom that you're awake, Shigeru smiled. Get ready for breakfast. Tanjiro nodded hesitantly. When the boy left the room, Kamado began to examine the room. Yes, it was definitely his old house. And the smell was the same. But he noticed a note on the edge of the table. Unfolding it, Tanjiro began to read the message. Dear Tanjiro, you have become very dear to all the people in our town. I think most of the residents saw the pain in your eyes. And after learning your story, I felt very sorry for you. You haven't lived even half of your full life, and you've already experienced so much pain. So this is your second chance. You yourself told me that if you had such an opportunity, you would use it. Go ahead. This is your second chance to save all the people dear to you. Now you have exactly 24 hours to save your family. Use it wisely. Good luck to you, Kamado Tanjiro. When Tanjiro finished reading the note, it fell apart in his hands. He stood in the middle of the room with wide open eyes and shock, and went through his thoughts. His family was alive. His mother. His brothers. His sisters. Nezuko. His friends were alive too. And the pillars. Jusan. Urokadaki-sensei. They were all alive. Tanjiro couldn't hold back his happy smile and tears. He sat down on the floor and cried quietly. He dreamed about this so much. He dreamed about them being alive again. But then a very bad thought came to him. The demons. They were alive too, and that meant Muzan too. I'll kill him. I'll kill all the demons. I'll save my family and friends so they can live happily ever after. Tanjiro, where are you? Shigeru said he invited you to brunch. Tanjiro. Nezuko immediately sat down next to her brother, who looked at her like she was a wonder of the world. What happened? Why are you? Before she could finish speaking, Kamado hugged her tightly, and she responded with equally warm embraces. It's okay, Nezuko, everything will be okay now, Tanjiro whispered. Let's go have breakfast. At breakfast, Tanjiro couldn't stop looking at his living relatives. Shigeru and Nezuko looked at him a little worriedly, his mother smiled, and the others didn't pay much attention. Tanjiro was happy, madly happy, at least at this moment. You have 24 hours. I remembered from Tanjiro's letter and decided to keep my mother and sister after breakfast. Mom, Nezuko, I need to talk to you, Kamado said after most of the others had left. Son, did something happen? I smell danger and I ask you to come down from the mountain and spend the night in the town, please. And you? Nezuko asked. I'll stay here. What? No. You yourself said that you sensed danger, so you should come with us too, Tanjiro shook his head. I agree with Nezuko, Mom also nodded. No, I'll stay here and hold off the danger, so that it doesn't get any closer. Tanjiro didn't want to scare them with the demon. Please. Nezuko, you'll come in the morning if I'm not here by 10. But. No buts, your safety is above all else. The girl pouted. From now on, you will act according to the situation if something goes wrong. Tanjiro, are you sure? Yes, Mom, the woman looked into her son's eyes and nodded. Okay, the woman gave in. Please take care of yourself. Got it, thank you. You'll have to leave so that you're in town by sunset, okay? Cold. Tanjiro and Nezuko gathered everything they needed to spend the night in the city. The younger ones asked quite a few questions, but Tanjiro managed to get out of such situations. Take care, Tanjiro, Mom said, and they hugged. Then with Nezuko, his sister was a little angry with him. Everything will be fine, Nezuko, I promise, Kamado whispered. Keep an eye on them, please. The girl nodded and smiled. They said goodbye and the Kamado family walked further and further away from the house. The sun was just beginning to set over the horizon. Tanjiro wandered around the house for a while when he noticed something shiny. He looked closer and was surprised when he realized it was a blade. Closer to night, he went outside where he began to wait. A couple of hours passed when he smelled something very close. I thought there would be more people here, a voice that Tanjiro hated rang out. He turned to the guest, taking the blade in his hands. Well. Musen Kabutsuji. Commentary on Prologue. Unforgotten Past. I love glass. That's why almost everyone died in battle. There are deviations from the canon in the marks, I can afford it. Oh yeah, guys who read my other works, yes, I'm alive. I passed my exams and now I'm fluent, but before that I wasn't in the mood to write, not at all. And I hope you like this work. Yes, there will be other works too, don't worry. I've just wanted to start writing about Blade for a long time, but I just couldn't. But something happened and here it is. I love everyone very much. Yes, my co-author Rizel_Nim has awesome works, so read them and give her a good kick so that she writes a sequel. I love you. I thought there would be more people here, a voice that Tanjiro hated rang out. He turned to the guest, taking the blade in his hands. Well. Musen Kabutsuji. Tanjiro felt surprised for a few seconds, but then the thirst for blood returned. A swordsman? Hardly, you don't have their ugly uniform on you, Kabutsuji reasoned out loud. You know my name. Who are you? Your end. Kamado squeezed the handle of the blade tighter, but did not attack yet. Don't be so sure of yourself, boy, the demon smirked. I suppose you know about swordsmen, since you have this blade, so you know how many people wanted to kill me? Do you think a brat like you can kill me? I wish I could, but at least I can hold you off. And then Jusen will join in. I hope. Never mind, I'll reward you for your self-confidence, Kamado raised an eyebrow. Something new. I'll turn you into a demon. One of the most powerful creatures in this world. Imagine, you'll have incredible power, you won't need sleep, you'll feed on human flesh. Tempting? Not a bit. Tanjiro stepped out into the moonlight, and now Musen could see him in more detail. Red hair. Eyes. Scar. Earrings. The demon's eyes narrowed slightly. I will never become a demon, do you understand? Yorichi's descendant, Kabutsuji whispered. Then I'll make you. Musen moved forward, making the first attack. But Tanjiro dodged it. 8th style, waterfall stream. A vertical strike that Musen successfully blocked. Water breathing, the demon grinned. Most likely, he was mistaken and the boy just looked like Yorichi, that's all. It would be easy as pie. Kabutsuji struck again and Kamado blocked them, then began to attack, making several series of strikes. On the one hand, it was fascinating, but on the other, terrifying, a fight to the death. About 20 minutes passed as they changed and blocked blows. The games are over, boy, the demon grinned. Yes, it was quite commendable that the kid had been able to parry his blows for 20 minutes already. Some fighters couldn't even move in his presence, and here. Yes, this would definitely be a demon, that's for sure. If he was strong enough now, he would be even stronger in his demonic form. He might even take the post of 12 moons. Kamado immediately struck a blow that went through his hand and cut it off, but not a second had passed before Kibutsuji had a new one. See? Rapid regeneration. I see that you are already exhausted, the demon grinned. Of course, the body is not prepared. But I will never let you go down to the city, even at the cost of my life. I just started. Tanjiro raised his blade again and they started again. I'm unlikely to withstand the breath of the sun, and I don't want to show him all my trump cards yet. It's too early. The fight continued, but in a more violent form. No matter how many times Kamado chopped off the demon's limbs, they constantly grew back, at an incredible speed. But Tanjiro did not recover. It looks like he already has a couple of broken ribs. It will be good if only a couple, and something was broken, and also the tissue was torn. He overdid it. You're amazing, boy, Muzan said as he struck. He pinned the boy down with his foot. Not many could hold out this long. Commendable. Too bad this is your end. Never, he croaked and was about to raise the blade, when the demon snatched it right out of his hands and threw it in the other direction. There are still 40 minutes left until dawn. Still, I want to know your name. Tanjiro looked at Muzan with a withering gaze, but remained silent. Okay, anyway, when you become a demon, you won't even remember anything or anyone because you'll want to eat. Your thirst will simply tear you apart. Keep dreaming. I'd rather die than become like you, Tanjiro croaked. It was better to die than like this. He still remembered the pain when he became a demon. Every cell of his body was filled with pain. You're still as self-confident, Muzan rolled his eyes. Believe me, if I don't kill you, other hunters, pillars, will. The demon looked at the grinning boy. They'll never win, especially if you eat one of them, and Muzan dug his claws into Kamado's skin. His pupils narrowed. A wave of doddish pain passed through his entire body, filling every cell. A scream rang out. Kibutsuji grinned. You might become one of the strongest demons if you can survive the pillar's arrival and find shelter from the sun. The demon chuckled and looked at the sky. It will be dawn soon, we should leave. He looked again at the boy, who was convulsing and writhing in pain. Muzan disappeared. After all, becoming ashes was not in his plans. Tanjiro watched on the edge of consciousness as the demon disappeared and the sky began to brighten. I couldn't. Forgive me, Nezuko. The last thought and Tanjiro lost consciousness. And in the town where the Kamado family spent the night, Nezuko woke up from a terrible nightmare and the feeling that she urgently needed to go home, or more precisely to her older brother. Ju Tomioka had been a water pillar for several years. He had seen a lot in his life, lost people dear to him, and demons were to blame for all these troubles. Nasty creatures that feed on human flesh. And again, returning from a mission, he felt the presence of a demon. It was a very strong aura, so the first thing that came to Tomioka's mind was that it could be someone from the 12 moons. Almost reaching the right place, he heard a muffled scream. It looks like he's late or already late. Nezuko ran as fast as she could. She had never run so fast, but the anxiety that had settled inside her did not give her peace. Even if Tanjiro scolded her for disobeying, at least she would know that he was okay. She ran up to the house, but found nothing. There was no Tanjiro, no one. But there was silence, in which one could hear footsteps and a roar. The girl turned around and saw a creature that resembled her brother. Her whole body was enveloped in wild fear. This cannot be Tanjiro. Huge claws, vertical pupils, fangs. No, no, no. Tanjiro, the girl whispered, and the demon began to approach. There were only a couple of meters left, as a figure rushed past her at great speed, knocking Tanjiro down. Get away from here. The man shouted. Run. No. This is my brother. My older brother. The girl screamed back. You call this creature your older brother? Go away, you idiot. The girl bit her lips and saw that the unknown man had pulled out a blade and was already swinging it at Tanjiro. Stop. No. Don't kill him. Wait. The girl rushed and Ju pushed her away. The elder Kamado's eyes widened and he twisted out of the swordsman's grip. Kamado rushed towards his sister. Ju, who expected the demon to attack the girl, covered her with his body and turned towards him. The eyes of the so-called Tanjiro began to dart around, and when he found his target, he darted so fast that Tomioka did not notice how the demon with the blade was standing in front of him. A fighter? You won't drop her. Kamado growled. And I'll kill you, Tomioka said, but there was no reaction. Ju decided to attack first, not giving the demon a chance. But Tanjiro only defended himself, not attacking back, which was very confusing. About 10 minutes after such blows, the pillar began to notice that the demon was not recovering, not healing his wounds, which were more numerous than Ju had inflicted. He doesn't use regeneration. Why? By this time, Nezuko had woken up and decided to speak up. Tanjiro, please stop, don't. Don't kill him, I beg you. Everything will be fine, Nezuko. Tomioka was now brought out to the end. He didn't understand what was wrong with this demon. He didn't attack, didn't use regeneration, but it was obvious that he was having a hard time. He wasn't trying to eat this girl, and he even remembered her name. Ju took advantage of the dialogue and the fact that she distracted him, and he raised a blow and cut off Kamado. No. The girl screamed. Don't. Please. Don't kill him. Do you even understand what happened to him? There was only silence in response. He became a demon. He eats human flesh. But Tanjiro never ate people. He was always a human. Most likely, he was turned. Only one demon can do that, Muzan Kabutsuji. He said. Ju looked at the girl. He said that we were in danger and asked us to go to the city. We asked him to go with us, but he said that he would stay and hold off the danger. This kid knew? He knew the demon was coming and stayed? If he had gone with his family, Muzan would have gotten to everyone. When did you leave? Yesterday, my brother said that before the sun went down, we should be home, and then. I was supposed to come at 10 and see what was going on. The girl bit her lip and stroked her brother's back. Please, don't kill him. Okay, the girl looked at the man. What are you going to do with him? I want to turn him back into a human, is that possible? Ju shrugged. I don't know, maybe it's possible. Maybe other demons know, but it's unlikely that a weakling like you will be able to ask them, they will eat you. The girl's gaze changed and became more determined. I want to learn how to fight demons, how can this be done? My teacher, Sakonji Urokadaki, will help teach you. I agree, but I want to say goodbye to my family, Ju nodded. You will find my teacher on Mount Sajiri, do you know where it is? The girl thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Good, and you better hide your brother from the sun's rays or he will die. Okay, and Ju Tomioka. Tomioka-san, thank you very much. The girl bowed. I'll help you, the girl smiled gratefully. Ju was picked up by Tanjiro and they went to the city to say goodbye to the Kamado family. Thus, a new life began for Tanjiro and Nezuko Kamado. Commentary on Chapter 1. The Long Night. Write comments, please. Muzan came in the middle of the night, approximately. The fight with Muzan lasted about 20 to 30 minutes, then they chatted. I hope Tanjiro is doing okay so far. He was able to use his breath thanks to his willpower, although he hurt himself a lot. The transformation into a demon took about 10 to 20 minutes. Ju came earlier, but he missed Muzan. I love everyone. You know, when the main character says that he won't become a titan, etc., it's the same with Tanjiro. Tomioka-san, thank you very much. The girl bowed. I'll help you, the girl smiled gratefully. Ju was picked up by Tanjiro and they went to the city to say goodbye to the Kamado family. Nezuko couldn't understand how, but he calmed her mother down and talked about something. What about? Nezuko didn't know, since she was making a basket for her brother, who was sleeping peacefully and had become smaller than he should have been. The girl ran her hand over her brother's face and the corners of her lips lifted. Everything will be fine, I will definitely find a cure, the girl whispered. Here, Kamadu shuddered from the unexpected voice. Ju stood next to her with a bamboo stick. It is unknown when he will wake up and whether he will be okay. Seeing how the girl frowned, he added, this is for safety purposes. Okay, Tomioka-san. He helped move his brother into the basket, and then Nezuko said goodbye to her family and left the house. Tomioka explained where to go and what the teacher looked like. Nezuko thanked the pillar several times and set off. Along the way, she checked on Tanjiro several times to see if he had woken up or if he needed help. At dawn, the girl had almost reached the mountain when she saw a figure. Sakonji Urokadaki? My name is Kamadu Nezuko, and Ju Tomioka sent me. I know, let's go, you'll tell me everything. The girl ran up to the man in the red mask. The man was exactly like Ju's description. They went to his house. On the way, the girl told about her life. Okay, Nezuko, I'll teach you, she smiled. And I'll take care of your brother until he wakes up. Thank you, Urokadaki-san. I'll tell you about fighters and demons, and tomorrow your training will begin. That was the decision. Nezuko was told everything about demons and fighters. The girl trained for days on end to be ready for the selection round. Her brother had been sleeping and hadn't woken up since that day. Urokadaki suggested that he was recovering. Yes, Tanjiro's wounds were healing, but not at the speed of a demon. After several months of training, Urokadaki brings the girl to a place where a huge stone lies. You have to cut it, then you will go to the selection stage. The girl looked at the huge boulder and tried to understand how it could be cut, but only nodded to the teacher. From that day on, the girl began to try to cut it, but nothing worked. Why doesn't it work? The girl hit with renewed force, but there was no crack, nothing. Nezuko fell to her knees and tears ran down her cheeks. If you sit here and cry, you'll never become a fighter and save your brother. Nezuko raised her head and saw the boy sitting on a rock. Do you want to cut this rock? Then try to defeat me. The boy stood in front of Nezuko, holding out a wooden sword while Nezuko had a real one. But you. What difference does it make? The guy interrupted her. I can hurt you. You touch first. They entered the battle. It looked like a dance from the side. They moved quite fast, but so beautifully. In the end, Nezuko was losing and breathing heavily. You must be strong and master breathing techniques, remember that, the guy said, and the girl closed her eyes. I have to become stronger. I have to save my brother. I have to become a fighter. The following months, Nezuko again trained hard, developed her muscles, trained her breathing. And after 6 months, she again came to the stone, where the guy was waiting for her, and a girl was sitting on the boulder. Ready? Let's go. As soon as the girl announced, they both rushed forward and the fight ended almost at that second, as Nezuko was faster and managed to cut the mask. In front of her appeared the handsome face of a guy who was smiling at her. Well done, the guy whispered, and a chopped stone appeared before the girl. You did it, a voice came from behind her and Kamadu turned around, seeing Urokadaki. Yes. The next day, Nezuko was sent to the preliminaries. Sakonji prayed that she would return alive. The former water pillar returned back to the house after seeing the girl off, when he heard a noise from another room. He opened the room and a demon appeared in front of him, looking at him with some fear and shock. Sakonji did not make any sudden movements. He noticed that the bamboo stick was lying on the floor. Urokadaki-sensei, now it was the former pillar's turn to be surprised. Please tell me, how did I end up here and where is my family? What's going on anyway? Your family is safe and in the city you sent them to. And your sister Nezuko went to the selection round to become a demon slayer. Do you remember the last thing? Tanjiro frowned and began to remember. Sakonji was surprised that he even remembered about the family and knew him. And that he called him sensei was completely beyond his understanding. I sent my family to the city to spend the night there, because I smelled danger, a thirst for blood. Then a demon came. Tanjiro didn't mention his name, he almost got caught when he said Urokadaki-sensei. Better not. We had a duel, he told me to become a demon, but I didn't agree, then he said he would force me. Then, Tanjiro closed his eyes. I started to turn into a demon. And then there was Nezuko, she called me, but, his eyes widened. You wanted to kill him. There was a man, a guy, he wanted to kill me, but when he pushed Nezuko, I thought he was going to kill her too. So I went on the defensive, almost like that. Tanjiro deliberately hid some things so as not to raise unnecessary questions. I can't remember the rest, it seems I was disconnected. That's amazing, Urokodaki whispered. You're no ordinary demon, the man said. You didn't eat your sister, even though you had some pretty serious wounds, you slept for almost 2 years, but most importantly, you remember your past. How long has Nezuko been gone? Tanjiro decided to change the subject. A couple of hours ago, Kamadu nodded. She left you notes, they're there, Sakonji pointed to the table and Tanjiro nodded. He picked up a few sheets of paper and began to read. You can't go out in the sun, so stay home. Okay, thank you for taking care of me and my sister, Urokodaki nodded. Tanjiro still needs to be looked after. It is unknown whether he or the demon is speaking now. Although the former pillar did not feel threatened. The guy read his sister's notes and there were no differences between them, like in his past life. Almost everything is the same, except that it was not Nezuko who became a demon, but Tanjiro. If she becomes a swordsman, then I will be by her side, and that means I need to train. I don't know what the body is capable of now, but when I was a human, I think I tore a few tissues, but now everything is fine. I also need to become stronger to kill Yukabutsuji Muzan and protect the people dear to me. Having finished reading all of his sister's notes, Kamadu left the room and began looking for the teacher. He was not in the house, which meant he was outside, and he was not allowed there. Maybe I can go out into the sun? He walked up to the window where the sun's rays were coming out and extended his hand, which was immediately scorched. Ouch! Tanjiro immediately pulled her back and hugged her. Bad idea. He can't go out in the sun. He looked at his hand, and there was no trace of the burn left. It's strange, Nezuko's notes said that the wounds took a long time to heal. Maybe it's because I was sleeping? Tanjiro? A man's voice rang out. Urokodaki-san, maybe you need some help around the house? The demon blurted out immediately. Sakonji raised an eyebrow under his mask. I don't think so, is there anything else? I heard from Nezuko's notes that she wants to find a cure for me so that I can become human. That means I'll be traveling and killing demons with her, so I'd like to train at night, okay? I don't want to be a burden to my sister, please. Urokodaki didn't sense any lies or anything, just a desire to be useful in a fight. It was pretty dangerous, but the guy didn't seem like a threat. It was worth the risk. Okay, the man agreed after some thought. I give my permission. Thank you. Tanjiro bowed. So Tanjiro stayed in the house for the rest of the evening until Urokodaki gave him permission to go out. The man told him that Tanjiro's first test would be to go down the mountain and return before dawn, otherwise he would die. Just like old times. Okay, the boy nodded and ran down. There were traps again, just like last time, and Kamadu avoided them. He managed to pass the obstacle and returned before dawn. What Kamadu noticed was that he was not too tired, like before. It's probably because I became a demon. My stamina and everything improved. And so the training began for Kamadu Tanjiro. At first Sakonji was on guard, but after the phrase, Urokodaki-sensei, you can go to bed, I really won't eat you. Somehow he calmed down. He saw how Tanjiro was thoughtful during training and sometimes cast sad glances at him, but when he asked about it, he received the answer that he missed and worried about his sister. Therefore, in order to calm him and himself, the former water pillar took him to the stone. She cut the biggest stone, he told him. She became very strong to protect you. The guy smiled sadly. The pillar left him standing near the boulder, as after some time he heard a voice. She'll definitely cope, Kamadu turned around and saw a guy with a girl. Sabito? Makomo? Oh, Tanjiro, the girl smiled. Do you know me? More precisely, we remember, from last time. Kamado's eyes widened. We know that you are from the future. But how? The girl shrugged. We remembered how you appeared here with your sister, but we don't know how or why. They talked for some time until it began to get light. Don't worry about Nezuko, she'll handle it, Sabito smiled. Good luck to you, Tanjiro. Thank you, Kamadu smiled and returned to the house. Urokodaki was sleeping, so the boy decided to rest a little too. He had become much stronger. And if you consider that he had become a demon, then this added strength. But he could not use the breath, at least in the presence of people. Sakanji did not dare to show it and Tanjiro understood him. But it was okay, he would get the blade, or rather, he would return for it. Tomorrow. I hope I have enough time and energy to run there and back. With this thought he fell asleep. Nezuko was doing pretty well, if you could call it that. It was the 10th day of the preliminaries and she rarely encountered demons, but that was a plus for her. She tried to ask those she encountered about how to become a human from a demon, but they just laughed at her and attacked her. Tanjiro, having made sure that Urokodaki was asleep, left. The sooner the better. Thanks to the fact that he now had speed, he quickly reached his mountain where he lived. Entering the house, he did not see anyone, there were no things either. He smiled, the main thing is that the family is alive. Leaving the hut, he began to look for his blade. Maybe they took him? A thought came to him, but it immediately left when he saw something shiny. After digging a little, he took out the blade and smiled. He found it. Now it was time to go back. Dawn was supposed to be in an hour and a half. Tanjiro was approaching the foot of the mountain when he smelled the demon, and then he remembered that there should be a temple here. We need to make it. He turned and ran along another road. Already reaching the temple, he noticed an open door, but he did not feel human blood, but heard a muffled scream. So he hurried, he ran into the temple and saw a demon with a small boy in his arms. Don't you dare touch him. Tanjiro snatched the child away before the demon could bite him. Run. Wake everyone up and run to the top of the mountain. Find the hut there and call the owner of that house. Quickly. The boy immediately nodded and ran into another room. You ruined my dinner. Fighter. The demon attacked Kamadu, but he immediately put out his blade. While no one is around, it can be used, but it is not worth chopping off the head. If people get to Urokodaki, it will be difficult to explain how he managed to kill the demon before dawn. They crossed to the street and continued the fight there. The demon wounded Kamadu, but the wound immediately healed. Are you a demon? He asked in surprise, but his voice became harsher before asking the next question. Why the? Are you attacking me? We could have shared the food. I won't let you kill people. Tanjiro used the first style and hit him. The fight continued for about 10 minutes, when he smelled Urokodaki and switched to hand-to-hand combat. He noticed the figure and turned his opponent so that his neck was towards Urokodaki. He didn't waste time and attacked from behind, thereby decapitating the demon. You're a good boy, Tanjiro, he smiled under his mask. Kamadu nodded. You need to get inside quickly, it'll be light soon. Okay, the guy immediately ran. And Urokodaki stayed near the temple, he still needed to calm people down. Tanjiro got home and the first thing he did was put his blade away. Then he decided he needed to get some sleep. The preliminaries had gone well for Nezuko. She had passed them and was now heading home to Urokodaki and Tanjiro. The hope that her brother might have woken up gave her faith to continue on her way. She had reached home late in the evening when a figure emerged from the hut, whom she recognized as her older brother. Tanjiro, she could no longer stand on her feet, and Kamadu turned around and saw his sister. Nezuko. He immediately rushed to hug her. You're back. The girl cried with happiness. He was fine. Urokodaki came out to the cry and hugged them tightly too. His student had returned. Alive and almost unharmed. The girl cried with happiness. He was fine. She was so worried that Tanjiro would never wake up again. Urokodaki came out to the scream and hugged them tightly too. His student returned. Alive and almost unharmed. Afterwards, they moved into the house. Nezuko told Tanjiro what happened when she came home and saw him turned into a demon. About the meeting with Ju Tomioka, the girl noticed that her brother became sad when she remembered him. He explained it by the fact that he was ashamed of the fact that he rushed at her, and then fought with Ju. But his sister stopped him and said that he was only protecting her. Then, how she trained and eventually about the qualifying competition, about the hand demon and the rest. You're a great girl, I'm proud of you, little sister, Urokodaki confirmed with a nod that he agreed with his student's brother. When did you wake up? A few hours later, when you left, Nezuko was very surprised. I remembered some of the events, but not everything was visible. I read your notes and realized that I also need to train to become stronger. That's why Urokodaki-san trained and taught me. I will fight with you. The girl smiled. Nezuko, you need to rest, in about 2 weeks your raven and blade with the form will arrive, so you need to gain strength. The girl nodded at the former pillar's words and went to the room to rest. When Nezuko left, Tanjiro felt a tense atmosphere. Tanjiro, I'd like to ask, Kamadu shifted his attention and looked at the man. He pulled out a blade from somewhere and the guy's eyes widened. He found it. Where did this blade come from? And I'd like to know the truth. This is my blade, Tanjiro bit his lip. The night the demon attacked the temple, I went home, found it. I remembered that I fought with it. Do you know what kind of blade this is? Sakanji felt that the guy was not lying, so he continued the conversation. Same as yours, the man nodded. Let me keep it. The man was surprised that the boy could use it. He decided that a small sparring match should be held between him and Tanjiro. Come with me, he handed over the blade and led Tanjiro outside. Fight me, then I will tell you my decision. How could you forget about the blade? How? Okay, Tanjiro took a fighting stance and when the man gave the signal, he began to attack first. He struck and Sakanji blocked everything. He doesn't fight seriously. Urokodaki noticed and also attacked, Kamadu blocked. A blow, another one, then a block. You use the blade well. Thank you, Urokodaki-san. Kamadu thanked and put up a defense. He made a sweep and attacked, thus ending the sparring. He extended his hand, Tanjiro helped the pillar to stand up. I give you permission to leave it to you, Kamado's face lit up with a smile and he bowed. 2 weeks later, a man approached Urokodaki's house, walking rather slowly and unhurriedly. Nezuko knocked on the door and opened it for him, inviting him to come inside instead of sitting outside, which he was about to do. Tanjiro was sitting with Urokodaki, it was a rather sunny day. They heard Hataru telling them how he forged the blade and how special it was. After a short conversation, Hataru told Nezuko to take the blade out of its sheath. Everyone began to watch and wait for the blade to turn pink. After a few minutes, it began to turn pink. Pink. It's pink. The blacksmith almost shouted. The girl looked at the teacher. This is bad? No, he shook his head. I've seen pink blades more than once, everything's fine. Don't worry, Nezuko. The blacksmith's screams were stopped by a flying raven, who began to announce the first task for Nezuko. You need to hurry to the city in the northwest, girls disappear there every night. Hurry! The raven flew out the window and the commotion stopped. Nezuko took her uniform and ran to change. Urokodaki, having driven out and said goodbye to the blacksmith, took out a gift for Nezuko. When the girl left he handed it to her. This box was made so that Tanjiro wouldn't have to move around in the sun, it would be more convenient, and it's also very light. The girl smiled and hugged the man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nezuko took the box and went to her brother. He was lying under the blanket and waiting for his sister. "Nezuko, is it time already?" She nodded. "Can you make yourself smaller like that?" Tanjiro shrugged and concentrated. "I want to become smaller, I want to become short, please." After a couple of minutes, he succeeded. Nezuko helped him climb into the box, where Tanjiro found his blade. "Thank you. Your blade has turned pink?" Kamadu asked from the box. "Yes, are you comfortable there?" The answer was a satisfied aha. She walked up to the former pillar and bowed. "Thank you, Urokodaki-san." Tanjiro's gratitude also came from behind him. "Good luck to you." The man hugged Nezuko and she went on her first mission. Urokodaki watched them go, thinking about both Kamados. They entered the city and Tanjiro smelled the demon. He directed his sister to the right place. "He's down there." The girl raised her blade and made the demon appear. 3 demons attacked her at once, so Tanjiro crawled out of his hiding place and attacked 2 of them at once. "Nezuko." The girl got into the so-called swamp. "I can handle it." She shouted to her brother and saw the girl. "We must save her and kill these 3. She concentrated and began to use her breath. She killed 2 at once, grabbing the girl with her. Nezuko returned to the surface and cut off the head of the 3rd from behind. "That girl was there," Kamadu said, now trying to bring the girl to her senses. She opened her eyes and looked at the brother and sister. Who are you?" "Calm down, you are no longer in any danger." "My name is Kamadu Nezuko, and this is my brother Tanjiro. We are demon hunters." "Demons? So these aren't legends?" "No, it's true." "But he's gone, everything's fine now, you can go." The girl nodded and stood up thanks to Nezuko. They walked her home and handed her over to her parents. They explained everything to them and left their house, although they offered to stay. "It's almost dawn." The guy shrank back down and climbed into the box. "Nezuko Kamadu." A crow cried out. "You need to go to Asakusa. They say demons are hiding there." The girl sighed and moved on. On the way, they talked with Tanjiro. Having reached the necessary place, they spent 3 days on the road. The first thing they did was have a snack. Kamadu smelled mucin, but did not break away, like last time. "There are a lot of people now, they might get hurt. It's better to find Tamayo and Yashiro." He watched Nezuko finish her noodles and smiled. Nezuko smiled back. "Let's go. I think I found the scent." The girl nodded. They thanked the cook and went into town. If Tanjiro thought they would be looking for a long time, it didn't happen. He caught the scent of Tamayo and Yashiro almost immediately. "Nezuko, don't take out your blade, we'll talk first, trust me." The girl raised an eyebrow, but nodded. "Tamayo-san, Yashiro-san." He called out to the demons and they both looked at the boy and girl in surprise. "Can we talk?" "And you?" "Kamadu Tanjiro, and this is my sister Nezuko." "So what should we talk about?" "I know that you want to kill Miyazan and are looking for a cure to turn him from a demon into a human." Both demons' faces lengthened and were surprised, as was Nezuko's. "Listen you." "Yashiro, wait," the woman stopped him. "How do you know this?" "I have a good source, and I'm also a demon myself." Kamadu smiled awkwardly. "What?" "Tamayo-san, he might turn us over to Miyazan and—" "No, he was able to say his name, which means he is not under control." The woman stopped the guy again. "Let's go talk, somewhere else." They walked away from the large stream of people and came to a fairly large house that was hidden from the eyes of others. "Tanjiro, how did it happen that you got out of Muzan's control?" "I don't know," Kamadu answered honestly. "From the transformation, I only remember dottish pain, then a couple of memories before I fell asleep and slept for almost 2 years." "And before the transformation, what do you remember?" "That's it," the woman nodded. "What do you eat?" "Nothing." Both demons were surprised. "As my teacher said, I restore my strength through sleep. That's why I didn't feed on blood, flesh or anything else." "That's amazing," Tanjiro chuckled. Urokodaki said the same thing. Nezuko, did you become a fighter to protect your brother? The girl nodded immediately. I decided for myself that I need to save Tanjiro and turn him back into a human. Can you do it? Not yet, but I'm working on it. It requires a lot of blood from different demons. Tanjiro, I need yours too, it's an unusual case. Kamadu nodded in understanding. They went to Tamayo's lab and took Tanjiro's blood, said goodbye, and left Asakusa. How do you know them? Nezuko asked. Tanjiro bit his lip. Tanjiro couldn't finish speaking before they heard a scream. Please. Please. Marry me. Zenitsu. Warmth spread inside him, he would soon meet his friends. Hey, you! Nezuko shouted. Leave the girl alone. You. You're the girl from this selection. The guy recognized her. Go away, quickly, Nezuko whispered, and the girl bowed and ran away. Stop. No. You have to marry me. He was about to rush after her when Kamadu grabbed him by the collar. Aren't you ashamed? Kamadu frowned. You're a demon slayer. Behave yourself. Even a sparrow is tired of you. Zenitsu, such a Zenitsu. Tanjiro sighed heavily. The argument ended with Nezuko the Raven telling them both to go on their next mission. Nezuko treated Zenitsu and now they were talking more calmly. So Tanjiro decided to rest and sleep, he wouldn't learn anything new anyway. Nezuko and Zenitsu came to a 2-story building and Kamadu frowned. The air smelled of blood. But something cracked behind them and both hunters turned around. They were children. Tell me what happened? Nezuko smiled sweetly. The monster, he's there. And our brother too. Nezuko nodded and took the box down. I'll save your brother. Zenitsu? Agatsuma looked at the house and then shook his head. Okay, then watch the box. It's more precious to me than anyone else. The boy nodded, and Nezuko entered the house. The girl wandered around the house until the drum music began to sound. Tanjiro woke up from a scream and shaking. I'm going to pierce him now. Inosuke's voice shouted very close. No. Give it to me right now. This box is very dear to Nezuko-chan. Kamadu swallowed. This was going to be fun, he would have already come out of his hiding place if it weren't for the sun. Give it to me right now. Apparently they threw him up and then didn't deign to catch him or didn't have time. This went on for a couple of minutes until he heard his sister scream. What have you done here? Tanjiro. The shaking calmed down. Tanjiro, how are you? Are you okay? Yeah, Nezuko went on to lecture them on the full list. And when the argument stopped, his sister said that the demon was gone and everything was fine now. From the conversation, he also understood that the children had their brother back. They were going on their next mission when Zenitsu and Inosuke started arguing, and Tanjiro just couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Maybe you should stop arguing? A voice rang out and both guys started yelling. Your box. It's talking. It's talking. Zenitsu shouted and ran around the girl. Tanjiro, you can come out, the sun has set, Nezuko said and took the box off. Nothing happened for a couple of seconds, and then a small boy came out of the box, who in a few seconds became a tall guy. Why are you shouting so much? Kamadu smiled amiably, seeing his living friends again. Demon. Zenitsu screamed. He's a demon. You're carrying a demon on your back. Nezuko rolled her eyes, she was starting to get annoyed by all this screaming. Zenitsu, don't worry, I don't eat human flesh, Agatsuma stopped. I definitely don't eat, Kamadu smiled and looked at Inosuke. What is your name? He asked seriously. Kamadu Tanjiro, Inosuke pulled out their blades. Let's fight. Tanjiro laughed, that's Inosuke for real. Are you making fun of me? No, of course not. I'll gladly fight you, but later, okay? Okay, I remember you, Kampotro Kamboko. Everyone looked at Inosuke in surprise, and then Tanjiro laughed and smiled. Agreed, Their next mission was to Mount Natagumo, but before that they needed to rest a bit and gather strength for the next battle. Let's fight. Tanjiro laughed, that was Inosuke for all of us. Are you making fun of me? No, of course not. I'll gladly fight you, but later, okay? Okay, I remember you, Kampatro Kamboko. Everyone looked at Inosuke in surprise, and then Tanjiro laughed and smiled. Agreed. Their next mission was to Mount Natagumo, but before that they needed to rest a bit and gather strength for the next battle. Good luck to you, hunters, the old woman said. Nezuko and Zenitsu bowed, and Inosuke looked at the old woman suspiciously. Bow. Zenitsu hit his comrade and he bowed, gritting his teeth. Tanjiro, who was sitting in his shelter, giggled. She's a witch. A witch, I tell you. Inosuke shouted as they left and were now heading towards Mount Natagumo. What do you think awaits us there, brother? Nezuko asked, already tired of listening to the boy's screams. Demons, Tanjiro snorted. I hope everything goes well. Yes, he really hoped. Because last time was the first time he encountered the demon of the 12 moons. Rue. The boy created a family for himself. He dreamed so much of a real bond. I hope so too, the girl smiled and looked at the sun. The path to the mountain continued until the evening, so approaching it, Tanjiro stood with the guys, since the sun had disappeared, and smelled the scent of other demons. I don't like this place, Zenitsu said, trembling like an aspen leaf. Then don't go, but we will go. Zenitsu, if you're scared, then stay, Nezuko said and the boy nodded. Inosuke, Tanjiro, and Nezuko continued on their way. After walking a little, they came across a web. Ugh, I hate it, said the guy in the boar mask, extricating himself from her. Nezuko, I think we should split up. Tanjiro was worried about his sister, so he decided that Rue would take charge. But you're with Inosuke, I think we'll complete the task faster this way, the girl pursed her lips. Don't worry, everything will be fine. If you need help, just shout. You too, Kamadu smiled. Take care of yourself. They hugged and parted. Tanjiro heard Inosuke's screams and discontent. He headed towards Rue, he needed to deal with him. They can handle their mother. Kamadu thought as he ran at great speed towards the demon's scent. Why? Why did they leave me? A scream was heard and Agatsuma flinched. Who was screaming? What if it was Nezuko-chan? What if she needs help? I have to save her. Nezuko-chan, hold on. Zenitsu gathered all his courage and ran along the path the boys were taking, but having taken a wrong turn, he still didn't know what awaited him. Nezuko and Inosuke met a fighter named Murata on their way to the demon. When they introduced themselves, the guy threw a tantrum about why they were sent. It would have been better to send the pillars and so on and so forth. For this, Inosuke hit him, which Nezuko agreed with. They're not that bad, they'll handle it. Tanjiro, having reached the smell, sat in the bushes and watched. Everything was as it had been that time. Rue was punishing his sister. But the demon's gaze changed and now looked towards Kamadu. I should have gone somewhere else. Got it. This is not for prying eyes, said the demon. Get out of there, immediately. There's nothing to do. Tanjiro stood up and looked at the girl who hid her face in her hands. Who are you? Why did you come here? Rue asked while examining Kamadu. The blade was hidden under the haori, so it was not noticed. Fortunately. Why did you do this to her? Tanjiro decided to talk a little. Maybe he would learn something new. She deserved it, so she was punished. What difference does it make to you? The demon's eyes narrowed. And you didn't answer my questions. My name is Kamadu Tanjiro. Not the best name for a demon, Tanjiro shrugged. Why did you come here, Kamadu Tanjiro? To kill me and become the fifth lower moon? I'll tell you right away, you can't. Like I did in time, a voice said, and all three demons looked at the owner. I think if I can kill all three of them, I'll get a promotion. It doesn't fit. Kamadu didn't have time to finish speaking before Rue cut the fighter into pieces. The same thing will happen to you. Kamado's eyes narrowed. I don't think so. He pulled out his blade with a sharp movement of his hand and attacked. You are so naive. Rue thought that the attack would be on him, like the sister was beheaded. What did you do? Killed her. Kamadu looked into Rue's eyes. She killed people, just like you. So the same fate awaits you. You are a demon. Where did you get the blade? The air became denser, and a terrifying aura began to gather around the demon. My goal is to kill all the demons, so. First style, slicing water surface. Puppy, Rue, and Tanjiro clashed in a rather brutal fight, but no matter how many wounds they inflicted on each other, they disappeared in an instant. You're not bad. Standing in front of Kamadu, Rue said. Tanjiro chuckled. Yes, it is still a bit difficult. I will need to train more, otherwise I will not be able to defeat the others. What's wrong with being a demon, huh? One of them killed my family. Technically it's true. In his past life, he lost everyone he considered family. You have such strong bonds, Rue chuckled. I appreciate and respect that. They clashed again in battle. As Kamadu heard Nezuko scream very close, he turned around and saw his sister. Rue took advantage of this and cut off his hand. Run, Nezuko! Run away from here! Tanjiro shouted. No, I'll help you. Tanjiro bit his lip and Nezuko attacked from behind. Who is she to you? Rue asked, turning away from another attack. I'm his sister. At that moment, the girl managed to cut off Rue's hand and covered Tanjiro with her body. Sister? The demon watched as Nezuko furiously covered her brother, even though she had so many wounds. He immediately stopped playing games with her and grabbed her in a trap. She screamed as the threads cut into her skin. Don't you dare touch her. Kamadu grabbed the blade and restored his hand, immediately freeing her from the trap. Bonds. I want these bonds for myself. The boy bit his lip. He so wanted Nezuko not to come and get hit. Could they really resist their mother and father? Join my family, Tanjiro Kamadu, and I will let your sister go. No, Tanjiro, don't, the girl croaked. Her wounds were bleeding profusely. Please, brother. You can't handle me. Rue grinned and showed his number in his eye. The younger Kamado's eyes widened. Tell the raven to go to Ju Tomioka. You need help as soon as possible. I can handle him. Tanjiro, the brother frowned and shook his head. No objections accepted. Can you stand up? The girl tried a little and nodded. Find Inosuke and stay together. Everything will be fine, Nezuko. As soon as I give the signal, run. Kamadu lowered his sister to the ground and, pointing his blade, went towards Rue. You made the wrong decision. The demon curled his lips. Have it your way. They were fighting more brutally now, Tanjiro not using his breath, at least not around Nezuko. After about 3 minutes he gave her a sign and she ran while he distracted Rue. Please. Tell Tomioka-san that he needs help, please. There's a 12-moon demon here. The raven nodded and flew away, and the girl ran to Inosuke. Saving your sister, how noble, Tanjiro frowned. Dawn is coming soon, time to finish. The scorching sun. The blade turned scarlet and it instantly began to cut the threads. What? Rue immediately began to use blood magic, but nothing helped. Sorry, but it has to be this way, Kamadu whispered, and when he went behind him, he cut off Rue's head. He bit his lip and knelt down. May your soul rest in peace. He folded his hands in prayer and closed his eyes. Ju arrived quite late. As the battle with one of the 12-moon demons was over, he received the message too late. And the leader was aware of it, but apparently they were late. He started looking for survivors and the first ones he saw were Nezuko and some guy in a boar mask. Both were alive but unconscious. Then he moved on to looking for Tanjiro. He found a box nearby, but he was safely not there. Ju went on. The pillar found a rather strange picture. Tanjiro folded his hands and whispered something. and when he opened his eyes he ran into Tomioka. I thought he was a little further. They were both silent. Tanjiro studied the familiar features and then smiled at him. It's okay, Tomioka-san. Kamado saw him reach for his blade. I'm in complete control, really. I didn't notice the last time we met. Kamado bit his lip. It was awkward the last time. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Ju nodded. Suddenly, a whistle was heard in the air, and then a girl landed, almost hitting Kamado if he hadn't dodged. Ju-san, do you realize that you are talking to a demon? You must kill him, Kamado swallowed. He is not dangerous. Don't be so naive, Shinobu smiled. It's a demon, it eats people. Shinobu, he is not dangerous and has never eaten human flesh. Ju-san, maybe he used his blood magic on you, huh? She looked at Tanjiro. Yes, he's very cute, but once I kill him, the effect will wear off. Kocho made a strike towards Kamado and he dodged. Run, Tanjiro! Ju shouted, pulling his blade out. And Nezuko? Kamado shouted, dodging a new blow. She'll be fine. She's on T. Your conscience. Kamado did a somersault and ran into the depths of the forest. Ju made a grab and now held Kocho. Now it's clear why no one likes you, Ju-san. Tomioka sighed heavily. Why is this happening to him? Kamado ran west until he heard the sounds of pursuit and whistling above his head. He dodged. Now Kaneo stood before him. This brave girl who sacrificed herself. He is overjoyed to see her, especially safe and sound, even when she wants to kill him. The girl raised her hand to strike, as Tanjiro became smaller and ran under him. Sorry, but I want to live for now. He grew back to the right height and continued running. This chase continued until the raven cried out to be brought back alive with the others. Kaneo stopped and looked at him. My name is Kamado Tanjiro, the demon smiled timidly. Please lower the blade. Kamado ran west until he heard the sounds of pursuit and whistling above his head. He dodged. Now Kaneo stood before him. This brave girl who sacrificed herself. He is overjoyed to see her, especially safe and sound, even when she wants to kill him. The girl raised her hand to strike, as Tanjiro became smaller and ran under him. Sorry, but I want to live for now. He grew back to the right height and continued running. This chase continued until the raven cried out to be brought back alive with the others. Kaneo stopped and looked at him. My name is Kamado Tanjiro, the demon smiled timidly. Please lower the blade. Kaneo examined the demon again and put the blade back in its sheath. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief. It was a little bit more, but it had passed. So he and Kaneo went back. Ju stood and watched as dawn began to break, but when he heard the sound of walking, he turned around. You need to hide from the sun, Kamado nodded. After searching a bit he found the box where they carry him and climbed in, closing the door behind him. We can get some sleep and then meet the pillars. The guy thought and, settling down comfortably, fell asleep. Tanjiro woke up to someone stabbing him with a blade, and then heard Nezuko scream. No. Don't touch him. Shut your mouth, girl. Tanjiro determined that the owner of the voice was Abanai. He was of course glad that they were all alive now, especially healthy, but when someone pokes a blade at you, it's not very nice, you know. Demon. Come out. Kamado rolled his eyes. Does he look like an idiot? The sun is shining, and he will come out. He won't come out in the sun, Abanai heard his voice again. Sorry, chief, and he was thrown with all his might in the other direction. The shaking was not the best. But Shinazugawa had never been kind to demons. Get up. Come on, show us what you really are. Here, I give you my own blood, come on. The pillar cut his hand and now it was dirtying the box. Tanjiro closed his mouth and nose, it smelled very delicious, but he couldn't. He wouldn't do this. If he couldn't handle it, Nezuko would be killed, and then him. Tanjiro, please don't. He heard his sister's voice. And then her muffled cry of pain. Iguro, stop it, you'll strangle her. Tomioka's voice rang out. Iguro. He'll know how to behave in front of his elders, the man snorted. And then Kamadu literally knocked the door of the box down. Shinazugawa grinned and thought that he was about to cut off the demon's head, but Kamadu moved in the opposite direction, each pillar reaching for the blade. A frightening aura emanated from him. He stood a few steps away from the head. Let her go. Kamadu growled, looking into Iguro's eyes. Iguro, let go of Nezuko, the leader asked, and Abanai did so at the same moment. Nezuko looked at her brother, who had wounds in several places on his body. Kamadu returned back and was now looking at Shinazugawa. I'm not like that and I won't eat people, he hissed. If you can't tell a good demon from a bad one, then that's your problem. Tanjiro turned to the pillars. Don't you dare hurt me, Nezuko. Then he became shorter and closed the door. I think we've all heard and seen enough, so I'm allowing Tanjiro to travel with Nezuko. Everyone began to complain, but Kagaya interrupted the argument. Sakanji Urokodaki and Jutomioka have pledged their lives. I don't think these are empty words. Nezuko looked at the water pillar standing next to her and smiled gratefully. Thank you, Tomioka said nothing. Chief, will you allow the demon and the girl to live with me? So be it, the man agreed, and Tanjiro and Nezuko immediately took the butterfly and carried it to the estate. Let's begin our meeting. Tanjiro opened his eyes and almost immediately determined that he was in the butterfly's estate. Yes, he must have fallen asleep when they were carrying them here. Looking out the window, he made sure that it was night there and decided to take a short walk. Was it possible? Well, he wouldn't get too much of a beating, if anything. Leaving the estate, he immediately took a deep breath of fresh air. Without thinking twice, he decided to climb onto the roof and enjoy the view. Your sister was very worried about you falling asleep again. Kamadu turned his head. She sat down next to Kamadu. I'm fine, Kocho was still smiling. Maybe you could take off your mask? Shinobu looked at him in surprise. Your smile, it's not real. Kocho looked at the demon as if he was something extraordinary. He was the first one to know about it. How did he know? Kocho-san, you should let off steam too. Maybe we can spar to make it easier for you? Let's go, I know a great place. She led him to the site and handed him a wooden katana, taking the same for herself. Do you know how to fight? I can. They stood opposite each other and the duel began. If you want it to get a little easier, then hit harder. Don't spare me, my wounds will heal. Come on. And Shinobu got going, hitting with force and feeling. Everything that had been simmering inside her for many years. Tanjiro managed to dodge not all the blows, but most of them. A couple of hours later, the court was turned into a mess, and Kocho was breathing heavily opposite Kamadu. Thank you, Tanjiro nodded. You will definitely succeed. Don't doubt it, Shinobu looked at him in surprise, and then smiled sincerely. For the first time in a long time. Maybe this demon boy isn't so bad? After waiting until the sun set, Tanjiro went to his sister, where she almost suffocated him with her hugs and said that he scared her too much when he fell asleep again. Everything is fine. How are Zenitsu and Inosuke? I know you are training, the girl nodded. At first they didn't want to train, but Kocho-san managed to convince them. She told me that you woke up. Did she come to see you? No, we met last night. I went out to get some fresh air and then I saw her. She didn't do anything to you? Kamadu shook his head and his sister sighed in relief. I'm glad you woke up. Please don't scare me anymore. Okay, the guy smiled. How are your training sessions? Oh. Very well, the girl began to tell about everything, and Tanjiro listened to her attentively. Sometimes he added his comments or nodded. It was already late at night, when the elder brother said that Nezuko had to go to bed. The girl at first did not want to leave him, but Tanjiro insisted on his own. Nezuko left, and the elder Kamadu, without thinking twice, went outside and breathed in the fresh air. Today was a beautiful night. You're here again? Kocho's voice rang out and Tanjiro looked at her. There was no smile on her face, which Kamadu was grateful for. Yes, I went out to get some air. How are you? I'm fine, the woman nodded. Since that night, I felt better, thank you, Tanjiro. The guy smiled sincerely and nodded. If you need help, I'm always happy to help, the woman grinned. I think I should be the one saying this, right? Kamadu shrugged. You're not ordinary, neither are you a demon nor a human, so to speak. I see something in you, but I can't figure out what it is. Tanjiro even stopped breathing from such words. He looked at the starry sky and smiled sadly. Perhaps you are right, she took another deep breath. Oyakata-sama is waiting for you this evening. Tanjiro turned his head and looked at the pillar in surprise. I don't know why, she immediately answered the question that was read in the demon's eyes. They'll tell you when to come. I think he wants to talk about something serious, I don't know, it's just an assumption. Okay, thank you. Okay, I still have a mission to go on. Good night, Tanjiro, the woman said and returned to the house. You too, Kocho-san, Kamadu nodded after her and thought. What did the head of the organization want to talk to him about? What if he found out that Tanjiro was from the future? As Shinobu said, they came for him and escorted him to the head of the organization. Good evening, Oyakata-sama, the demon bowed. Good day, Tanjiro, the man smiled kindly. Sit down, I think we have something to talk about. Tea? Thank you, Kamadu took the offered drink and tried a little. Very tasty, but I'd like to get down to business, if you don't mind. Of course, Kagaya answered with the same smile. I know that you wield a blade, and not just wield it, but can also use breaths, too. Tanjiro froze. How did he know all this? He hid well. Your raven reported this to me, Abuyashiki said after a few minutes of silence, and Tanjiro clicked his tongue. How could he forget such a detail? It's his own fault, now clean it up. And as far as I know, Sakonji Urokadaki didn't teach you breathing. I'm curious to know how you can master the breaths of water and sun. Kamadu bit his lip. It was his own fault. He should have been more careful. Tanjiro looked up at the man and thought. If he told the truth, would he be considered crazy or not? But on the other hand, what could he say about where he had mastered the breath? Oyakata-sama, I will tell you the truth, but I ask that no one else know about it, Abuyashiki nodded. You can trust me, no one will know about this. Kamadu took a deep breath and then exhaled. Actually, I'm from a future that won't happen, shouldn't happen. In my past life, my family was killed by Muzan Kabutsuji, and Kamado's sister Nezuko was turned into a demon. When Jutomioka found us, he wanted to kill Nezuko, but I convinced him not to, so he sent me and her to Sakonji Urokadaki, who taught me water breathing. I passed the selection and became a demon exterminator, then I carried out missions. I met my friends. Just like now, after the mission on Mount Natagumo, we were brought here. I met the pillars and you, we convinced you that Nezuko doesn't attack people and you allowed her to be left alive. Then there was training, and then a mission where we got to know the pillar Kaijuro Rengoku better. Kamadu swallowed. But the mission was the last one. He died, but before that I managed to ask him about the breath of the sun. He said that we need to ask his family, there should be records left. Then we had missions and every day we got to know the pillars better, until Muzan's attack, for which we were ready, but the last battle was too cruel. We underestimated Kabutsuji. Yes, we won, but there were too many victims. All the pillars died in battle, as did almost all the hunters. I lost all my relatives. Yes, we found a cure to turn the demon back into a human and it worked. Tamayo-san and Kocho-san were of great help in this. In short, Tanjiro swallowed. Hot tears flowed down his cheeks, and his hands clutched his pants. It was hard to remember, too hard. He still dreams of dead faces. Do you believe me, Oyakata-sama? The demon finally raised his head and looked at the leader. I truly believe you, Kamadu Tanjiro, and my doubts about you are gone. I trust you, the demon smiled sincerely. What will you do, Tanjiro? I don't intend to let my loved ones die, but I will kill Muzan and all the other demons. I don't want to lose them again. Okay, the man nodded. Very good. I'll help you, Tanjiro, as much as I can. We need to come up with a plan to avoid unnecessary casualties. Thank you very much. Tanjiro bowed his head to him. Thank you, now I know that we have hope to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, Kagaya smiled. But, Tanjiro looked at him. That's not exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. I'm listening. While your sister is recovering, I would like you to go on a mission with Kaijiro Rengoku, and then have him train you. Especially since in your past life, it was he who gave you the lead on your second wind. Of course. That would be great. Kamadu perked up. Ah. Tell me, what is this mission? People started disappearing on the train, we think it's a demon. Kamadu stopped breathing. That was the mission he died on, the boy whispered. There was silence. But it won't happen this time, I won't let it, Kamadu said. Okay, Oyakata-sama, I'll go with Rengoku-san on this mission. Very well, I believe in you Tanjiro, he smiled. Kaijiro knows about this, so he will wait for you in the evening, I think you will make it. Of course. Thank you. Is that all? Kagaya nodded. I thank you, Oyakata-sama. The guy stood up and bowed. Tanjiro left the room. Muzan Kibutsuji, we can defeat you, thanks to this boy, we will cope and kill you, I promise, said the head of the organization. Tanjiro. The girl ran into her brother. Where have you been? What happened? Hey, quiet, Kamadu smiled at her. It's okay. I'd like to talk to you, let's go. He led her into his room and pursed his lips, not knowing where to begin. Nezuko, I'm going on a mission with the Flame Pillar Rengoku Kaijiro tomorrow, the girl's eyes widened. But what if he kills you? Tanjiro smiled and shook his head. Are you sure about that? Yes, you will train here and recover. Nezuko looked away and began to think. Will everything be okay? Yes, Kamadu nodded. Everything will be fine. And you will return safe and sound? Where would I go? The elder Kamadu grinned and ruffled her hair. Have you written to your family lately? A couple of weeks ago, why? I should probably write more, otherwise they might get worried, the girl nodded. All right. Okay, Kamadu smiled. Maybe we should go practice? I'll see what you've learned. What a great idea. Let's go. The girl grabbed her brother's hand and they both ran to the playground where her sister was showing off new techniques. The 5 lower moon demons were together again, all looking around for their master. Tell me, how did you fall so low? A voice rang out and a melody began to play, introducing the demons to a beautiful woman with bright red eyes. Who are you? The speaker immediately lost her life, and everyone else was horrified, recognizing her as the master. Excuse me, sir. Who gave you the right to open your mouth? The next demon was also brutally eliminated. So, I repeat, why have you fallen so low? Why have the higher moons not changed in composition, and you every week? Muzan growled. The 5th lower moon met with the pillars, Muzan killed the demon again. I didn't give you the right to open your mouth, growled the forefather. If so, then kill the pillars, at least one. Yes, how can we kill them if? The demon did not finish his thought, as he was killed. Master, allow me, Muzan raised an eyebrow at the last of the lower moons. If you had given me a little more blood, I would have killed the pillar for you. More blood? The demon chuckled. Take it. The last demon from the lower moons began to thrash in agony, but music began to play and the space changed. Let's see if you can handle it, was the last thing Enmu heard. Kaijiro looked at himself in the mirror and frowned. Today Oyakata-sama said that he would go on a mission with Tanjiro Kamadu, with a demon. Any other time he would have objected, but that was what the leader said, and he could be trusted. Brother, Rengoku blinked and looked at Sanjuro. Are you on a mission again? Yes, the elder smiled and ruffled Sanjuro's hair. Be careful, okay? Kaijiro smiled brighter than before. Of course, everything will be fine, don't worry, Sanjuro nodded uncertainly. Take care of your father, okay? Yeah, Sanjuro saw him off and watched him until he disappeared. The main thing is that you come back alive, the younger Rengoku whispered and looked to the west, where the sun had almost disappeared. Nezuko, everything will be fine, Tanjiro said for the umpteenth time. The pillar will be with me, after all. What worries me most is that it will be him, the girl frowned. I'm afraid that he. No, Tanjiro shook his head. He won't do it. I said everything will be fine, so it will be. Better write a letter to your family. Kamado Tanjiro. Nezuko flinched at the pillar's loud voice. That's it, he's waiting for me, I'm running, the demon hugged his sister tightly. Inosuke. Zenitsu. Watch Nezuko. Of course. Agatsuma immediately perked up. Sweet Nezuko-chan will be fine. Tanjiro smiled again and hurried to Rengoku. He opened the door slightly and, making sure that there were no rays of sunlight, went outside. Oh, Rengoku-san, the demon bowed. Oh, are you ready? Despite his conflicted feelings, Rengoku was polite. Tanjiro knew he wasn't very happy to be in his company because he was a demon, but Kamado promised that he would change that. Ready? Then let's go. Tanjiro nodded and followed the man. He turned around and saw his friends seeing him off. He smiled and waved at them. He'll be okay, Nezuko-chan. Zenitsu hugged the girl and blushed a little. Hope. Tanjiro stood on the platform and looked around the station while Kaijiro bought tickets. They didn't quite succeed last time, but now you can look as much as you want. Your ticket. Tanjiro took the paper and nodded gratefully to Rengoku. On the way here, they did not talk to the pillar, although Kamado tried to start a conversation, but nothing really worked out. When the train arrived, they got into the third car and took their seats. We'll wait here until the demon shows up, Rengoku said with his usual smile on his face. I think we should grab a bite to eat, Tanjiro shrugged, and the pillar ordered his favorite dish. Kamado lifted the corner of his lips and began to look out the window, thinking about how to neutralize the second demon of the 12 moons. Would Kaijiro believe him when he said that? No, he probably wouldn't. If it were that simple, Rengoku would have found him himself. So he had to fall into a trap. And then to the demon. Kamado swallowed. Don't worry, Kamado Tanjiro, the guy tore himself away from his thoughts and looked at the pillar. Everything will be fine. Tanjiro smiled awkwardly and nodded. Some time passed. When the first demon appeared, Kamado didn't even have time to blink, as the demon's head was lying near his feet. Tanjiro looked up at the pillar with admiration in his eyes. That's it. Kaijiro smiled dazzlingly. Now that we've dealt with the demon, we can take a little nap. A ticket inspector came up to them and punched their tickets. Tanjiro watched the man closely. To Tanjiro's surprise, he quickly fell asleep and found himself in the snowy forest again. Brother? Tanjiro looked at Nezuko and smiled at her. What's going on? I'm sorry, Nezuko, Kamado continued to smile. I promise everything will be fine. What? Kamado took out his blade and without a second thought chopped off his own head. Opening his eyes, he saw Rengoku-san sleeping peacefully. What? The girl jumped up immediately. How did you? Quiet, calm down, the demon smiled. He hit her on the back of the head and turned her off. We can't wake him up, as far as I remember. I'll manage. But first. Tanjiro carried all the people to the last 2 cars, and then decided for himself that he would handle the rest and ran forward. He would handle everything himself. He would handle it, he had to. Almost reaching the place he needed, a demon appeared in front of him. They looked at him with disdain. Why are you, demon, helping the hunters? Because I'm on the right side, Tanjiro stabbed the man with his blade, but he only laughed. It's useless. I don't think so, Kamado attacked again. Persistent, What will you do when I turn the entire train into a demon and eat all the people and that pillar, huh? Enmu smiled madly and disappeared. Tanjiro wanted to run back, but then the train shook and Rengoku appeared in front of him. I'm very ashamed that I fell asleep at the wrong time. Deal with the demon's neck, and I'll take care of the people. Can you handle it? Of course, Kamado smiled, glad that Kaijiro had woken up. You did well, Tanjiro, for hiding them there. Kamado's eyes widened and his lips spread into a smile. Rengoku disappeared and Tanjiro returned to his original goal. Having reached his neck, the man wanted to stop him, but Kamado had to disable him, and then, thanks to a powerful blow from the breath of the sun, he cut off his neck. Then Tanjiro, together with Kaijiro, helped the passengers. Fortunately no one was hurt, which made Kamado incredibly happy. You did well, my boy, Kaijuro's voice rang out as Tanjiro looked at the people. I must admit, I didn't expect this from you and I doubted you very much, Tanjiro. Kamado tried to control himself from the emotions that were overwhelming him. Of course, Rengoku-san. I'm glad I could help you and the others. Kaijiro ruffled his hair and gave him a genuine smile, which made Tanjiro beam even brighter. But the fun didn't last too long, as Tanjiro smelled a scent he didn't want to hear. He frowned, began to listen to the sounds, and raised his head to see Akazu, who was about to attack Rengoku. Tanjiro took a fighting stance, parrying the blow with his blade, which surprised both Akaza and Kaijiro. A demon with a Nichiren blade, he snorted. Why did you come? Did Kabutsuji really find out about me? No, I doubt it. Were you passing by? Tanjiro, you better step back. Kaijiro drew his blade and came closer to him, almost covering him with his back. I can handle it. A mocking chuckle was heard. Rengoku-san, maybe I. No, I am a pillar after all and I promise to protect you. Kaijiro smiled as usual. Tanjiro frowned. Do you think you can? Akaza attacked first and Rengoku cut his arm in half. Why did you attack us? I hate the weak, the demon answered, licking his own blood. And this one? Looks like one. When did it happen that demons began to protect the pillars, and the pillars the demons? It's none of your business. You, pillar, you are strong, your aura is strong. Akaza grinned. And I can't even see this one's. He doesn't see? Why, I wonder. Tanjiro thought. But you're not as strong as you could be, all because you're human. Kamado rolled his eyes. That same story again. Maybe you'll become a demon? Never, Akaza snorted and activated his technique. If you don't want to, then I'll kill you, and then I'll burn him in the sun. Kamado frowned. They can't leave them, because it will end badly and Kaijiro will die. Tanjiro took a deep breath. But Kaijiro was the first to break away and entered into battle with the third upper moon. They move so fast. Tanjiro didn't have time to follow their actions, but he concentrated and began to watch more carefully. Before the dust had cleared, Tanjiro noticed that Rengoku was kneeling in front of his opponent. You're strong and your speed is amazing, but Akaza wanted to make an attack, as Kamado attacked him. Tanjiro. I will, Kamado said in an icy voice. I will not let you die here. You shouldn't have butted in, the demon snorted. I'll kill him anyway. Akaza quickly walked around the guy and was already heading towards Rengoku, but Tanjiro managed to grab the pillar in his arms and protected him from the blow. Maybe I was wrong about you, demon. Tanjiro, my boy. Rengoku-san, please go away as far as possible now, I beg you, Kamado said, looking into the eyes of the pillar. I will deal with him, or at least delay him. Okay, but... No buts, I won't let you die. Kamado left him and returned to the enemy again. If so, then I will tear you to pieces, and then kill him in front of your eyes. Tanjiro didn't answer, but intercepted the blade and used his breath, which struck both the hunter and the demon. So you can use your breath too? How interesting. Shut up, finally. Kamado attacked, but ran straight into Akaza's hand. This did not really hinder the demon, so Akaza wanted to cut off his head with his hand, but Tanjiro stopped her. Power. Incredible power. Tanjiro used his other hand to cut halfway through the demon's neck as Third Moon became a little nervous. It's almost dawn. And this demon, he can cut off your head. No, we need to leave and quickly. Akaza pulled his hand away and literally ripped them out. Kamadu fell back looking at him. I'm not done with you, the guy hissed, rising with the blade in his hands, but the demon decided to retreat. Come back and fight. Akaza didn't manage to get far, even with his wound. Kamadu caught up with him. Do you understand that you will die too? Seeing the guy's serious attitude, Akaza began to get nervous. I don't care, the main thing is that I'll kill you and there will be one moon less, Kamadu hissed. The boy began to attack again, and the sun was getting closer each time. Kaijiro watched this fight with shock and admiration in his eyes. This boy, Kamadu Tanjiro, was incredible. If I die, it won't be just you. Akaza ran towards Rengoku, but was stopped by Kamadu. Rengoku-san. Neck. The pillar immediately came to its senses and struck at the demon's weak spot, but Akaza did not give in so easily. He made a hole in Rengoku's shoulder with all his strength. No. The pillar of flame bit his lip until it bled and continued holding the blade as the sun came out and the first rays began to hit both demons. Akaza hissed and fell to his knees along with Kamadu. Rengoku, despite the pain, grabbed the boy and covered him with his Haori. Kamadu watched as Akaza began to disappear under the sun's rays. And then his scream and the demon was defeated. Rengoku-san, Kamadu whispered, breathing heavily. You need help, urgently. I think you need help, the pillar chuckled. Yes, they both looked bad. As the sun rose even higher and now began to burn Kamado's skin. He suppressed a painful groan and buried his face in Rengoku's chest. Rengoku-san, forgive me if... Don't be silly, you need to be hidden somewhere and protected from the sun. I don't want you to die right in my arms either. You fought bravely and courageously. Thank you, Tanjiro frowned and looked at himself. The burning sensation had stopped. He bit his lip and held his hand out to the sun. Tanjiro, what are you? The man didn't have time to finish speaking, as he was also looking in surprise at his hand, which was in the sun and wasn't burning. The sun doesn't affect me, Kamadu whispered. It's unbelievable, Rengoku whispered in the same tone as the guy. But how? Rengoku-san. A voice rang out and they both looked at the source of the voice. A rescue team was rushing towards them. I'm not burning, Kamadu whispered again. We'll deal with this later, you need help, Tanjiro nodded. Same with you. They were surrounded by medics. They didn't seem to care that Kamadu wasn't on fire, but they were very attracted to the huge wound in Tanjiro's stomach. It looked like someone had fainted. They also immediately took care of the pillar, although Rengoku assured them that everything was fine with him and it was just a couple of scratches. Yeah, that's what they believed, losing an eye and a hole in the shoulder, it was a couple of scratches. A little, not a little, time passed as they headed back home. Kaijiro said that he and Tanjiro would talk about everything later. About everything, including everything, as Kamadu understood from Rengoku's words. So on the way back, Tanjiro slept with a happy smile. Nezuko literally kicked the door down, her eyes flashing with lightning that was meant for the flame pillar. You. Kamadu immediately found her victim. How did it happen that my brother has a huge wound, just a minute, right through, in the stomach area? I entrusted him to you. Nezuko-chan, Kaijiro said calmly. I admit that I am to blame for this. But we met 3 demons, 2 of which are among the dozen. Yes, it is my fault that Tanjiro got hurt, but if it weren't for him, I doubt I would be here now. He promised me that everything would be okay, the girl muttered, covering her face. Your brother is very brave and courageous. I recognized him as a fighter, seeing how he protected the people on the train, and then me. I owe him my life. I'm very worried about him. Kocho-san says that his regeneration is quite slower than all the other demons. The girl looked at the pillar. I apologize for yelling at you. Nothing, laughed the pillar. How is Tanjiro feeling? He hasn't come to his senses yet, the girl sighed. But I hope that will happen soon. I hope so too, Rengoku whispered as the younger Kamadu left him. I'm very worried about him. Kocho-san says that his regeneration is quite slower than all the other demons. The girl looked at the pillar. I apologize for yelling at you. Nothing, laughed the pillar. How is Tanjiro feeling? He hasn't come to his senses yet, the girl sighed. But I hope that will happen soon. I hope so too, Rengoku whispered as the younger Kamadu left him. Tanjiro groaned as he opened his eyes. If every mission goes like this, I'm afraid I won't last, even in the guise of a demon. Kamadu opened his eyes and sat on the bed, stretching. He looked at himself, changed his clothes, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, but then he remembered his friend. Rengoku-san. Tanjiro jumped out of bed and ran out of his room. He pulled a few doors a couple of times and got lucky on the third one. Kaijiro was reading a book, frowning periodically. He was alone in the room. Tanjiro looked at the pillar and bandages, but there were no serious wounds, at first glance. HM? Rengoku turned his head to the guest and his eyes widened. Tanjiro, my boy, you're awake. You're okay, the demon exhaled, clutching his heart. Of course, thanks to you, Rengoku smiled and called him, pointing to the place next to him. Sit down. How did you tell Shinobu that you can move around in the sun? I wonder how she ever let you go, HM. I wish someone else would tell me, the voice of another pillar sounded and Tanjiro shuddered. Yes, what is this? He needs to stop getting used to their smell, otherwise someone will sneak up on him and that's it, he's gone. What do you mean by the sun? You didn't tell her? Kaijiro whispered and Tanjiro shook his head. When I woke up, I remembered you and I needed to make sure you were okay, Kamadu whispered. Forgive me, Kocho-san. The demon bowed. It won't happen again. And about the sun? The guy walked up to the window where the sun's rays were shining through. Shinobu wanted to rush towards him at first, but when he stood boldly under the sun and didn't burn, it made her freeze. It's incredible, the woman whispered, looking at Kamadu. Maybe that's why your regeneration is slower. Tanjiro, will you allow me to study your blood? Of course, Tanjiro answered immediately and returned to Rengoku. The woman immediately took out a syringe and drew blood from the demon's hand. Thank you, she was about to leave when the pillar of flame called out to her. Why did you come in? The inspection was in the morning. That's right, Oyakata-sama, he called you when you could come to him, just like Tanjiro, but I thought he was still asleep. So, the boss is waiting for you both. The woman left the room and headed to the labs. She had something to do. He probably wants to know about the upper moon, the man looked at the thoughtful guy. My boy, what happened? There's another reason, Tanjiro began to tug at the edge of the blanket. Anyway. Maybe he'll talk to you about becoming my mentor, Kamadu said the last words almost in a whisper. Because you can use breathing associated with the fire element? Yes, the boy wasn't surprised that Kaijiro knew about it, since he himself had demonstrated skills in battle. I'll understand if you don't agree and... No, if you don't mind, then I'll be happy to become your mentor. Tanjiro raised his eyes full of hope, admiration, and joy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This time, the onslaught of emotion could not be contained, so the pillar was captured in a tight embrace. Kaijiro returned the embrace. Yes, if a couple of months ago he had been told that he would be hugging a demon, he would have laughed in that person's face. But still, how do you know about this breathing and what it is? Tanjiro hesitated. Rengoku-san, I will tell you, but a little later. Okay? Kaijiro nodded, as there was a knock on the door and the younger Rengoku appeared on the threshold. Kaijiro, the boy said uncertainly and looked at the guest next to his brother. Oh, Sanjiro, come in, the man called. Meet Kamado Tanjiro, I told you about him. Kamado-san, I thank you for saving my brother, the boy immediately bowed, and Kamado blushed. Nothing, everything's fine, the guy nodded. Call me Tanjiro and informally. Okay, the boy answered sheepishly. Kaijiro, I brought it for you, he handed the bundle to his brother, who immediately unwrapped it. Oh. His eyes lit up. Thank you, Sanjiro. The boy nodded. You're a demon, right? Sanjiro asked, and Kaijiro coughed. Brother. Everything is fine, it's normal, Rengoku reassured his younger brother. I told you that. It's okay, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro interrupted the pillar. Yes, Sanjiro, I am a demon. I was turned into one by Muzan Kabutsuji when he tried to get to my family. Have you seen him? Kaijiro looked at the boy carefully. If Sanjiro was talking to people he barely knew, and especially demons, it meant he liked them. Yes, he has quite a strong and oppressive aura, Sanjiro looked at him with some admiration. But the demon fighters will definitely kill him, Tanjiro said, looking at the pillar. Of course. With a familiar smile on his face. I would really like to talk more, but I need to go home. Father? Sanjiro nodded. We're going with you. What? The guys asked in unison. We have to go to the head anyway, so, Rengoku shrugged and began to stand up. But can you? Isn't it too early? Tanjiro, I'm fine, stop worrying, the pillar snorted and stood up. Let's go. But Tanjiro. Oh, don't worry, the sun doesn't affect me, I won't burn, Kamado smiled sweetly and admiration appeared in the younger Rengoku's eyes again. They left the room, Tanjiro kept looking at the pillar to make sure it wasn't sick or anything. They went outside and Tanjiro took a breath of fresh air. His skin was a little tingly, but nothing out of the ordinary. Tanjiro. Nezuko screamed and everyone turned around. You're in the sun. You'll burn. Hey, quiet down, Nezuko, the brother immediately began to calm his sister. I'm fine. The sun is no longer a problem for me, don't worry. He hugged her tightly, she held him tightly in her arms, and then looked at the pillar. You knew? Kamado hissed, narrowing her eyes, and Rengoku swallowed nervously. No, it was better not to anger this girl. Kaijiro answered the question with a nod. Why didn't you tell me? We weren't exactly sure. Don't blame Rengoku-san, please. By the way, meet Sanjiro Rengoku, the girl looked at the small copy of Kaijiro and a smile appeared on her face. My name is Nezuko Kamado. Sanjiro, the boy blushed. Nezuko, we need to go to the head, so we'll go. Okay, but we'll talk later, the girl said seriously. See you later, Sanjiro-kun. Yeah, Nezuko-san, the boy babbled, and Nezuko became even more touched. They continued their way to the chapter, but halfway there, Sanjiro said goodbye to them and went home. Kaijiro said something to him, but Kamado didn't listen, it was none of his business. They entered the room where Tanjiro was last time, and a few minutes later, Kagaya came. The hunters bowed and sat down opposite. To begin with, I'm very glad that you, Tanjiro, were able to walk under the sun, Kagaya smiled and Kamado smiled back. But that means you have to be very careful now, I'm afraid that Muzan will find out about this. As far as I know, he's looking for a way to walk under the sun's rays as well. That's right, Kamado confirmed. Next, I thank you for defeating 3 demons, 2 of which were from the 12 moons. That is very good. Now I would like to ask you, Kaijiro, are you continuing the work of the pillar? Of course. Rengoku smiled dazzlingly. Kagaya nodded. Then I would like to propose something to you, Tanjiro, as far as I know, doesn't mind, Kamado bit his lower lip. I would like you to become his mentor. Does he know about breathing? Yes, he saw him during the fight. You might think, Kaijiro, I'm not forcing you. I'd be happy to train Tanjiro and become his mentor. Kagaya smiled contentedly. Excellent. Tanjiro, will you tell him everything yourself? Yes, Kaijuro looked at both of them, a little surprised. There's some kind of secret between them or something. Well, later, if the leader trusts Tanjiro, then everything is fine. And Sanjuro treats him well, it seems. But later, Oyakata-sama nodded understandingly. Is that all, or do you have something else? Both answered negatively, so they bowed and left the room. Tanjiro, I think that in a week they will let me go, so then we will start training, do you mind? Of course, I'll work with the guys for now, Kamado smiled contentedly. Thank you, Rengoku-san. You're welcome, my boy. Kaijuro smiled broadly and ruffled the demon's hair. It's better in the morning anyway, said Kamado, looking at the blue sky. Perhaps, Rengoku nodded. That's the whole story, Tanjiro said, summing it all up. He told her what happened on the mission, except for using the breaths, and after. The girl hugged her brother tightly. I'm glad you're alive. I can't even imagine if the sun. She shuddered. And I'm glad Rengoku-san will take you on as an apprentice. You could ask Tomioka-san, Tanjiro suggested. He was happy to be learning from Kaijuro now, but Nezuko was staying with the others, and they needed to get stronger. Oh, don't worry, Kocho-san, Kaneo-chan and I are having a good time, don't worry, Kamado looked at his sister in surprise and chuckled. Then everything is fine. And Inosuke from Zenitsu? They also train with us sometimes. I'm glad everything is okay. Yes, the girl bit her lip and Tanjiro looked at her carefully. Tanjiro, you see, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and I will go with Yuzui-san on a mission. When did you manage to meet? The girl shrugged. I'm going with you. No, she shook her head. You need to recover. Especially since we're leaving the day after tomorrow, so. The day after tomorrow? Nezuko. But. No, you went alone with the pillar, now it's my turn. Especially Yuzui-san, Inosuke and Zenitsu. Everything will be fine, Yuzui-san said that it's good for us and we'll shine brighter, something like that. Kamado frowned. This is very dangerous. Very dangerous. If something goes wrong, send me your raven. Promise, the girl nodded immediately. I think it's time for you to sleep, it's late. And you? What about me? I'm fine, Tanjiro chuckled and walked Nezuko to her room, and went outside himself. It's very dangerous. I could have changed the events by killing Akaza and Muzan could have started gathering the upper moons. No, he definitely gathered them, but how will it all affect? Okay, let's see, if anything, I'll help Nezuko and not let them die. Looking at the full moon, thought Kamado. Muzan was angry, no, he was furious. 2 moons were killed. And, he saw that boy he turned into a demon. Luckily, Akaza had the sense to create a connection. You survived after all, the demon hissed. Who are you? If you were on my side, then. Kibutsuji's eyes widened, then returned to their normal state and he broke into a smile. He's not as strong as you, Yurichi, so they'll be able to capture him. Especially since Akaza died thanks to the sun, and that kid was saved by the pillar. Well then, it's time to act. I'll find out who you are. Kibutsuji grabbed his jacket from the chair and left the lab. It's time to gather the upper moons and give them a new task. He needs that obnoxious boy. Muzan was angry, no, he was furious. 2 moons were killed. And, he saw that boy he turned into a demon. Luckily, Akaza had the sense to create a connection. You survived after all, the demon hissed. Who are you? If you were on my side, then. Kibutsuji's eyes widened, then returned to their normal state and he broke into a smile. He's not as strong as you, Yurichi, so they'll be able to capture him. Especially since Akaza died thanks to the sun, and that kid was saved by the pillar. Well then, it's time to act. I'll find out who you are. Kibutsuji grabbed his jacket from the chair and left the lab. It's time to gather the upper moons and give them a new task. He needs that obnoxious boy. Nakime, gather the high moons. Immediately, Muzan contacted the girl and smiled. They will get this boy, by any means necessary. Doma did not expect such a sudden change of location. He was surprised when he saw the demon Nakime, and then the 4th, 5th, and 6th high moons. Oh, my dears, how long it has been since we met. Doma smiled. 113 years, such a terrible and symbolic number, the old demon said with a tremor in his voice. That's right, Doma opened his fan and waved it. Is the master here? Not yet. And Akaza? Kokoshibo? This time a male voice answered Dom. Everyone who needs to be here. The demon turned around and saw Muzan. He immediately stretched his lips into his smile. Sir, the moons greeted him. The lower moons are gone, and Akaza is dead, Muzan began. First, we need to scare them, and then we can get down to business. Can anyone guess why this happened? Why haven't you, the upper moons, the strongest demons, dealt with the pillars yet, huh? Maybe I'm just holding you back, Everyone bowed their heads and listened to Muzan's tirade. When the demon produced the desired effect, he spoke more calmly. You know about the demon that fights hunters? Silence was the answer. I want him alive, and I don't care how you get him, but get him. Dark red eyes, a scar on his forehead, and Hanafuda earrings. Do you understand? Yes, sir, the demons answered in chorus. What about the flower? There was another deafening silence. Muzan snorted and turned on his heels. Okay, he could wait with the flower, he needed the boy. The biwa sounded again and everyone disappeared. Tanjiro watched Nezuko get ready with his lips pursed. He didn't let her out of his sight and followed her every move. You'll soon burn a hole in me, the girl smiled and, grabbing her backpack, left the room. Her brother followed her. Everyone's here, Tengen looked around. You really can be in the sun after all. Yes, be careful, the pillar laughed at this and walked forward. Nezuko, do you remember what you promised me? Yes, I remember. Don't worry, get better soon. She hugged her brother tightly and ran after the boys, waving to Tanjiro. He looked at their backs and heard their conversation. Where are we heading, old fart? To the red light district, Tanjiro pressed his lips together and exhaled. He'll come to the rescue if anything happens. They'll be fine, a voice said and Tanjiro looked at the unexpected guest. Senjuro? Kamadu was surprised. Are you going to see Rengoku-san? I've already been to him, he's sleeping, Tanjiro nodded understandingly. I would have been a swordsman too, but it didn't work out. You tried your best. It's not your fault, Tanjiro said, still looking after the retreating silhouettes. What? The boy asked again. Well, your blade didn't change color? Right? I think you would have been a fighter by now. Realizing that he had said too much, Tanjiro began to extricate himself from the situation. Well, yes, the boy looked down. I took up another task to be useful. You made the right choice, what you thought was right. Rengoku-san supports you, doesn't he? Senjuro nodded. I do too, and if anyone squeaks in your direction, I'll give them to him, Tanjiro laughed and ruffled the boy's hair. Rengoku blushed. Thank you, Kamadu smiled. The excitement faded into the background. You're different, Tanjiro. I don't know, but I feel like I've known you for a long time. I think you can be trusted, even though the other pillars. Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing, Kamadu waved it off. I'm a demon, so they doubt me, but it's okay, I'll prove to everyone that I'm not like that. Tanjiro smiled again. He and Senjuro had been quite friendly, and with his father, but both Rengokus had died. Senjuro in an accident, and Shinjuro simply couldn't bear the loss of his last family member. I know that your brother will train you, said the younger Rengoku, bringing the boy out of his old memories. Yes, Rengoku-san said that as soon as he is discharged, so be it, Kamadu laughed. That's good, right? Kamadu nodded. You'll become even stronger. Of course, I can protect you all. Sanjuro looked at him in surprise, and then turned away. I have to go, back home. Father is waiting. Yes, Tanjiro remembered that the elder Rengoku's character wasn't particularly sweet right now, so he nodded to the boy and they parted ways. The Red Light District. The night district where the passion and charm of men and women intertwine in a whirlpool of love and hate. Nezuko winced and looked at the guys who were wearing makeup and kimonos. The girl looked at them with sympathy. They approached one house, where Nezuko was immediately bought. You're hopeless, Yuzui snorted and Zenitsu glared at him. Then a woman from the Ajinomoto household came up to them. Yuzui immediately handed it to Inosuke. Agatsuma swallowed. He was alone with this idiot. I don't like you either. They didn't walk for long and Zenitsu ended up in Kayagaku's house. Tanjiro, my boy. Kamado's eyes immediately widened and he assumed a fighting stance. He let out a breath when he saw Kaijiro. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were resting. It's okay, everything's fine, Kamado answered, brushing away the remnants of sleep with his hand. Did something happen? I've been discharged. Already? It hasn't even been a day since Nezuko left, and Kaijiro has already been discharged, which means... Get ready, we're going to my house. We're going to train. Tanjiro nodded and began to change. Rengoku was waiting for him outside, and then they went to his house. Does Sanjuro-kun know? No, it'll be a surprise, Rengoku smiled. Tanjiro chuckled and followed his mentor. They chatted about something else on the way, when Tanjiro recognized the familiar streets and smiled. How long had it been since he'd been here? Come in, Kamado nodded, letting them in, and began to examine them. Nothing had changed. Who? Kaijiro. Tanjiro. And you? I was discharged yesterday evening, and this morning I picked up Tanjiro so that he would know where to go and showed him our house. You have a very beautiful place, Rengoku-san, the pillar smiled contentedly. I think we should go inside and talk there, okay? I'll bring you something to eat. Sanjuro immediately ran away, and they walked on, as if listening to some kind of swearing. Kaijiro closed his eyes. Father, he began, not even entering the kitchen. Please stop, we have a guest. Now Tanjiro could see Shinjiro and his eyes, which had opened wide and were looking at Kamado. You are the owner of the Breath of the Sun, right? Sanjuro looked at them in confusion. That's for sure. Then the elder Rengoku lunged at him and Tanjiro intercepted the blow. They looked into each other's eyes as the pillar finally realized that this was not a human being. Demon. How dare you bring a demon into our house? Anger moved to the eldest son, not forgetting to hit Kamado hard before that. Father, Oyakata-sama, trusts him, as do I. He saved my life, Kaijiro covered his brother's back. And without him you would have died already. Because you don't have. Rengoku-san, I think you should stop talking like that about your eldest son and the youngest too. Kaijiro looked in surprise at the guy who was literally incinerating his father's back. Who are you to teach me, huh, puppy? Tanjiro sighed heavily. Stop doing that, you know what I mean. I don't want to fight you, but don't you dare say bad things about your children, the elder Rengoku gritted his teeth. Yes you. Tanjiro, watch out, he's a former pillar. Sanjuro shouted, seeing that his father was about to strike. Kamado didn't even flinch as he received a blow to the stomach. He bent over and looked up at Shinjiro and croaked. All? Father, stop it. Kaijiro grabbed the man's hand to stop him from hitting him. Shinjiro pulled his hand away, looked at them all again, and left the house. Tanjiro, I'm sorry, I didn't think he... It's okay, Rengoku-san, the demon assured. I'm fine, don't worry. Let's go. They entered the room and Kaijiro once again asked for forgiveness for himself and his father. He's not a bad person, it's just... No need, it's hard, so don't tell me. I understand, Kaijiro smiled gratefully at him. What about training? Right, At 7 in the morning you will come here and we will study until 7 in the evening, okay? Tanjiro swallowed, but nodded. It wasn't that bad, I guess. Did you remember the way? To him. The younger Rengoku came to them and brought them something to eat. They thanked him and invited him to join, but he said that he had other things to do. Kaijuro and Tanjiro talked some more. Rengoku said that he was ready to train him, but Kamadu got out of it and said that Kaijuro should stay with his family for a while and rest for another day, because he saw how worried his younger brother was. Be careful on your way back, my boy, Kamadu nodded. Thank you, Rengoku-san. Tell your father to take care of his health. See you tomorrow. He waved to the pillar and ran. Kaijuro nodded and looked after the demon. You are unusual, my boy. Kaijuro entered the house and immediately went to his father's room, who was drinking again. Rengoku sighed. Came again? He snorted. Regarding the recent. Shut up. His father immediately interrupted him. I don't care. He accused me of being bad and so on. Get out. He said that you took care of your health. I said, get out. Kaijuro nodded and left the room. The man wanted to drink, but the image of this demon and his words made him stop. Who are you? You know what I'm talking about. He heard the demon's voice again and closed his eyes. Why was he still thinking about him? Yes, Kaijuro said that a demon was brought to headquarters, but that was before the mission, and after it, Sanjuro also spoke about it. After that mission, a lot changed, since the eldest son invited him to the house. Saved Kaijuro? I wonder how. And these earrings, can a demon really have the breath of the sun? I need to think about it. Where are you going so early? Especially since the sun is almost up. Tomioka's voice made Kamadu shudder all over. Tomioka-san, good morning. He turned to the pillar, who looked, to put it mildly, not very good. Most likely from a mission. To each his own. I asked a question, please answer it. No, Ju was of course cold-blooded towards him at first in that life, but now it's as if he wants to kill him. Where did Tanjiro screw up? I'm going to Rengoku-san, we start training from today. Tomioka raised an eyebrow. Oyakata-sama told Rengoku-san to train me. You don't know, Kamadu slapped himself. I can now move around in the sun's rays. Tomioka looked Kamadu up and down. Okay, you're free to go. Okay, Tomioka-san. Have a nice day. Tanjiro bowed and walked away from him, but before he turned the other way he felt Ju burning into his back. I think we should talk, Ju, Tanjiro muttered. He didn't want to be treated like that, at least not by Ju Tomioka. Tanjiro got to Rengoku's house pretty quickly, so he stood in front of the door and thought about whether he should knock or shout, but it wasn't necessary, because after about 2 minutes, Kaijuro opened the door for him. Good morning, my boy, Stop smiled as usual, letting Kamadu in. Next time, don't wait for anything, come in right away, okay? Okay, Kamadu nodded. They walked into the backyard and Kaijuro took off his coat and stretched a bit. I think we should start with a warm-up. Tanjiro took off his haori and listened attentively to the pillar. Let's begin. Do you know how a fighter's warm-up is done? I know. Then multiply all the exercises twice, Kaijuro nodded, indicating that he could begin. Forward. Tanjiro started quite cheerfully. Rengoku urged him on with various phrases. He doubled the load, but did not feel mortal fatigue yet. Pretty good, but I think if you were a human, you would have run out of steam by now, Kamadu shrugged. That was possible and would have happened. Now to the fight. Rengoku gave the wooden blade to Kamadu and took the same one for himself. Attack me, don't be afraid of anything, attack with all your strength. I need to understand what level you are at. Kamadu nodded and made the first attack, but it was easily blocked. Tanjiro, stronger. Okay then, Kamadu shrugged and they began to fight. They didn't stop for a second, and if one of them was distracted, the other took advantage of it. Sanjuro, who was watching this from the side, was amazed. They moved so quickly and beautifully that it was amazing. He's strong, the younger Rengoku winced when he heard his father's voice. Shinjiro also watched the fight between his eldest son and the demon. But the fight ended with Tanjiro being distracted by them and Rengoku knocking him down and putting his blade to his neck. Good, very good, Kaijiro smiled. He offered his hand to Tanjiro to stand up and Kamado used it. Thank you, Rengoku-san, Shinjiro snorted and walked away from them. That was amazing. You fought so fast. Rengoku exclaimed and his brother ruffled his hair. Thank you, Sanjuro-kun. Tanjiro took the drink and quenched his thirst. Tanjiro, you need to not be distracted by external factors, concentrate more on the enemy. Do you understand? Kamado nodded. I will teach you the techniques. Ready? Ready, their training continued. Rengoku demonstrated movements that Tanjiro repeated and then practiced. Sanjuro brought them drinks and snacks several times, which Kaijiro and Tanjiro were grateful for. The whole day passed like that. At the end of the training, Tanjiro looked at the sky and breathed heavily. You tried hard, my boy, Kaijiro said, looking at him. Tanjiro smiled and closed his eyes. It was quite difficult, but he received a lot of positive emotions. Kamado wanted so much, at least once, for Kaijiro to train him, but unfortunately he did not have time. Thank you, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro smiled and stood up. I think it's time for me to go. Yes, of course. Tomorrow at the same time, remember? The guy nodded and said goodbye and went back. He'll become stronger, a lot stronger, if he keeps training like this. And if he masters the sun breathing, then. Kaijiro looked at his father, who had come up to him and was watching Tanjiro go. He's incredible. And you believe him? I believe, Kaijiro watched the sunset and smiled. I believe in him and him. You've been training for a long time, Tanjiro looked at the sky and muttered something. Tomioka-san, stop scaring me like that, the demon hissed, turning to the pillar. He'll have a heart attack if he scares me like that again, and how does Ju do it? I don't care, Tomioka turned around and was about to leave Kamado, when he asked an unexpected question. Do you want to kill me? Do you hate me? Tanjiro bit his lip. There was no need to ask. No, Kamado's eyes widened. Why would I vouch for you then? And if I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. Good night, Tomioka entered the estate, and Kamado looked at the sky, where the stars had already begun to appear. Good, Tanjiro went to the estate a few minutes later. He took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to bed early. To Kamado's surprise, he fell asleep quite quickly. Brother, what did you do? Kamado looked at Nezuko in confusion, then turned around and saw his entire family, just like on that fateful day. His breathing was ragged, and his legs buckled. How could you? Nezuko, he wanted to reach out to her hand, but he saw blood on it and looked at the second one, which was also in it. You ate them. You ate our family. The girl screamed and covered her face with her hands. He needs to be killed, I told you he could lose control, Ju appeared next to his sister. No bodies, Tomioka hissed. Tanjiro, how is this possible? He turned around and saw Sanjuro. Why did you kill my brother? He trusted you. What? Tanjiro turned around and saw Rengoku's dead body. No. I couldn't, This. Kamado clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Panic overtook him as someone ran a hand along his neck, followed by a whisper. You did all this, Kamado turned around and saw Muzan. Now you're the same as us. There's no turning back, Kamado Tanjiro. No. The guy screamed and sat up abruptly. His breathing was ragged, a tight lump came to his throat. His eyes stung. A dream. Just a dream. Kamado calmed himself down and closed his eyes. Everything was as if it were real. Tanjiro collected his thoughts and exhaled. No, he would not sleep anymore, not today. The demon got out of bed and left the room. He needed to breathe a little. There was silence outside. He sat on the threshold and watched the night sky. I won't let that happen, Tanjiro whispered as he heard some sounds nearby and decided to check. The sounds came from Ji's room, who was currently recovering from a mission. Tanjiro bit his lips and walked into the room. He'd get a slipper, so he deserved it. Tanjiro looked closely and saw Tomioka spinning from side to side and muttering something. Nightmare. Tanjiro went up to Ju and started waking him up. He couldn't leave him alone with the nightmare. Tomioka-san, wake up. This is a nightmare, do you hear? Ju did not wake up. Ju, wake up. And this time he jumped up and looked at Kamadu with wide eyes. The demon immediately hugged him. It's okay, it's over. Tanjiro, he whispered, hugging Kamadu. I. Quiet, everything's fine, Kamadu smiled. Maybe some fresh air? Yes, it's probably better this way. Tanjiro helped him get there and, leaving the estate, Ju took a deep breath. Sorry for waking you, Tanjiro shook his head. I was already awake. Want to share a nightmare? They say it makes things easier, Tomioka snorted and looked up at the star-studded sky. Tanjiro didn't expect the conversation to continue, much less Ju to continue, but it was when I was a child. I had a family. When I was little, we were attacked by a demon. I would have died too, if it weren't for my older sister. Tanjiro pursed his lips. Ju was telling about his past life. Then, I met Sabito. We studied with Urokodaki-sensei, but when we went to the selection round, Sabito died there, protecting me, again. In my dreams, I dreamed of them, where they constantly died, and I could not do anything. Kamadu hugged Ju tightly again. Tomioka chuckled. This was the first time he had told about his dreams. And to whom? To the demon. Pfft. It's not your fault and they wouldn't want you to blame yourself. Tanjiro smiled sincerely at Tomioka, who smiled back. Thank you. They sat for a while longer, as Ju lay down on Tanjiro's shoulder and fell asleep. The demon smiled. The first steps were taken. Kamadu picked up Tomioka and carried him back to the room, covering him with a blanket. He looked at the time. It was just time to get ready. He closed the pillar's room with a smile on his face and went to the shower. It's not your fault and they wouldn't want you to blame yourself. Tanjiro smiled sincerely at Tomioka, who smiled back. Thank you. They sat for a while longer, as Ju lay down on Tanjiro's shoulder and fell asleep. The demon smiled. The first steps were taken. Kamadu picked up Tomioka and carried him back to the room, covering him with a blanket. He looked at the time. It was just time to get ready. He closed the pillar's room with a smile on his face and went to the shower. Tanjiro, faster. Faster. Kamadu was ready to die. It seemed like yesterday Rengoku just felt sorry for him, and today he decided to go the extra mile. Yeah, Tanjiro started practicing the movements at a faster speed and saw Kaijuro's satisfied smile. So everything was right. He did this for a while, when Kaijuro decided to stop him and suggested that they take a break. Tanjiro, can I ask you something? Yes, of course. Tanjiro looked at the pillar, who was doubting something. How do you know about the breath of the sun and know the breath of water? The breath of the sun, I found out by chance. My father, when he was alive, performed the dance of the god of fire, every year. Kaijuro nodded understandingly so that he wouldn't continue. It was the pure truth, but with the breath of water, the breath of water. Nezuko uses it, and Urokodaki taught her, so. Tanjiro was ashamed, very much. It's okay, he'll tell you a little later, they'll find out the truth, but later. Thank you for answering, Kamadu smiled awkwardly. Let's continue. Forward, my boy. Ka. They raised their heads and saw Kaijuro's raven. The chief is waiting for you, hurry up. Tanjiro, I'll continue training while you're gone, go. Kamadu swallowed when he saw the elder Rengoku. Sanjuro isn't in the house, he left, so he and Shinjuro will stay. Scary. Father, I think that. I won't kill him, I give you my word. Kaijiro looked at Kamado. I think everything will be fine. Tanjiro smiled and the pillar nodded, then threw on his cloak and went to his superiors. Well, go on. The elder Rengoku sat down and began to watch the training. Tanjiro paid attention for a while, and then became absorbed and stopped paying attention. You have to do it faster if you want to do more damage, Shinjiro said and walked up to him. He intercepted the blade and demonstrated the movement. You hit harder with speed, got it? Yes, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro nodded and did as the former pillar showed. Pick up even more speed if you can, after a few tries, Shinjiro smiled contentedly. Yes, that's it. Now let's try it against me. Shinjiro warmed up a bit and picked up a wooden blade. Rengoku-san, I don't think this is a good idea and… If you mean what happened, then I want to apologize, Kamado froze. I was wrong and the words you said made me think. I doubted you very much, you are a demon, so I should understand. When Kaijiro and Sanjuro told me more about you, I decided to reconsider my point about you. Thank you very much, Rengoku-san, for giving me a chance. Tanjiro bowed to the former pillar. Then, let's begin. Please don't feel sorry for me. As you say, and they sparred. Tanjiro noticed that the fighting style was very similar to Kaijiro's, so he took advantage of it several times. Faster, Tanjiro. Come on. Okay, Rengoku-san. Several hours passed as they sparred and took a break. Shinjiro was very pleased, as he even forgot that he was a demon. Tanjiro, harder. Are you going to kill demons or pat them on the head? Hearing his father's voice, Kaijiro, who had just come from his superiors, hurried to them. He watched a rather strange scene as Tanjiro and Shinjiro exchanged blows and blocked them. Come on. A couple of blows ago, you were doing great damage. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. They won't forgive me for this. Kamado shouted, dodging the blow of the former pillar. Kaijiro smiled, he hadn't seen his father like this in a long time, a very long time. Then, the man dodged and struck from behind. Take that. I won, he grinned and extended his hand to Kamado. It's a draw, Tanjiro smiled and both looked at Kaijiro, who was smiling. How long have you been standing here? About 3 minutes, you hit well, the eldest son praised and tousled Kamado's hair even more. He can do better, Shinjiro snorted. Why did they call you? This confused Rengoku a little. Oyakata-sama asked about my health, about Tanjiro's training, and about whether I had changed my mind about leaving the post. I said no and he was very pleased about that. Oh, yeah, I saw Ju Tomioka, he asked about you, Tanjiro, did something happen to you? I don't think so, Kamado shrugged, it's better not to talk about the night incident. Okay. I think that's all. You've done well, my boy, Rengoku smiled. Sanjuro is back? Coming soon. I suggest we prepare dinner while Sanjuro is away. Both Rengoku looked at him in surprise. Why not? Then I'll leave you, I have one thing to do. Let's go, Tanjiro. They went to the kitchen, where they began to prepare dinner. They managed to do everything in time before Sanjuro arrived. Tanjiro wanted to sneak out, it seemed like a family dinner, but the voice of 3 men immediately stopped him. So they sat down to dinner together, asked Sanjuro what he was doing and where he was. The younger Rengoku was a little surprised by such attention, especially from his father, but he didn't say anything or anything. It was nice, he felt that very family atmosphere and enjoyed it. And then they all together saw Tanjiro off, where Shinjiro handed him the records of the son's breath, intact. Kamado couldn't hold back his emotions, so he hugged the former pillar tightly, surprising everyone and himself. Sorry, Rengoku-san, I'm happy. Kamado answered blushing. See you tomorrow. He's an interesting guy, unusual, Shinjiro grinned, surprising his men. What? What's wrong again? Nothing, the children answered in one voice. Let's go into the house, Shinjiro grinned. Oh, Tomioka-san. Tanjiro called to Ju as he entered through the garden. He nodded but didn't detain the guy. Maybe I should make him some stewed salmon? He likes it. Tanjiro smiled at this and headed to the kitchen. Surprisingly, there was no one there. Kamadu washed his hands, took off his haori and started cooking. He's quite the cook today, the guy grinned. The main thing is that Ju likes it. The dish was ready in 40 minutes. Tanjiro decorated the dish beautifully and, taking a portion, went into the garden, hoping that Ju was there. Tomioka-san, the man was still sitting and looking somewhere, as he was distracted. I brought you something to eat, if you don't mind. Ju raised an eyebrow and looked at what kind of dish the demon had prepared for him. His eyes widened a little from the fact that it was stewed salmon with radishes, and the wonderful smell made his stomach rumble. Here, Tanjiro immediately handed it over and sat down next to him. Try it. Ju looked at Kamadu, then back at the plate and picked up his chopsticks and started eating. It was delicious. Which made Tomioka smile and look at the guy with satisfaction. This is very tasty, Ju said after chewing the first piece. I'm glad you like it. Enjoy your meal. Ju nodded and began to enjoy the wonderful dinner. Finishing up, Ju thanked Tanjiro once again. Where did you learn to cook like that? Tanjiro hesitated. He had always been a good cook, but he began to improve his skills after the war. At home, I like to cook, that's the honest truth. Kamadu enjoyed the process, especially when he cooked for someone to cheer them up or something. It's very tasty. How are your training sessions with Kaijiro going? Oh, everything is fine, although we have only been training for the second day, but Rengoku-san says that I am doing well. I am glad that I am doing well. I see. Tanjiro noticed a change in the water pillar's expression. Would you like to spar with me? I'd like to try fighting you, too. Really? His eyes lit up. I want to. Of course I want to. I'll just have to ask Rengoku-san, although. I think you can come with me when you get better and we'll have a sparring match there. I think Rengoku-san won't mind. Good idea, Ju smiled. There was some pleasant feeling talking to Tanjiro. Ease. I'm going to bed, Tomioka-san. Good night, Kamadu bowed. Ju, call me Ju, Tanjiro smiled happily and nodded. Things were going slowly but surely for Nezuko and the boys. They carried out Tengen's orders and monitored the situation in the houses. Every 3 days they would gather on the roof and discuss what they had learned. Yuzui was getting gloomier with each passing day. Yuzui-san, don't worry, we'll definitely find your wives. They'll be fine. When Inosuke and Zenitsu parted ways, Nezuko decided to talk to the pillar alone. Everything will be fine. I hope so, Tengen muttered, looking at the entire block. He looked at the girl and smiled. Thank you, Nezuko. Daki, the girl immediately turned and bowed, seeing the gentleman in front of her. How are you doing? Everything is fine, Muzan-sama. Kibutsuji walked across the room and sat down on the poof. You've eaten a lot of people, my girl, the demon drawled. You've become much stronger, but you know. When everything is going smoothly, something can go wrong, you understand? Yes, sir, she nodded. I will be careful. They might send the pillar to you, you'll have to kill him, understand? For you, I will do anything, Muzan smiled and took her by the chin. Don't disappoint me, Ducky. And yes, remember the demon with the card earrings. Of course, Muzan smiled again and disappeared into the night. All for you, my lord. Come on, my boy, you can do it. Dodging Ji's attack, Tanjiro put up a block, and then attacked. Tomioka grinned and also dodged the attack. Switch to breathing, stop playing. Ju was now also initiated into the secret about the breath. Kamadu did not particularly object, especially when the water pillar saw their sparring Kaijiro, where Kamadu used the breaths of the sun and water. That day, Ju was broken and it took him quite a long time to bring him to his senses. And the next day, he came to Rengoku with a statement that he was now also training Kamadu because of the breath of water. Kaijuro somehow did not object, and Tanjiro realized that before this was just flowers. And so a month of training passed. Tanjiro became very close to the Rengoku family and Ju Tomioka. Kaijuro, when he learned that Tanjiro called Ju by his name, also asked to call Kaijuro. Ju also became good friends with the Rengoku family, so one evening after Kamado's training, Kaijuro and Ju started talking. Tomioka shared that he had doubts about Kamado and something like that at first, but after talking to him, he realized that these were false doubts. And he really likes Tanjiro in communication and for himself. Kaijuro agreed with his friend and had exactly the same doubts about the guy. Tanjiro was going to train with the pillars again when he saw a crow that was definitely heading towards him. He froze when he realized that it was Nezuko's crow. "I need your help, urgently." Kamado swallowed hard. "Tell the chief that I'm going to help my sister and friends," a mission that Tenjin Uzui went on. Tanjiro was about to grab his katana and rush to help, when he remembered about training. If he went there and then back, no, he would lose too much time. "Aoi-san," Tanjiro ran into the kitchen, lucky that the girl was here. "Tanjiro?" "Aoi-san, you have a raven, it's urgent," the girl nodded and told the guy to follow him. "So, that's what happened? Fly to Kaijuro Rengoku, do you know where their house is?" Raven nodded. "Tell him that Kamado Tanjiro went to his sister. The head has the details." The raven nodded and flew away. "A raven has come from Nezuko, they need help," he answered the girl briefly and rushed off. The main thing was to make it in time, the main thing was to help. He couldn't leave this mission just like that. He needed to persuade Nezuko to take him with her. Kaijuro and Ju decided to warm up a bit and have a small fight before Tanjiro arrived, when a raven flew to them and conveyed messages from Tanjiro. "You naughty boy," Ju muttered as he put on his Hayori. "Straight to them?" Tomioka nodded. "Tell the chief that Kaijuro Rengoku and Ju Tomioka went after Kamado Tanjiro." The raven nodded and flew off again. Yes, it had been a long time since he had such a job. Ju and Kaijuro also followed Kamado to the red light district. Kamado reached the block late in the afternoon. It was filled with people, so they hadn't acted yet. What happened then? Tanjiro concentrated and began to search for Yuzuya by scent. He found him. The demon ran towards him and turned into an alley to jump onto the roof. "Good evening, Yuzui-san," the pillar shuddered and turned to the unexpected guest. "Tanjiro?" Nezuko sent a raven that she needed help. "What's going on?" He noticed Tingin's expression go blank and he frowned. "Where is she?" "Tanjiro, your sister, she disappeared, we don't." The aura around Kamado gathered in an instant. "Just pray she's alive," the demon hissed. "What the have you been doing here for a month?" "It's not for you to teach me, kid. I'll kill you if Nezuko." He couldn't finish the sentence, as he caught a scent. "Get ready, I'll pull out your demon." More precisely too. Tanjiro jumped off the roof and ran several streets. No, there was no time to waste. They had to be saved. At any cost. He remembered that the cave was in Kiramai's house, so he had to sneak in there. Memory does not fail. And there is no one, how fortunate. "Hinatsuru," the guy immediately ran up to the girl. "And he didn't take the medicine. Can you hear me?" The girl opened her eyes. Kamado's silhouette was blurred. "How did Nezuko do it?" He sighed and took her hand. "Maybe he and his sister have the same blood magic, let's try." He opened his eyes when he felt something warm. The girl was enveloped in fire, and then disappeared. She blinked. "Hinatsuru-san? Who are you? A fighter?" "Quiet, how are you feeling?" "More or less okay, but you?" "I'll save the other girls, can I leave you alone?" Kamado didn't let him finish again. "Yes, can I? Did you come with Yuzui-san?" Tanjiro smiled and nodded. "Now for the others." Kamado disarmed Daki's belt and went after the rest of the girls, finding a cave. And here are the rest. Tanjiro began to attack the belt and free the girls. You've trespassed on someone else's property, you wretch. Kamado blocked the blow. And you took my sister. Kamado's eyes found Tengen's two wives and Nezuko. He somersaulted in the air and cut the cloth, thus freeing Suma and Makio. He quickly glanced at the girls starting to wake up and smiled contentedly. Now Nezuko. What are you? Shut up, worm. The guy cut the belt and thus freed Nezuko. That's a good name, Makio chuckled. And you're a clever guy. Thank you. Are you Tengen Yuzuya's wives? That's right, the girls had already started fighting with this belt. Tanjiro? Kamado looked at Nezuko, who woke up. You came, I know everything. How do you feel? Fine. And I'm ready to tear this worm apart, Tanjiro grinned. Yuzui-san has your blade, so go to him. Tell him that his wives are alive and okay. Be careful. Got it? We'll figure this out for now. Nezuko nodded and ran upstairs. So her raven had managed to convey what a great guy he was, and would feed him a treat as soon as she met him. She ran out onto the crowded street and spotted Pillar on the roof. Yuzui-san. The girl shouted and Tengen turned around, his eyes wide. Smog. Yuzui-san, Tanjiro said that you have my blade, give it to me quickly. The demon is Warabiheim, she is the sixth upper moon. Oh yeah, your wives are fine, Tanjiro freed them. Tengen breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he was wrong to doubt this demon after all. Afterwards, Tengen gave the blade to the girl and they both ran towards the demon. Do you have a plan? Stalp was about to answer, when Inosuke flew out, followed by the guy. Another one? I'll deal with him myself, the guy shouted and gave his comrades a pass. Yuzui-san, go to her, I will help Inosuke. Taking out the blade, the girl got into a fighting stance. But I said go, we'll handle it. Tengen nodded and ran to Takedo's house. Inosuke, let's attack together. Bore attack. It was a fight to the death. No matter how many blows Nezuko and Inosuke dealt, the demon recovered, and they were exhausted. And I thought you were special, I thought. How funny, he looked at the heavily breathing swordsman and used his blood magic. Get down. Kamado knocked them both down. Is everything okay? Alright? Don't do that again, understand? Tanjiro. How did you even get here? The guy rebelled. Later. He was able to touch you with his blood magic? Nod. Give me your hands, Tanjiro took 2 palms and concentrated. The two fighters looked at each other as they were enveloped in warmth. What is this? My blood magic, I think. Listen carefully, this is Warabiheim's brother. To defeat him we need to cut off his sister's head too. So the faster we cut it off, and then Yuzui-san, the faster we can go home. Let's go. Kaijuro and Ju were already running up to the block when Tengen flew towards them. They caught their comrade in this flight. Ju? Kaijuro? What are you doing here? I think we're on time, Rengoku chuckled and helped Stalp stand up. It seems so, but I think the guys need more help. I'm going to them, Tengen told everything briefly before the girl came out to them. Another one. What luck, the master will be pleased. So that's who he was talking about, Jutaro chuckled. Come on. The girl jumped out of hiding and almost touched his neck, when the demon threw her back with a sickle. Nezuko. Tanjiro looked towards his sister and hatred boiled up inside him. He began to breathe heavily, his claws grew longer, and Kamado himself grew taller. He pulled out his blade and began to attack with all his cruelty. With all his feelings that boiled inside him. What's here? Ju stopped near Inosuke, who was bringing Tanjiro's sister back to her senses, while his brother was currently dealing with the demon. What's going on? This one has a sister and we need to cut off both of their heads at once, that's what Kampatro said, and now he seems to have lost his temper. Help Nezuko, I can handle it, Inosuke nodded. It was certainly not his style to just sit and listen to orders, but now was not the situation where he could show his character. Kamadu cut off the demon's head with his blade, but at the last moment, when he squeezed it, the sword cracked. And a couple of minutes later, the demon's body began to disintegrate. No. No. Not that. No. The head fell apart in Tanjiro's hands and he turned to Ju. He glared at him. Tanjiro, can you hear me? It's me, Ju, do you remember who you are? Tanjiro, you're not a demon, you're not like them, wake up. Kamadu glanced at Inosuke and Nezuko, then closed his eyes and fell to his knees, holding his head. He growled louder. Wake up, brother. You're not like that. Wake up. It sounded in his head and Kamadu opened his eyes, raised his head and looked at Tomioka, and then at his friends. He did this? Tanjiro? Kamadu looked at his hands, which were covered in fresh blood, and he began to shake. Quiet, Tanjiro, everything is fine. The demon is gone. Nezuko. It was me. I did. No. You saved Nezuko, she wasn't hurt, everything is fine. You don't remember that? Kamadu shook his head. Come on, get up. Ju threw Tanjiro's hand and lifted him up. They reached the guys and Kamadu took her hand and used blood magic. Ju looked at him in surprise. I learned this recently that I can do this, Kamadu smiled. Tanjiro turned his head, where he saw Tenjin, Kaijuro, and Zenitsu walking towards them. This is all? Yuzui-san, what's wrong with you? He was poisoned, we need to get home quickly. Kamadu, thanks to Ju's help, stood up and, taking the pillar's hand, also used blood magic. How? How did you do that? Feeling more cheerful, he looked at Kamadu. Magic. Zenitsu, are you okay? Agatsuma nodded, and then he saw Nezuko and immediately rushed to her. She'll be okay, don't worry. A capable boy, thanks to him we were able to finish off the demon. Yuzui-san. A girl's scream was heard and everyone turned around, 3 girls were running towards them. Tenjin smiled brightly and immediately hugged them despite his wounds. But it was too early to rejoice, as those present felt someone's presence and it was definitely not a person. Kamadu Tanjiro, the demon swallowed. An interesting name. I am Doma, the second upper moon. Kamadu turned around like everyone else and saw 2 demons on the roof. He also took first moon with him. Tanjiro frowned. Oh, and this is Kokoshibo, he is the first upper moon. Let's not be stupid, you hardly want your friends to die. You'll come with us, and in return we won't touch anyone. Tanjiro looked at his comrades, most of them needed medical attention. Even if they fought, they would die. So what? Kamadu pursed his lips. He won't go anywhere with you. Rengoku objected and already took out his blade. Oh, that's not up to you, Doma laughed, and then carried Kamadu up to the roof with incredible speed. You're hungry now, so you can't fight anymore. And you two won't stand a chance against us. We won't give him up that easily. Kaijuro and Ju attacked, but Kokoshibo easily blocked their blow. And these are the pillars? Wait. No. Don't touch them. Don't you dare. Kamadu wanted to break free from the second moon's grip, but he couldn't do it. So you agree to come with us? If you don't touch them. That's great. Let's go Kokoshibo-san, it's almost dawn. Tanjiro. But no one was able to take action, as the 2 upper moons disappeared as quickly as they appeared here. You won't touch them with a finger, the demon hissed. Let's go, it's almost dawn, Doma smiled and picked up the boy. Wait. No. Don't touch them. Don't you dare. Kamadu wanted to break free from the second moon's grip, but he couldn't do it. So you agree to come with us? If you don't touch them. That's great. Let's go Kokoshibo-san, it's almost dawn. Tanjiro. But no one was able to take action, as the 2 upper moons disappeared as quickly as they appeared here. Kaijiro helped Tomioka up. It looked like the demon was able to break a couple of his ribs with just one blow. We need to get Tanjiro, Ju croaked, and Kaijiro shook his head. Not now, most of them need help, later. We need to tell Oyakata-sama what happened, and then we'll find Tanjiro. Ju clicked his tongue and looked at where the demons had been a few minutes ago. What if they did something to Kamado? Tomioka frowned. Okay, but we need to do everything as quickly as possible. Rengoku nodded and threw his friend's arm over his shoulders, helping him walk. Medics had already started hanging around the others, which meant help had already arrived. Great. Oyakata-sama took care of that. Now the main thing is to get to the butterfly estate, and then to the head. Tanjiro tried to remember the way, but Kokushibo and Doma were moving too fast, so Kamado remembered a few places and did not try anymore, because his head was spinning. They reached some house in about 30 minutes. When he went inside, Tanjiro was a little surprised. Nothing unusual, which is unusual. At least someone can carry out tasks. A calm voice of a man was heard. Doma put the guy down. He had no strength. He really wanted to sleep, although somewhere deep inside he wanted to eat human flesh. That's why Tanjiro sat on his knees. I didn't think I'd meet you again. I didn't even hope that you'd survive. Kamado looked at him with a withering gaze that could burn a hole in a demon, causing Muzan to smirk. I wonder how you were able to overcome my control, how you broke free. Kibutsuji looked down at the boy. Tanjiro continued to stare into Kibutsuji's blood-red eyes, but stubbornly remained silent. Muzan's lips twisted. He was starting to feel angry. How dare this brat ignore him? Boy, do you even understand who I am and what I can do to you? Not a muscle moved on Kamado's face. Unbelievable. I'll incinerate you in the sun. Only with you, Kamado spat. Kibutsuji's hands clenched. Stubborn as a ram. Don't play with me, answer my questions. Tanjiro was silent. Muzan clucked and grabbed him by the neck. Listen here, I'll throw you out into the sun and you'll die there. I don't care, Kamado croaked. His neck was squeezed too hard and he could barely breathe, as the ancestor demon threw him into the wall and the guy gasped. Doma and Kokushibo stood and did not dare to get involved in this conversation, although they were very amazed by this demon. If so, then I will get to your family, friends, and everyone else you care about. I will kill them. Kamado freezes and Muzan begins to smile contentedly seeing the boy's face. He found a sore spot. But not a minute passes before Tanjiro grins, then again, and then it turns into hysterical laughter. He looks up at Kibutsuji, and a smile plays on his lips. Let me die, but my friends, family, all the fighters, they will stop you, believe me, and then you will finally pay. You will not win, never. Muzan starts shaking with rage. Yes, how can this brat get him mad in a couple of sentences? The demon comes up to him and hits him in the face with all his might. Tanjiro's bones crunch and he clenches his teeth. The face of the second upper moon changes almost every second. But Kokushibo stands still. This boy is so similar to his brother. He has no fear of Kibutsuji and he is not afraid to die. Who are you, Kamado Tanjiro? Kibutsuji's eyes narrow and suddenly a brilliant idea comes to his mind. A grin began to play on his face again. If so, then you will kill them yourself. Incomprehension appears in Kamado's eyes, but when Kibutsuji scratches his hand and gives his blood, horror appears in them. The body begins to convulse again. There is not enough breath. And you want to scream in pain. If you survive. And I told you that this demon can't be trusted. I wish I'd killed him then. Shinazugawa yelled. Tomioka, Rengoku, and Yuzui grimaced at the same time. He left with the higher moons, and you did nothing. What? Stop shouting, Rengoku stopped him. First, Tengen was too badly injured after the mission with the upper moon demon. Second, it was the first and second upper moon, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. We would have had to protect everyone. Third, Tanjiro went with them against his will so that they wouldn't start a fight. The wind pillar growled and sat back down. What if they had it all planned out? There was silence in the room and everyone began to think. No, Tengen shook his head. Then why would they kill the higher moons? And he saved me along with my wives. That's right, and on my mission we fought together. That's impossible. Rengoku nodded his head in agreement. What if it was his blood magic? He cast a spell on everyone and everyone thought so? The room fell silent again. No, it can't be. He shook his head. It's unlikely that it would have worked for us, and maybe he was a higher moon demon long before this and cast an illusion on everyone. But what about his sister? Also a victim, Abanai shrugged. No demon could free itself from Kabutsuji's control so quickly. Furthermore, his sister says that their family always sold coal and that's it, so where did this kid get such mastery of the blade? Where are you from? Everyone knows that you train him, Iguro shrugged. Then, how was he able to resist Muzan, supposedly when he was a human? That's what you said, Tomioka, huh? Everyone looked at Ju, who had been silent until then. In his gaze, only indifference to everything was read. He was thinking about Tanjiro. Was it really his blood magic and all an illusion? Why are you silent? TCH. I don't want to talk, I'm interested in what the head will say. I agree with him, the stone pillar confirmed. A few minutes later, Kagaya came in. The pillars greeted him and asked about his health, and then moved on to the main topic. It's sad that Tanjiro fell into Muzan's hands, and if he finds out that he can be under the sun, then everything will be over. So, we must find him as soon as possible. Oyakata-sama, forgive me, but we have put forward the hypothesis that Kamado Tanjiro could have been a demon before, that he is an upper moon and this is such a plan. It could all be his blood magic. No, Oyakata-sama shook his head. Believe me, everything Tanjiro Kamado told me is the pure truth. But our task is to find Kamado Tanjiro. Tanjiro opened his eyes slightly, he was still shaking. He couldn't focus his gaze and everything was blurry. The guy tried to get up, but it didn't work, but somewhere deep inside he felt a feeling of hunger and it grew with each passing second. Tanjiro closed his eyes and swallowed. Control yourself. Control yourself, you can. You must. For the sake of your family, for the sake of your friends, for the sake of... Kamado growled, he wanted to eat, he really wanted to feel the sweet taste of human flesh. He bit his lip until it bled. He couldn't. A laugh came from somewhere above, and then Muzan's voice. It's incredible that you survived after that. Tanjiro ignored him and concentrated on making the thirst go away. Maybe you should sleep? I thought you were dead after your week-long blackout. It's not hard to think about it, but... So he was unconscious for a week. Kamado frowned and lost control of his body again and growled again. Now you can't run away from me, but now you need to eat. He looked at Kamado, who had already opened his blood-red eyes and was looking wildly, with a thirst for murder. Doma, I entrust this to you. Yes, sir, but will he be able to stand up? Muzan winced and Doma understood everything. He took the boy with him and went hunting. I can't eat people. For Tanjiro, a few minutes passed, as they were somewhere and Doma left him. Tanjiro smelled a human and his body began to shake. You'll manage from now on, Doma chuckled, seeing Kamado in such a state. He left him alone and Tanjiro, unable to control himself, immediately ran towards the smell. Apparently the residents did not expect night guests, so everyone was still sleeping peacefully. One child, and it was a girl, as Kamado understood, turned over and the demon looked at her calm face in her sleep. She looked very much like her younger sister. Nezuko. Tanjiro stepped back. An image of Nezuko appeared in his mind, and then all the members of his family. They smiled at him kindly. Then the images of the pillars, friends, Ju with the Rengoku family appeared. They all smiled at him. Tanjiro began to breathe quickly. No, he would not eat people. Never. Kamado began to retreat. If he ate even a little, he would not be able to stop, and his family would be disappointed in him. The thirst began to recede and, taking advantage of this, he quickly left this house. Oh, you're so fast, Doma's voice rang out. You didn't even get dirty, the demon laughed and Tanjiro frowned. Upper Moon too was covered in blood, or rather his hands and face. Are you feeling better? Tanjiro nodded. Yes, the thirst had diminished, but it hadn't gone away completely, and there was still some kind of mortal fatigue. But demons shouldn't feel it, should they? Muzan-sama will be pleased, the demon smiled. It's better if I carry you, it'll be faster that way. Before Tanjiro could make a sound, he was immediately picked up and they started to return home at high speed. Kamado took advantage of this and fell asleep. Maybe he would get better? Nezuko was sitting in Tanjiro's room and had been hypnotizing one point for several hours. When she came to in the butterfly mansion, she initially asked where her brother was and what was wrong with him. Shinobu, who was fortunately in the room, only looked away and said that as Nezuko got better, she would find out everything from the head. And from that very moment, the excitement did not leave her until she met Oyakata-sama. Flashback. Nezuko was sitting in a rather dark room. She managed to look at it and notice various details when the leader came to her. Oh Nezuko, I'm glad you're feeling better, the girl thanked him and got straight to the point. Where is Tanjiro? There was silence. Abuyashiki tried to find the best words to calm Kamado's sister down. Right now, we assume he's with Muzan. Nezuko froze. Everything stopped for her. What? She asked again after a few seconds. What do you mean Muzan? At the end of the mission, 2 upper moons appeared and took Tanjiro. Your brother chose to go with them voluntarily so that they wouldn't kill anyone. Ju and Kaijiro tried to stop them, but it didn't work. Nezuko was silent and began to shake. Her brother was in the lair of the progenitor demon, who could kill him at any second. If the sun didn't incinerate Tanjiro, then Muzan. Nezuko's eyes widened. Wait, but Tanjiro can go out in the sun. If Muzan finds out about this, then... Yes, it is a huge risk and we hope that he has not found out about it yet. Now the organization's primary task is to find Tanjiro and bring him back. If everything goes well, then... We can even kill Kabutsuji. No, if you kill Muzan, then Tanjiro will also die and, the leader shook his head. Tanjiro isn't under Kabutsuji's control, so everything will be fine. Nezuko, we will find Tanjiro and save him. Everything will be fine, the leader reassured. Nezuko looked down and prayed that it would be so. Flashback. The girl broke the contact and lowered her head. A week had passed since her brother disappeared, or rather, he was with Kabutsuji and there was no single clue where he was or what had happened to him. Inosuke and Zenitsu came to her and calmed her down, encouraged her. Inosuke said that Tanjiro could not die, since he promised him to fight him. Zenitsu said that Tanjiro was strong and everything would be fine with him. Especially after both saw what happened on the mission and how Nezuko's older brother dealt with the demon, Tanjiro inspired respect in both. Shinobu also came to her in the company of Kaneo, Aoi, and the other girls. Tengen with his wives. And everyone encouraged her and said that everything would be fine, that they would find Tanjiro. Most of them had changed their opinion of Tanjiro for the better and now everyone was trying to help. The girl did not see Ju and Kaijiro. Shinobu said that as soon as Tomioka came to his senses and lay down for another day, they immediately went together with Rengoku to look for Kamado. But there was no information from them either, which made the girl very nervous. Nezuko-chan, Kamado turned around and saw Zenitsu. She smiled weakly at him. He walked up to her and sat down next to her, hugging her. He'll be fine. Everyone's looking for him and they'll definitely find him. The girl nodded and bit her lip. Even though everyone tried to calm her down, the excitement did not subside, it only grew with each passing day. I'm afraid of Zenitsu, she admitted. I'm afraid that he's dead. The girl hid her face and began to cry. Agatsuma didn't lose his head and immediately hugged her tighter. He's strong, he'll definitely cope. There was silence. Nezuko and Zenitsu hugged until Kamado calmed down. I know that there's a rumor going around that Tanjiro was a demon from the start and it's all a lie. Zenitsu bit his lip. Yes, that rumor started as soon as Rengoku and Tomioka left the Butterfly Manor and went on a mission. Zenitsu, I don't believe it. I've known Tanjiro my whole life and he can't do something like that. I believe you, Nezuko, he took the girl's hand. Especially since a demon can't maintain blood magic on a permanent basis. It needs food, in Tanjiro's case, sleep. Thank you, the girl hugged him tightly again. Tanjiro couldn't be like that. He couldn't do that. Kamadu woke up in a room, he stretched and looked around. There was little furniture. A bed, a closet and a table with a chair. Tanjiro did not feel hungry, which was very good, it meant everything remained as before. Although he remembered what happened at night, the guy shuddered from this. But his loneliness was interrupted. Some demon unfamiliar to him came to him. The master is waiting, Tanjiro frowned and nodded, following the demon. They walked a little, as Tanjiro entered a certain laboratory of Kibutsuji and was left alone with him. You used to have a temper, Kibutsuji said mockingly. I even thought at first that you had escaped my control again until you ate, the demon continued. He doesn't know that I'm still the same? And how do you like human flesh? Tanjiro was silent and Kibutsuji turned to him. When you are asked, you must deign to answer, understand? He doesn't know. Yes, sir, Muzan smiled contentedly. It was delicious. It took all of Tanjiro's self-control not to wince. Muzan nodded contentedly and returned to the table with the various jars. Having studied your blood, I realized that you will become a rather strong demon. Tanjiro narrowed his eyes a little. Your cells were able to absorb mine. Amazing. But not now, Kibutsuji grinned. Now is not the time. As I said, you can become a strong demon, but to do so, you will need not only to eat human flesh, but also to train. Your body needs sleep, the demon curled his lips. Your cells affect this. Kokoshibo will train you, understand? Yes, sir. Then go straight down the hall, to the right, and then the third door. You are free, Tanjiro nodded and left the demon's office. You will be an incredible demon, Tanjiro Kamadu. The guy was thinking about something else. He didn't have a blade, so he wouldn't be able to kill Muzan. And it wasn't very profitable now, if he killed him, it wasn't a fact that he himself would survive. And Tanjiro wanted to live, he really wanted to. So he needed another plan, but he could think about it a little later, since now the problem arose in the person of the first upper moon. Good evening, Kamadu bowed. Kokoshibo opened his eyes and looked at him. Good, the demon stood up. Do you know why you were sent here? Yes, Kokoshibo-san, the demon took 2 wooden katanas and threw one to Tanjiro. I saw that you are good with a blade, so we will improve you in this. Tanjiro didn't exactly panic, but he was worried. He gripped the katana more comfortably and waited for the attack that came from behind. Kokoshibo spared no effort and hit Kamadu hard on the back, causing him to fly into the wall, making a dent in it. Don't just stand there, attack. Kamadu stood up, or rather climbed out of the wall and also began to attack, when he was knocked off his feet again. He's several times faster and stronger than Kaijuro and Ju combined. You should be watching your opponent, not counting flies. Tanjiro caught a good flashback, the elder Rengoku had told him the same thing. Get it together. Tanjiro grabbed the katana again and now began to attack. Kokoshibo did not move and stood in place, but when the attack was supposed to go straight to the demon, he disappeared and appeared behind his back. But his reflexes did not fail this time and Tanjiro dodged. I became faster? Kokoshibo looked at him rather strangely and attacked again. This is how the training began. Of course, Tanjiro flew into the wall more than once, but what Kamadu noticed was that he became stronger and faster, his strength increased. He found one explanation. Kibutsuji's blood. A few more hours passed and Tanjiro could no longer stand on his feet. You're just awful, Kokoshibo said and Kamadu looked at him. Thank you very much, he was very pleased. But it can be fixed. Now you need to rest, and then eat to regain your strength. I hope you can handle it. Tanjiro nodded and stood up and trudged to the room he had woken up in. It was surprising that he remembered the way in this labyrinth. He didn't really want to eat or sleep much, but that only made Kamadu happy. He reached the right room and immediately fell asleep. When he woke up, he would need to think about a plan. "You're just awful," Kokoshibo said, and Kamadu looked at him. "Thank you very much," he was very pleased. "But it can be fixed. Now you need to rest, and then eat to regain your strength." "I hope you can handle it," Tanjiro nodded and, getting to his feet, trudged to the room he woke up in. It was surprising that in this labyrinth he remembered the way. He didn't really want to eat or sleep, which made Kamadu very happy. He reached the right room and immediately fell asleep. When he woke up, he would need to think of a plan on how to get out of here and return to the others. That brat led us all on. And now that he knows the location. That's not true, Shinazugawa, Ju stopped him. Tomioka still couldn't believe that Tanjiro was with Muzan, that he hadn't been able to stop the demons, and that Kamadu was in an unknown situation. Nonsense. This demon most likely used his blood magic and fooled us all. Then why didn't he kill us or the leader, huh? Everyone looked at Shinobu. The leader, as I understand it, trusts him completely. He's not worried that Tanjiro might betray us. P.F. Here. Calm down, I think the leader will be able to tell us, so stop shouting. Kaijuro put his hand on the wind pillar's shoulder. He was also confused like Ju. Kokoshibo entered Kamado's room without knocking. He noticed the sleeping demon on the bed and was about to wake him up when Tanjiro rolled over and began to wince. Does he have nightmares? The first upper moon's eyebrows rose. Could it be that this kid hadn't lost his human emotions after all? The upper moon decided to watch him for a while. He could hear some names that were unfamiliar to him. This went on for 3 minutes, when Kokoshibo finally decided to come up and wake him up. He reached out his hand to him, but it was intercepted and Kamadu woke up. He was breathing heavily and looked from his hand, which was holding the first upper moon's hand, to the owner himself. Good reaction, the demon praised. They won't kill you quickly, at least in your sleep. That's your weakness, for now. Kamadu let go of his hand and watched Kokoshiba. Tanjiro wondered how much time had passed since he fell asleep. I think you should eat. Let's go. The demon didn't wait for Kamadu, but left the room. Tanjiro, so as not to anger him, hurried after him. There's a village nearby, you went there with Doma. Tanjiro shuddered. He had almost eaten human flesh. It was not a pleasant memory. They walked down several corridors and came out into the fresh night air. It's strange, Doma and I went out a different way. So the corridors change? But how did I get to my room? I'll be waiting for you here in 10 minutes, Kokoshibo said, interrupting his thoughts. Tanjiro glanced at him quickly, then looked ahead at the village. Okay, Kamadu didn't have time to blink before Kokoshibo disappeared. He felt sick at heart, he was about to lose his life somewhere. There's nothing you can do. You'll expose yourself and it'll only get worse. A voice rang out in his head and Tanjiro growled softly. It infuriated him. Irritated him. He would leave right now. But he couldn't. Firstly, Kokoshibo was not far away and he would be able to catch up with him because Kamadu had not fully recovered. Secondly, he was in an unknown place, and it was unclear how long it would take to get to the base. He could get caught in the sun and it was unknown how his body would react, since there was more of Muzan's blood, that was not an option. Tanjiro walked around the village a bit and returned back, where the demon was already waiting for him. He looked Kamadu over from head to toe, which made Tanjiro shudder inside. I came in clean, just like him. It surprises him, yes, definitely. Let's go. We're going to have training now. As the first upper moon walked forward, Tanjiro looked at the starry sky and took a deep breath. Let them help him survive this training. Nezuko sat by the pond and looked at the water surface. It's been more than a month since Tanjiro was with the demon progenitor. And it's unknown if he's alive. There's a rumor going around the organization that Tanjiro is a traitor after all and is currently planning something with Muzan. Only a few people don't think so. Shi, Zenitsu, Inosuke, the Rengoku family, Jusan, and Oyakata-sama. Tenjin Yuzui and Shinobu Kocho also don't support the rumors. It's a taboo subject in her estate. All these people have gotten to know Tanjiro better and simply can't believe that he's a villain and on Muzan's side. Your friends are looking for you. A man's voice pulls her out of her heavy thoughts and she looks at the guest who disturbed her loneliness. Oh, Jusan, she greets him and she sits down next to him. How are you? Okay, he and Kaijiro had been on several missions in a row to find out about Tanjiro and kill demons. And you? It's fine, Ju looks at her and doesn't look away. About a month ago, she fought bravely with her brother there. There was a bright fire in her eyes. And now, she doesn't know if Tanjiro is alive. Rumors of betrayal are spreading throughout the organization. If you keep doing this, you won't save Tanjiro. The girl lifts her head and looks straight into his eyes. Remember our first meeting? She nods. Then pull yourself together. Tanjiro might need your help. I don't care what the organization says about him. There were a lot of rumors before that, but you didn't care, right? She nods again. We'll definitely find Tanjiro and save him. The girl looks at Tomioka, she purses her lips, and tears gather in the corners of her eyes. In a rush of emotion, she hugs him tightly. Thank you so much, Jusan, she sobs. I will definitely find my brother, thank you. She lets him go and wipes away her tears, still looking at him with gratitude. I'll go to the guys, we need to train. He nods to her and she leaves him alone. He looks at the water surface and smiles. Yes, they will definitely find Tanjiro. Ji gets up and goes towards the butterfly mansion. He needs to find out how Kaijiro is doing. Kokoshibo can't remember when he was so pleased. Yes, he is definitely pleased and probably proud of Tanjiro. After all, in this month, he was able to turn him from a dead demon into a rather powerful one. Right, Kamadu can now compete with the 5th or 6th upper moon. This is a good result, very good. Here he is dodging his blow and already attacking from behind. Excellent. This demon is simply incredible. Attack from behind is bad, Tanjiro. They both make eye contact. Kamado's cold and blood-red eyes express nothing at all. Like teacher, like student, Kokoshibo grins. And they exchange a couple more blows as the sparring ends. From somewhere there are claps. Impressive, both demons turn around and see the progenitor. Tanjiro, you can go rest. Kokoshibo, you're coming with me. They both nod and each goes about his business. Tanjiro, when he returns to the room, immediately falls asleep, and Kokoshibo goes to the meeting of the moons. They gathered in the same place, Muzan shouting at the upper moons for their helplessness. After an outburst of emotions, Kibutsuji began to talk about the affairs of the bearers. About 10 minutes passed like this, since he ended the meeting. Master, allow me, Kibutsuji tisk-tisked in irritation and turned to the demon. Upper Moon 5. What do you want? Muzan asked, looking down. I found the location of the hunter's headquarters, Kibutsuji's eyes flashed. I doubt you managed to get that boy to talk. Shut your mouth, the demon hissed. Kokoshibo, who wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, decided to linger. The boy doesn't remember, how dare you doubt your master, HM? Oh, forgive me. The demon began to beg for forgiveness. Kibutsuji snorted contemptuously. Come on, tell me everything in the office, Muzan said. They disappeared in an instant. Kokoshibo frowned and also left this place. Tanjiro was waiting for Kokoshibo in the hall where they usually trained. The demon of the first upper moon did not keep him waiting long and appeared in front of Kamadu. The guy noted that there was some kind of puzzlement in his gaze, his smell confirmed it. Ready? They had some kind of special agreement between themselves, since they came here almost at the same time, and then went hunting. Tanjiro liked it better with the first moon. He never asked where Kamado himself was. He didn't ask a lot of questions like Doma. Although, the guy guessed that Kokoshibo knew, at least a little, how he walked. Kokoshibo didn't ask about food, which was pleasing, but confusing. They went out into the night air and Tanjiro inhaled more air. Today, Kamado looked at him. A wonderful night, right? One can't help but agree with that. Kokoshibo said nothing more and disappeared from sight, and Tanjiro went around the village. If they come here, Tanjiro will definitely go to the recently discovered lake. He goes around the village so as not to disturb the residents, and then sees the lake. He walks a little and sits down on the shore. How long have I been here? A month? 2? How are the guys? What about Nezuko? He looked at the starry sky and sighed heavily. He had recovered and even become faster and stronger, but he couldn't escape from here. Where would they come from next time and how long would it be to headquarters? It's time to go. Kokoshiba's voice is heard behind him and Tanjiro shudders inside. He can be scary sometimes. Yes, the demon looks him over from head to toe and then they leave. Kokoshiba was almost never verbose, always punctual and serious. He was almost always secretive. And it was quite difficult to get him to show his emotions, but someone managed to do it. Only one person. Yurichi. His brother. How he hated him, how he wanted to get around him, but then. After the last fight, something changed. He was already a demon then and, surprisingly, he managed to retain human emotions and feelings. Muzan is still surprised sometimes. And yet, after that meeting, something changed and some kind of realization came. The realization that he did not want to kill Yurichi. Did not want him to die. And he did not wish evil on his brother. Well, yes, he had this envy, but it is all in the past. Unfortunately, it is all in the past. Yurichi is long dead and Kokoshibo tries to almost never remember him, until Muzan gives the order to bring him a demon with card earrings. Inside the first moon, everything turns upside down when he sees Kamado, a small version of his brother, who also has the breath of the sun, and he is a demon. Then Muzan took the boy for 2 weeks and it is unknown what happened there, because when Kamado came out of there, the demon did not see a spark in his eyes. Then Kabutsuji put him in charge of Kamado's training. And then Kokoshibo began to notice some things that are not typical of a demon, but typical of a person. Dreams, emotions, the demon definitely felt them, especially during hunting, training, and Muzan's visit, although in the latter situation, they were very strongly suppressed. Kokoshibo kept silent about it, did not tell anyone, did not want to set up Tanjiro, most likely because of the similarity with his brother. Kokoshibo, the demon opened his eyes and saw Muzan in front of him. Let's go talk. First Moon rose and followed the master. They came to his office, where Kabutsuji got straight to business. Gyako, I found the location of the headquarters. Muzan unfolded the map and showed the place. I plan to attack them within the next week. You will be as backup. You will deal with the pillars, and I will talk with Oyokata. Then we can have lunch. Who do you want to take with you? All the higher moons. I'll also look at other demons. Maybe there will be new lower moons. Let's see their potential. Kabutsuji looked at Kokoshibo. Are you sure they won't suspect anything or anything? I'll give the task to other demons to start attacking some villages. They'll get more blood. The hunters will be busy, but some will stay. And their spirit is weak now. As far as I know, they all unanimously think that Kamado is a traitor, therefore, Muzan grinned. It's about time. What about Tanjiro? Kokoshiba decided to ask about his student. He will have an individual task. It would be good to take him with you, but... Then again, I know that he has an ideal sense of smell. Maybe he will be able to get what you could not get. Therefore, the boy will do other things. I see. Is that all? Yes, go. Kabutsuji waved at him. Are you training with Kamado now? Kokoshibo nodded and left his office. The training was, as always, at the highest level. Tanjiro pleased with his successes and made everyone proud. Therefore, when he was about to leave, Kokoshibo decided to talk to him. Tanjiro, the guy turned around. Come with me, we need to talk. Kamado tensed a little, but didn't argue. They went outside, where the sun had just set. You don't obey the will of the master, do you? Kamado's eyes widened and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You experience human feelings and emotions. So why haven't you run away yet? Have you known for a long time? You dream, it's strange for a demon, so yes. And you didn't tell Muzan why? I asked the question first. Tanjiro understood that he had nothing to lose. Because we got out in different places each time, and I don't know how long it takes to get to headquarters. That makes sense, Kokoshiba nodded. And you? Why didn't you hand it in? There was silence for a few minutes. Kokoshiba was thinking. You look a lot like one person. Your brother, Tanjiro blurted out. Kokoshibo looked at the boy sharply and Kamado bit his tongue. I saw him in my dreams. He almost didn't lie. He really did dream of Kokoshiba's brother in his past life. We are most likely connected by breathing. Kokoshibo considered this a reasonable explanation. Tell us about yourself and your brother, please. He was dear to you, wasn't he? Kokoshibo looked at the sky, where the first star had lit up. Right. Kokoshibo was lost in his memories, telling his student about his childhood, his youth, his entire long life. Tanjiro listened with bated breath. Yes, he was very wrong about Kokoshibo. His past explains why and how he became like this. It's amazing, Tanjiro said at the end of the story. Kokoshibo chuckled at this and looked at the full moon. A week or so later, the master decided to attack the headquarters. Kamado's eyes widened, and a fire ignited inside, which gradually turned into a maddened flame. He will send you to look for one ingredient. If so, then it's better to run away then. What about you? Muzan will guess that you. Kokoshibo shook his head. Leave this to me, this will be my business, but before that, the first high moon rose and walked straight along the path. Come with me. They came to Tanjiro's favorite lake. Kokoshibo looked at the full moon, and then at the water surface. If you are really connected with Yorichi, you will be able to get it. Go down to the bottom of the lake and get it, the moonlight will show what exactly you need. Tanjiro looked at the demon in surprise, but did not argue. He undressed and jumped into the cold water. If not for his trained body and the essence of a demon, then most likely he would not have been able to even touch such water. He opened his eyes under the water and began to look for a beam of light from the moon. After spinning around a bit, he found it and followed it. It illuminated a pile of stones and Tanjiro decided to disassemble it. Removing one stone, he saw a handle and his eyes widened. This is the blade. That very one. Mine. My dear. Kamado pulled it out with a sharp movement and began to climb to the surface, where Kokoshibo was waiting for him, and seeing the blade in the guy's hands, he smiled a little. Interrelated. All the remaining days until Muzan called Tanjiro to his office, he and Kokoshiba trained with Tanjiro's new weapon. First Moon was even surprised at how skillfully the kid handled his brother's blade. But that could already be said in the past. Now Tanjiro stands in Muzan's office and listens to his task, which he must complete, or at least try to. As a reward, he will receive more blood and a promotion. Keep dreaming. Kamado snorted to himself, but with an inscrutable expression on his face he merely nodded and then left the office. Well? Kokoshibo met him. The gentleman gave me an assignment. When they were at headquarters, it was too dangerous to talk about any things. Okay, are you leaving now? Tanjiro nodded. Okay. Kamado gathered all the necessary things and set off on his mission. Kokoshibo, Muzan, and Doma watched him go. Aren't you afraid that the hunters will accidentally kill him? Muzan bared his teeth and snorted. If they kill you, then, he looked at Kokoshibo. It means they trained you poorly. He is still considered a traitor in the ranks, Kokoshibo frowned. I wonder how this meeting will go if he meets his acquaintances. Kokoshibo looked into the distance, where Tanjiro was no longer visible. He didn't like all this, but let's hope that Kamadu will cope and prove it to his friends. Let's go, we have things to do. Flashback. And I told you that this demon can't be trusted, I wish I'd killed him then. Shinazugawa yelled. Tomioka, Rengoku, and Yuzui grimaced at the same time. He left with the higher moons, and you did nothing, what? Stop shouting, Rengoku stopped him. First, Tengen was too badly injured after the mission with the upper moon demon. Second, it was the first and second upper moon, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. We would have had to protect everyone. Third, Tanjiro went with them against his will so that they wouldn't start a fight. The wind pillar growled and sat back down. What if they had it all planned out? There was silence in the room and everyone began to think. No, Tengen shook his head. Then why would they kill the higher moons? And he saved me along with my wives. That's right, and on my mission we fought together. That's impossible. Rengoku nodded his head in agreement. What if it was his blood magic? He cast a spell on everyone and everyone thought so? The room fell silent again. No, it can't be. He shook his head. It's unlikely that it would have worked for us and... Maybe he was a higher moon demon long before this and cast an illusion on everyone. But what about his sister? Also a victim, Abanai shrugged. No demon could free itself from Kabutsuji's control so quickly. Furthermore, his sister says that their family always sold coal and that's it, so where did this kid get such mastery of the blade? Where are you from? Everyone knows that you train him, Iguro shrugged. Then, how was he able to resist Muzan, supposedly when he was a human? That's what you said, Tomioka, huh? Everyone looked at Ju, who had been silent until then. In his gaze, only indifference to everything was read. He was thinking about Tanjiro. Was it really his blood magic and everything an illusion? Why are you silent? TCH. I don't want to talk, I'm interested in what the head will say. I agree with him, the stone pillar confirmed. A few minutes later, Kagaya came in. The pillars greeted him and asked about his health, and then moved on to the main topic. It's sad that Tanjiro fell into Muzan's hands, and if he finds out that he can be under the sun, then everything will be over. So, we must find him as soon as possible. Oyokata-sama, forgive me, but we have put forward the hypothesis that Kamadu Tanjiro could have been a demon before, that he is an upper moon and this is such a plan. It could all be his blood magic. No, Oyokata-sama shook his head. Believe me, everything Tanjiro Kamadu told me is the pure truth. But our task is to find Kamadu Tanjiro. Flashback. Ju frowns at the memories that flood him, and closes his eyes for a few seconds. This was the first meeting they had held since headquarters learned of Tanjiro's disappearance. And it wasn't the first time the elder Kamadu had been suspected of deception or treason. Flashback. This brat led us all on. And now that he knows the location. That's not true, Shinazugawa, Ju stopped him. Tomioka still couldn't believe that Tanjiro was with Muzan, that he hadn't been able to stop the demons, and that Kamadu was in an unknown situation. Nonsense. This demon most likely used his blood magic and fooled us all. Then why didn't he kill us or the leader, huh? Everyone looked at Shinobu. The leader, as I understand it, trusts him completely. He's not worried that Tanjiro might betray us. PF. Here. Calm down, I think the leader will be able to tell us, so stop shouting. Kaijuro put his hand on the wind pillar's shoulder. He was also confused like Ju. Flashback. And this was the second or third time, Ju can't remember. Each meeting begins with Kamadu Tanjiro and each time it becomes more difficult. Since most of the pillars and hunters are sure that Kamadu is a traitor and now they, together with the moons and Muzan, are discussing how to quickly destroy the hunters and eat all the people. Ju takes a deep sigh and cannot fully believe and resign himself. Tanjiro couldn't do this, right? Each time he convinces himself, but seeing Kaijuro's gloomy face, which becomes sadder each time, his hope fades. But the main question still remains, why didn't he kill the pillars when he had so many wonderful opportunities? Tomioka exhales and decides to end it here. No one can give a precise answer except Kamado Tanjiro himself, who is in an unknown location. It is better not to get worked up for now, he has enough arguments to justify Kamado Tanjiro. And just as many doubts that his comrades have thrown at him. Jusan, is there training today? Nezuko looks in on him. Well, he completely forgot about her with these thoughts. Yes, let's go. He gets up and they go out to the training ground. Let's start with a warm-up, the girl nods and starts the exercises. With Nezuko, nothing is clear either. It is unlikely that she would go on missions and kill demons, while being on Muzan's side, complete nonsense. 20 minutes pass when the girl finishes her little warm-up and they begin a training fight. Ju makes remarks to her and Nezuko gets better with each blow. Yes, she is definitely not on the side of the demons. If that were the case, she most likely would not have asked her to train. Or maybe she is training to defeat you? Ju frowns at this and misses a blow, for which he gets a fist to the chest, and then he is twisted and laid on his shoulder blades. You got distracted, Ju-san, and it was your mistake, the girl comments and Tomioka glances at her. Not bad, better than our first lesson. The girl blushes and remembers the first training session, when Stalk put her on her shoulder blades in literally a few seconds. Yes, thank you very much, she laughs. Nezuko, I need to go to a pillar meeting. You'll be practicing your punches while I'm gone, okay? The girl nods solemnly, then thinks. Tanjiro? And him too, Ju sighs. It's not the first time the younger Kamado has asked this question, almost always when he says he's been to or is going to a pillar meeting. He sees sadness and sorrow in her eyes, and it's understandable. She worries and misses him, as does Ju and the entire Rengoku family, everyone who knew Tanjiro and knew what he was like. Good luck to you, Ju-san, Tomioka nods and puts on his Hayori. I wonder what Shinazugawa will come up with this time. These ones also still have the effect, that's why they're so persistent. I heard the voice, or rather the scream, of Shinazugawa Ju. What are you shouting about? You can be heard everywhere, Tomioka says discontentedly and also looks at the wind pillar. Sanemi looks exactly the same as Tomioka. Yes, so that they finally understand that Kamado is a traitor to you. Sanemi, we discussed this at the first meeting after Tanjiro went missing. The leader trusts him, Ju said tiredly and nodded to everyone else in greeting. Don't you think it's rather strange, huh? And you, Rengoku, Tengen, you accepted it so easily, maybe it's blood magic after all, huh? Ju took a deep breath. He was already fed up with this. He looked at Sanemi and was about to say something when he frowned and began to dart his eyes. Where are Kaijiro and Abanai? They're on a mission. They haven't returned yet, Kocho answered and Ju nodded. And you become so kind, maybe you, I think Tomioka's eye started twitching. Sanemi, let's stop this. All these assumptions and theories, of course, make sense, but if the leader said that he believes Kamado Tanjiro and that we must find him, then so be it, the majority agreed with Kocho. Pfft, let's see how you talk when your Kamado and Kabutsuji are here, Sanemi snorted and the argument ended. I'm glad you settled everything without me, the leader said, smiling slightly. Everyone immediately bowed in greeting. They exchanged pleasantries and moved on to the main questions. So, as far as I know, there are a lot of demons now and they are quite active. I'm glad you're eliminating this problem, but please be careful. I don't think this is a coincidence. Everyone agreed and they continued the meeting. Everything was calm, although Sanemi glanced at Tomioka a couple of times, but did not say anything like that. Nezuko-chan. I'm so glad I found you here. The girl stopped training and looked at her friend, who hugged her tightly. I'm glad to see you too, Zenitsu, Kamado smiled sincerely. Did something happen? No. I mean, yes. Yes. Inosuke and I were training at the Butterfly Manor and we met a guy there, he was so dark with a scar on his face. So menacing. Ah, Nezuko giggled. That's Genya, the brother of Sanemi Shinazugawa, the Wind Pillar. So what? The girl smiled, remembering their first meeting, when they first talked, and then their acquaintance. Flashback. Nezuko walked out of the room where Ju was and, not noticing the person, she was knocked down. Watch where you're going. The girl looked at the man who owned the male voice and frowned. In all fairness, he should have watched where he was going too. The guy didn't continue when he saw the girl who was literally incinerating him with her gaze. Ugh, I'm sorry. Nezuko looked after the guy in surprise and got up from the floor. I'll have to ask Jisan about him. The second meeting with this guy happened when the Wind Pillar was yelling at him and Nezuko just couldn't help but get in there. You can't yell at a person like that. Sorry, but stop yelling at him like that. I think he'll understand when you tell him in a calmer voice, she said to Sanemi. The man turned around and then Nezuko understood what killing with a look was. But the girl continued to look into the eyes of the pillar. He wanted to say something, but then apparently changed his mind. We'll talk later. Stalp literally spat out and left. I'm sorry I butted in, but you can't shout like that, you can explain everything more calmly. The girl looked at the hunter with embarrassment. Ah. Yes, you shouldn't have butted in, the guy swallowed. After all, I really did offend Aniki. The girl's eyes became a little bigger. He's your older brother? Genya nodded. Oh, that's awkward. But still. You can't yell at family, especially. Genya shrugged his shoulders and was about to leave her. My name is Nezuko Kamadu, she called out. Genya turned and nodded to her. And I. Genya Shinazugawa, the girl smiled at him and waved her hand. Nezuko, she turned around. I'm sorry I knocked you down, back then. I really didn't mean to. It's okay. See you later, Genya-kun. She waved at him again and ran off. Flashback. After that, they crossed paths a few more times, trained and ate together. Nezuko liked Genya, he was a pretty nice guy, it was nice to talk to him. He also told interesting stories. Anyway, Inosuke challenged him to a fight, you know who's stronger, who's better, and blah blah blah, and he just went and agreed. So you know that he has a gun instead of a blade. Wait. Genya and Inosuke fought? Nezuko stopped smiling and grabbed Zenitsu's hand. How could you leave them alone? Quickly. Let's run. Nezuko ran as fast as she could to the boys. Knowing Inosuke, it was unknown how it could all end. The girl turned and ran into the estate, she ran into the backyard and stopped, exhaling. So you can kill demons with it, just pow and that's it? Genya nodded and Inosuke took aim. Cool weapon. You too, I'm surprised that you can fight with two blades at once, and no one taught you. Pfft, naturally. Inosuke grinned and looked towards Nezuko. Oh. Hi. Genya also turned around and saw the girl, she smiled at both guys, which made the latter blush a little. Hi, guys, Zenitsu ran up to her, out of breath. They got along, I think. Agatsuma looked at the hunters and then looked at Kamadu and then back at them. Yeah, we got along. Zenitsu lay down on the ground to catch his breath and Nezuko laughed. Hey, what's wrong? It's nothing, she smiled brightly. I'm glad you got along. One thing that Ju Tomioka hated was the hospital. That smell of alcohol, pills, medicine, he couldn't stand it. But this time he came to the hospital to inquire about the condition of Kaijiro, who had been admitted a couple of days ago and fortunately had already woken up. Ju knocked and was allowed to enter. Next to him was his younger brother. Ju nodded in greeting. How are you? He sat down next to me. I've been better, Ju frowned. Kaijiro was puzzled by something, and it was obvious that it was serious. Sanjiro, the younger Rengoku nodded and left the room. What's going on? Kaijiro hypnotized 1 point, then looked at Ju. I saw Tanjiro, everything inside went cold, my heart started beating faster, and my breathing quickened. And? It looks like Shinazugawa was right, we were fooled, my heart sank somewhere down. Kaijiro, explain it properly. Tomioka couldn't resist. After the main mission, I came across a village. It was late at night. Tomioka listened carefully so as not to miss a single detail. Not that far, but I smelled two strong demons, like on the mission at Tingen's, in the quarter. I headed there. I knew I had no chance, but... You wanted to follow? Water Pillar prompted and Kaijiro nodded. You can't imagine my surprise when I saw Tanjiro and some other demon. They smelled of human blood. I can't confuse that smell with anything. I don't know how long they were there before that, but after a few minutes they disappeared like a flash. No, Kaijiro, wait, there should have been a logical explanation. There is and only one. We were led by the nose. And how did you figure that out? After following them for a couple of minutes? Don't talk nonsense. And the smell of blood? And their strength? Ju, if that's true, then Kamadu feels like the second upper moon. Do you understand that? No. Ju closed his eyes and shook his head. This can't be, no. Ju, it's been 2 months since the disappearance and others, I don't know. Yes, we have arguments to justify Tanjiro, but there is also a counterbalance. He could have done this to gain trust. I don't believe it. He looked into Rengoku's eyes. He could also be there as a spy or he could be controlled by Muzan. But they smelled of human flesh and blood, Not a fact, it could only smell from one thing. Ju did not want to believe it at all. So, let's do it differently. You will not tell anyone about this, and after you recover, you and I will go to that village where you were again. Maybe we will find Kamadu and get answers to our questions, but if he is a traitor, then this idea will end badly. But I agree. They are still looking for him in the ranks, Kokoshibo frowned. I wonder how this meeting will go if he meets his acquaintances after so much time. Kokoshibo looked into the distance, where Tanjiro was no longer visible. He didn't like all this, but let's hope that Kamadu will cope and prove it to his friends. Let's go, we have things to do. They always gathered here, either alone or together. They always discussed important issues here. There was always perfect cleanliness and order, which was striking. Everything sparkled, not a speck of dust anywhere. There was no furniture as such, only small sources of warm light. Kaijiro, Ju, Shinobu, Mitsuri, and Tengen sat in front of Oyakata and listened to him attentively. The swordsman noticed that the leader had become much worse, and this could not please. They were too attached to him and it was impossible to watch him gradually die. There has been a lot of demon activity lately, so I'm asking you to look into it. The search for Kamadu Tanjiro is not being postponed. Maybe you'll be able to find out some information. Okay? As you say, Oyakata-sama, all the pillars nodded in unison. Go as quickly as possible. Your ravens will give you more precise coordinates. At this point, the meeting was over and everyone dispersed to begin their missions and destroy the demons as quickly as possible. Especially since Oyakata-sama needed to rest. Oh, Ju-san. Tomioka turned around at the shout and saw Nezuko smiling at him sunny and brightly. Oh. Nezuko, a slight smile touched Ju's lips. How are you? Everything is fine. The guys and I are heading out to get new blades. Good luck to you. Are you on a mission? That's right, there are too many demons, the girl nodded. Nezuko-chan. Agatsuma shouted. Coming. Okay, good luck to you too, Ju-san. Say Dato to Kaijiro-san for me. She waved at him and ran towards the blonde boy. Ju nodded after her. Over the past couple of months, he and Tanjiro's sister had become very close. The girl reminded Tomioka of his older sister. The same bright smile, that chestnut hair, and that mischievous glint in her eyes. He had become too attached to this girl. Ju? Kaijiro came up from behind. Is something wrong? It's okay, I was just thinking. When are we heading out? Ju looked at his comrade, who frowned. Let's pack our things and go, let's not drag it out, the water pillar nodded and they parted. Kamadu was sitting in some old abandoned temple, hiding from the sun. He couldn't move, and this time the reason was the greater amount of Musen's blood. If last time Tanjiro's cells began to defeat them, then this time such a trick failed. But there was still a reason to rejoice. He did not feel any connection with Kabutsuji, as well as a thirst for blood. At least something. Unfortunately, in life, everything is not so wonderful. For example, the fact that he was 39 lands away from the base itself certainly could not please, and to get to it, you need about 10 nights, no more. Musen had to set up a base so far away. The main thing is that everything is okay with the guys, the rest is solvable, Tanjiro whispered, trying to settle down to get some sleep before the road. It was an amazing place. Nezuko liked everything about it, even though the road was a bit strange, but it was all for safety reasons. There was a certain atmosphere here. All the villagers were busy and constantly working. The swordsmen who stayed here could rest and relax a bit from everyday life, for example, go to the springs, where Kamadu was on the first day and met Mitsuri Kanroji, the pillar of love, who took her to try all the most delicious dishes of this place. She ran into Takedo Michiro a couple of times, they exchanged phrases a few times and trained together once. But who she didn't expect to meet there was Genya Shinazugawa, but if she didn't expect it, it doesn't mean she wasn't happy. So they spent the following days together. Nezuko liked Genya, he was very interesting and could tell a lot, as well as teach. That's how her days there passed, while Haganezuka was making her a blade. Kamadu first thought that he would yell and swear at her, because that's what happened with Zenitsu and Inosuke, but he got away with it. Of course he grumbled for show, but agreed to make her a new blade. But one morning she was woken up by someone she didn't expect to see in front of her. "Do you know a blacksmith named Kanamori?" The pillar's voice rang out above Nezuko. The girl looked at it in surprise. "It's still unusual to be woken up by pinching your nose." "Huh? Takedo-kun, did you just pinch my nose?" "Yes," he said, nothing surprising. "Your reaction is slow," he added. "No, the thing is, if you wanted to harm me, I would have felt it." The girl waved her hand, already waking up completely. "As for the blacksmith, yes, I know him. He is most likely with Haganezuka-san." "What happened?" "He's my new blacksmith. I need to find him." "Oh, that's it. Well then, I'll go with you. I was just about to visit them." "What a lucky coincidence." Nezuko smiled and stood up from the futon. "What?" Takedo asked, confused. "Wait. Repeat what you just said," the swordsman asked, as if he remembered something. "Ah, how lucky." The guy thought, but apparently nothing came to mind, so he decided that it was time to go to his new blacksmith. But Nezuko frowned, some strange and incomprehensible feeling was bothering her. She looked at the pillar. Takedo turned his head towards the entrance and Nezuko also looked there. They both felt that there was someone there, but did not understand that it was a demon. Literally a few seconds later, some disgusting creature crawled towards them, which made shrill sounds and resembled an old man. Both swordsmen stared at it. It is difficult to imagine the level of skill required to hide one's presence. His number was hidden on the inside of his eyeball, so the guys could not see it, but they realized that in front of them was the upper moon. Immediately, in the blink of an eye, Nezuko and Takedo took fighting stances. Mist breath, fourth form. Advection strike. Takedo lunged forward, intending to cut off the demon's neck, but he moved to the ceiling with a scream. Fast. I couldn't stop him. Looking at the demon, Takedo thought. Enough. Don't hurt me. The demon whined. Nezuko frowned and moved towards him. The girl attacked the demon, but he managed to dodge and jump from the ceiling. What's going on? Why isn't he attacking? The girl was about to strike again, when the pillar repeated the attack and managed to cut off the demon's head. Nezuko stared at him in amazement. He cut off the Upper Moon's head so quickly, as the fight with Upper Moon 6 came back to her memory. Takedo-kun, don't let your guard down. She shouted at him. When they fought the greater demons, things weren't that simple, so they wouldn't be this way now. And that's what happened. A body began to form from the severed head, and a head grew back from the body. And if last time the demon resembled some rotten old man, this time it didn't happen that way. 2 adult, young men appeared before the swordsman. "I'll take the one from behind," Nezuko shouted. Taketo didn't object and attacked his opponent, but he blocked the attack with his weapon that appeared on the 2 during the transformation. The demon with a slight movement of his hand attacked, thereby creating a strong wind and demolishing the wall of the house. "Taketo-kun!" Nezuko screamed. The pillar was thrown back several dozen meters, and the girl was left alone against 2 demons. "How funny. Just take a bean and throw it away." "Right, Sekiro?" A grin played on the face of one of the demons. The demon was acting very relaxed and casual, as if this was all a game, but his brother, on the contrary, seemed to be pissed off. "What's funny about that?" "How it all irritates me," Sekiro hissed, looking at his brother, who was smiling and showing his fangs. "That also applies to the fact that we were separated, Karaku." Okay, he replied, still smiling and looking at his brother. "That's even better. We're going to have to cut off their heads at the same time?" Nezuko thought as the 2 of them conversed. The girl decided to strike one of them, when Sekiro grabbed her blade. "Don't make me angry, girl." Nezuko's eyes widened, almost every cell filled with pain. She trembled as her gaze moved upward and she saw a silhouette. "Genya?" The boy stood on the roof, holding a gun in his hands and preparing to shoot the demon. He pulled the trigger and hit one of them. Nezuko collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. "Missed." Oh, do I? Karaku drawled. "I've never felt anything like this." Genya ran at another demon and cut off his head. "How are you? Are you okay?" Nezuko nodded. "What is this?" The heads that were cut off grew new bodies. It happened again. "Their weak point isn't their neck, they'll multiply if we keep chopping off their heads," Kamadu croaked, rising to her feet, her blade outstretched. "Let's do this, Genya." The girl used attack after attack. At first, she couldn't touch him, but after watching him move, Nezuko was able to stop him. Kamadu didn't watch Shinazugawa, but when she turned around, he was already standing over the demon, whose face showed horror, not the previous joyful smile. "Jen." The girl's eyes widened when the guy looked at her. His appearance became more demonic. "Genya. You. Don't come near." The boy answered sharply. "I will defeat the highest moon. And I will become the pillar." "Oh. Then I will help you. With all my might." The swordsman was taken aback by this and looked at the girl in surprise. Her eyes showed genuine innocence and nobility. "There must be another demon here." Nezuko concentrated and tried to detect the demon by scent. "Northeast. Go there, and I'll deal with this in the meantime." A demon stood among the ruins and looked at them from above, with an irritated look. "Got it." Genya moved there, and Nezuko moved towards the demon who had appeared in the first pair. "We need to find him faster. We need to find him faster." The guy ran around looking for the demon and literally a couple of minutes later he found it, so tiny, it was hiding among the foliage. "You." Genya chased after him. The demon was fast and kept evading the blade. "You." The guy caught up with him and raised the blade, but the blow didn't get through, and the demon attacked him from behind. "Genya!" Nezuko screamed. "Don't give up. Next time you'll kill him. Try again, I'll cover you." The girl herself didn't look her best, but she didn't stop fighting. The swordsman gripped the blade tighter and walked away from the demon, leaving him to his comrade. "Run." The girl closed the demon's passage and gave the guy a passage. But one of the bodies of the higher moon did not stand on ceremony and attacked Kamadu. The blow went through near the heart, a metallic taste was felt in the mouth. "How you infuriate me." Nezuko also did not stand on ceremony and cut off his hand with her blade. "I will finish you off just like my master did your brother." Kamado's eyes widened, and she herself began to shake. "What did you say?" Not believing what she heard, the girl looked at the demon, who smiled at this. I will finish you off, just like your brother. No. It can't be. You're lying. She winces from the growing heaviness in her chest. The demon continues, he says something about Tanjiro's death, to which Nezuko closes her eyes for literally a few seconds. Thoughts begin to boil, causing fear, panic and anger. He died in agony from the blood of the master. It doesn't dawn on her right away, but gradually, second by second, imagining the image of Tanjiro. Unpleasant goosebumps crawl across her body again and she begins to convulsively gasp for air. The demon sees this confusion and takes advantage of the moment to attack. He throws her back several meters. The girl howls dully, turning her face away and looking at the ground. Tears appear in her eyes. She is unable to accept this, unable to believe that Tanjiro is no longer there. I smell danger and I ask you to come down from the mountain and spend the night there, please. On that fateful day, he knew what would happen to them, he knew, but he stayed there. He was so sure that everything would be fine. She remembered those feelings very well when she woke up in a cold sweat with the thought that she urgently needed to go to Tanjiro. How she ran and met not her brother, but some creature. He needed her help, but she was too weak. Tanjiro, her older brother, he helped her and saved her so many times, and she couldn't do anything. After so much training, she couldn't save her own brother. I will avenge you, brother. The pain and dizziness immediately fade into the background, releasing anger and hatred to the forefront, which spread through her body like some kind of burning solution. Nezuko rises and grabs the blade. She attacks him and manages to make a direct attack. How evil and naive, he laughed. The demon raises a blow, but Kamado intercepts his hand in midair, and, unable to hold on, simply twists it the other way, tearing it out of its joint and breaking it. He looks at her with some surprise. Nezuko uses several styles in a row and literally cuts the demon into pieces, and then falls helplessly. Before passing out, Kamado sees his older brother, who smiles at her with a warm smile and whispers something. Genya arrives a little later. As it turns out, there was also a fight on the other side, where two pillars participated. He sees Nezuko, who is barely breathing and muttering something. Tand, Jiro, demon, kill, demon, Tand. Nezuko croaked. Shinazugawa frowned and picked up the girl's body in his arms. The demons were defeated, but the hunters also suffered huge losses. She urgently needs help, just like you, said Mitsuri. Who came up behind him? The guy frowned and looked at the pillar. You too, the girl waved it off. Go ahead, I'll help here for now. Tanjiro was tormented by some kind of bad feeling. Something was about to happen or had already happened, but he couldn't understand what it was more connected to. To Muzan, or to his family. This tormented him most of all and made him worry, feel some kind of fear. Another 7 days. Kamado hissed, running between the trees at great speed. The main thing is to wait for me. Tomioka flew into Shinobu's mansion, followed by Kaijiro. Both swordsmen heard about the village's attack and immediately rushed to find out how things were going. Ju noticed Shinobu leaving one of the rooms. What about Nezuko? Shinobu looked away and sighed heavily as Tomioka literally pinned her to the wall. A serious wound in the chest area, just a little more and she would have been dead. Fractures, hematomas and scratches. Tomioka clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. She will live, but it is unknown how long it will take for rehabilitation. It was your demon that was seen attacking the village yesterday. Shinazugawa, who had followed Kocho, hissed. It's because of him and his buddies that half the swordsmen were killed and the other half are in the hospital. How do you think they knew about this village? Shinazugawa, there must be some other explanation. Rengoku, you idiot. What the? Kind of explanations? I almost killed the girl. If it weren't for Genya, then. Kamado Tanjiro is declared a traitor to the organization. Shinazugawa, this is not confirmed. The pillar no longer wanted to listen to anyone and had no one to talk to. 2. If I find him, I'll finish him off. Because of him, Genya. The man hit the wall with all his might, where a hole appeared. Kajuro, Kocho stopped him. When Genya brought Nezuko, all she did was mutter her brother's name, kill and demon. Put together a logical chain. Most likely, he was with them, or they said something about him. But, Kayajuro wanted to object. He looked at Tomioka, who stood with a devastated look and drilled holes into the wall opposite him. I'll kill him first, Ju hissed. Kayajuro sighed heavily and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Things weren't going too well. Ayakato-sama was also too bad. Perhaps the hunters would declare a hunt for Tanjiro themselves, but could he do that? Rengoku glanced again at Ju, whom Shinobu was trying to calm down. No, his heart was filled with revenge. He couldn't think rationally right now. Kayajuro took a deep breath and left them. He himself was filled with emotions, but he needed to pull himself together and think carefully. At least the leader wouldn't just trust Kamado Tanjiro, which meant there was a spy before that, as he found out the location of the village. Tanjiro was tormented by some kind of bad feeling. Something was about to happen or had already happened, but he couldn't understand what it was more connected to. To Muzan, or to his family. This tormented him most of all and made him worry, feel some kind of fear. Another 7 days. Kamado hissed, running between the trees at great speed. The main thing is to wait for me. Tomioka flew into Shinobu's mansion, followed by Kayajuro. Both swordsmen heard about the village's attack and immediately rushed to find out how things were going. Ju noticed Shinobu leaving one of the rooms. What about Nezuko? Shinobu looked away and sighed heavily as Tomioka literally pinned her to the wall. A serious wound in the chest area, just a little more and she would have been dead. Fractures, hematomas and scratches. Tomioka clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. She will live, but it is unknown how long it will take for rehabilitation. It was your demon that was seen attacking the village yesterday. Shinazugawa, who had followed Kocho, hissed. It's because of him and his buddies that half the swordsmen were killed and the other half are in the hospital. How do you think they knew about this village? Shinazugawa, there must be some other explanation. Rengoku, you idiot. What the? Kind of explanations. I almost killed the girl. If it weren't for Genya, then Kamado Tanjiro is declared a traitor to the organization. Shinazugawa, this is not confirmed. The pillar no longer wanted to listen to anyone and had no one to talk to. 2. If I find him, I'll finish him off. Because of him, Genya. The man hit the wall with all his might, where a hole appeared. Kajuro, Kocho stopped him. When Genya brought Nezuko, all she did was mutter her brother's name, kill and demon. Put together a logical chain. Most likely, he was with them, or they said something about him. But, Kayajuro wanted to object. He looked at Tomioka, who stood with a devastated look and drilled holes into the wall opposite him. I'll kill him first, Ju hissed. Kayajuro sighed heavily and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Things weren't going too well. Ayakato-sama was also too bad. Perhaps the hunters would declare a hunt for Tanjiro themselves, but could he do that? Rengoku glanced again at Ju, whom Shinobu was trying to calm down. No, his heart was filled with revenge. He couldn't think rationally right now. Kayajuro took a deep breath and left them. He himself was filled with emotions, but he needed to pull himself together and think carefully. At least the leader wouldn't just trust Kamado Tanjiro, which meant there was a spy before that, as he found out the location of the village. The night is beautiful. The night holds many secrets and mysteries. Muzan loved the night, at least because the sun's rays set behind the horizon and a blissful darkness came, when he could go outside. The demon went outside to breathe in the beautiful night air. The latest news brought good results. The demons that attacked the blacksmith village, besides the 4th and 5th moon, did well and showed their potential. Muzan closed his eyes to concentrate and see how Kamado was doing. And, nothing. There was no connection. He could not track down his subordinate. He abruptly opened his blood-red eyes, in which anger splashed. The brat escaped from him again. How did this happen? What did he not take into account? Boy. Returning to his office, the progenitor began to smash and turn over everything that stood in his way. It had been a long time since he had been brought to such emotions. It was surprising that only this boy could do it. Muzan hit the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. TCH, I can't believe it. Kibutsuji didn't stop at one piece of furniture and began to turn over the cabinets, and after them left a couple of small dents in the wall. His predatory eyes darted to the side when he noticed the demons that had arrived. So, the task is to finish off the pillars. If you do it, you'll get blood, if not. Muzan hit the unfortunate wall for the third time, where several dents were already visible. It will be much worse. Get out. The demons instantly disappeared from the violent master, and Muzan sat down in a chair. It is necessary to replenish the ranks of the higher moons. Kibutsuji gritted his teeth. Neikime, bring me the next demons. The melody began to play as 4 people appeared in front of Kibutsuji. They looked around stupidly and looked at the master fearfully. Do you want to show your potential and become an upper moon? He nodded. You need to find Kamado Tanjiro, he wears card earrings. If you find them, we'll see what happens next. Over there. Kaijuro Rengoku became a pillar not so long ago, by his standards. But his battle with demons began from the moment he was born. As soon as he learned how much harm they caused to poor people, the boy hated them. But when he met Kamado Tanjiro, his opinion changed, exclusively for this demon. Tanjiro didn't have time to follow their actions, but he concentrated and began to watch more carefully. Before the dust had cleared, Tanjiro noticed that Rengoku was kneeling in front of his opponent. You're strong and your speed is amazing, but Akaza wanted to make an attack, as Kamado attacked him. Tanjiro. I will, Kamado said in an icy voice. I will not let you die here. You shouldn't have butted in, the demon snorted. I'll kill him anyway. Akaza quickly walked around the guy and was already heading towards Rengoku, but Tanjiro managed to grab the pillar in his arms and protected him from the blow. Maybe I was wrong about you, demon. Tanjiro, my boy. Rengoku-san, please go away as far as possible now, I beg you, Kamado said, looking into the eyes of the pillar. I will deal with him, or at least delay him. Okay, but... No buts, I won't let you die. Kamado left him and returned to the enemy again. If so, then I will tear you to pieces, and then kill him in front of your eyes. Tanjiro didn't answer, but intercepted the blade and used his breath, which struck both the hunter and the demon. So you can use your breath too? How interesting. Shut up, finally. Kamado attacked, but ran straight into Akaza's hand. This did not really hinder the demon, so Akaza wanted to cut off his head with his hand, but Tanjiro stopped her. Power. Incredible power. Tanjiro used his other hand to cut halfway through the demon's neck as Third Moon became a little nervous. It's almost dawn. And this? Demon, he can cut off your head. No, we need to leave and quickly. Akaza pulled his hand away and literally ripped them out. Kamado fell back looking at him. I'm not done with you, the guy hissed, rising with the blade in his hands, but the demon decided to retreat. Come back and fight. Akaza didn't manage to get far, even with his wound. Kamado caught up with him. Do you understand that you will die too? Seeing the guy's serious attitude, Akaza began to get nervous. I don't care, the main thing is that I'll kill you and there will be 1 moon less, Kamado hissed. The boy began to attack again, and the sun was getting closer each time. Kaijuro watched this fight with shock and admiration in his eyes. This boy, Kamado Tanjiro, was incredible. If I die, it won't be just you. Akaza ran towards Rengoku, but was stopped by Kamado. Rengoku-san. Neck. The pillar immediately came to its senses and struck at the demon's weak spot, but Akaza did not give in so easily. He made a hole in Rengoku's shoulder with all his strength. No. The pillar of flame bit his lip until it bled and continued holding the blade as the sun came out and the first rays began to hit both demons. Akaza hissed and fell to his knees along with Kamado. Rengoku, despite the pain, grabbed the boy and covered him with his haori. Kamadu watched as Akaza began to disappear under the sun's rays. And then his scream and the demon was defeated. Rengoku-san, Kamadu whispered, breathing heavily. You need help, urgently. I think you need help, the pillar chuckled. Yes, they both looked bad. As the sun rose even higher and now began to burn Kamado's skin. He suppressed a painful groan and buried his face in Rengoku's chest. The pillar sighed heavily, remembering that battle, and once again, Kaijiro tried to find at least a clue that Tanjiro was a traitor from the start. But nothing. He never smelled of human blood and flesh, like most demons. He risked his life for him, for Tengen. Yuzui, by the way, completely distanced himself from the entire organization, also walking in thought. They met a couple of times in Nezuko's ward, and the sound pillar shared his thoughts there. Kaijiro, his father's voice came from behind him, breaking him out of his thoughts. Rengoku was about to get up and ask about this sudden visit, when a heavy hand fell on his shoulder, forcing him back to sit down. Father, what happened? I know about the situation with Nezuko Kamadu, the eldest son bit the inside of his cheek. He didn't want to worry the family about this until everything was known. The youngest Kamadu had some pretty serious wounds and hadn't recovered yet. I'm interested in your position, son. To be honest, father, I don't know. Maybe I just don't want to admit that Tanjiro is a traitor. Everyone at headquarters, at least most of them, agree with that, Kaijiro sighed heavily. But no matter how much I think about it, I can't believe it. You need to wait until she wakes up, Kaijiro nodded. Rengoku thought about it, and what would happen then? Would Nezuko be able to convince everyone? Say that it wasn't her brother who attacked her, but how could the demons know about the village? One question leads to even more. The demons that Muzan had tasked with killing the pillars had gathered together, which surprised Kibutsuji himself, and he decided to keep an eye on the situation. It was rare for groups of demons to gather. This was beyond comprehension. If we want to get more blood, then I suggest we work together, and this guy is smart, Muzan noted. He knows how to think. And how are you going to do this? We can wreak havoc on several villages. They'll find out and send a pillar. It'll be easier for us to kill one pillar together than individually. We can also gather more demons to act as a distraction. Muzan chuckled. This demon is worth taking a closer look at. Not everyone can come up with such a plan. It could very well work. This will be interesting. Tanjiro knew that Muzan would find out about the loss anyway, but he was clearly not ready to send his demons after him so quickly. But it was not difficult to deal with these demons. Especially in his new body. It was a pity that he could no longer move around the sun. It was very depressing. Kamadu was moving east when he smelled human flesh and blood. Such a strong smell almost made him sick. The guy decided to check what it was. It turned out to be a small village, where a slaughter was visible. There were human corpses everywhere and a strong smell of demons. Help, a voice came from somewhere very close. Kamadu turned around to find out where the sound was coming from. Was someone still alive? Help. Not far away lay a man, who looked to be over 40 years old. Tanjiro closed his eyes when he saw him. The other half of his body was missing. Kamadu tried not to look there. Help, he begged. He didn't have much time left, but Tanjiro was afraid to imagine the torment he had experienced. What happened here? Kamadu asked, sitting down next to him, trying to look at his face and not go lower. The demons. There were 8 of them, they started. A massacre. I tried to save them, but he didn't have time to finish when his eyes became glassy. Tanjiro lowered his eyelids and folded his hands in prayer. Rest in peace, Kamadu whispered. So demons. 8 demons. Well, I'll have to postpone the meeting with the hunters. Sir, may I ask? Muzan looked up from his reading and at his subordinate. Aha, the Tanjiro search party. I allow it, I hope you won't disappoint me, the demon swallowed. Yes. I met with the hunters who spoke about Tanjiro Kamado. He is considered a traitor who attacked the village of blacksmiths. His sister, a hunter, is in serious condition. The pillars are also sure that he is a traitor. The entire organization is looking for him. Muzan slammed the book shut and looked at the boy. The news was interesting, of course, but he said to find the boy. Remind me what I told you to do, the progenitor hissed. We must teach them to follow orders properly. But I thought. Thinking is clearly not your thing, Muzan interrupted the demon's sentence, causing his subordinate to spasm throughout his body. The demon's eyes narrowed, and he tasted blood in his mouth. This time I forgive you, the demon nodded. Out. The guy disappeared. That's right, otherwise he'll drip his blood all over Muzan. He doesn't need that. But the fact that the organization is looking for Kamado is very interesting. What have they come up with there? Tomioka, Shinobu's voice rang out. Ju turned and looked at his colleague. The boss has assigned you a mission, your raven is waiting for you. The pillar frowned, but nodded. He looked at Nezuko again. Let her come to her senses as soon as possible. Kocho watched him go, and then turned her gaze to the younger Kamado. She sighed and left the room. Shinobu was about to go to her room, when she met Rengoku on the way to her office, who smiled at her with his signature smile. Oh, Kocho nodded. If you're going to Nezuko, then Ju was with her, there's no change, she answered automatically. They asked her this every day. I want to visit her, he nods. And has Ju left? Yes, he has a mission. There was a report of a massacre in the villages. A village full of corpses, Kocho frowned. It hadn't happened for a long time. Why this hadn't been reported before, the girl couldn't understand. Okay, go to Kamado already. Kayajiro thanked her and went into the room. He entered quietly, as if he was afraid to wake someone. Nezuko was still lying in the same position, her chest was slowly rising, and the girl herself was pale. Rengoku sat down next to her bed. Oh, Nezuko-chan, Kayajiro smiled slightly. You've been sleeping for too long, it's time to wake up. We're all waiting for you to wake up. Ju, he's gone on a mission. Rengoku fell silent and looked at Kamado. It seemed that she was sleeping and was about to wake up. But it didn't happen, not now, not in a minute, not in 10. Nezuko, we can't find Tanjiro. Because of the attack, almost the entire organization thinks he's a traitor. They're looking for him, but nothing. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid that if someone finds him first, they'll kill him or he'll. I don't know what to think anymore. I can't and I don't want to think that Tanjiro could do something like that. Rengoku looked down and noticed how the girl's fingers began to move a little. He quickly raised his head and looked at her face. You could see barely noticeable movements. Nezuko. You're waking up, come on. You have to wake up, we're all waiting for you. We need to find Tanjiro, your brother. You. Genya chased after him. The demon was fast and kept evading the blade. You. The guy caught up with him and raised the blade, but the blow didn't get through, and the demon attacked him from behind. Genya! Nezuko screamed. Don't give up. Next time you'll kill him. Try again, I'll cover you. The girl herself didn't look her best, but she didn't stop fighting. The swordsman gripped the blade tighter and walked away from the demon, leaving him to his comrade. Run! The girl closed the demon's passage and gave the guy a passage. But one of the bodies of the higher moon did not stand on ceremony and attacked Kamado. The blow went through near the heart, a metallic taste was felt in the mouth. How you infuriate me! Nezuko also did not stand on ceremony and cut off his hand with her blade. I will finish you off just like my master did your brother. Kamado's eyes widened, and she herself began to shake. What did you say? Not believing what she heard, the girl looked at the demon, who smiled at this. I will finish you off, just like your brother. No. It can't be. You're lying. She winces from the growing heaviness in her chest. The demon continues, he says something about Tanjiro's death, to which Nezuko closes her eyes for literally a few seconds. Thoughts begin to boil, causing fear, panic and anger. He died in agony from the blood of the master. It does not reach her immediately, but gradually, second by second, imagining the image of Tanjiro. Unpleasant goosebumps crawl over her body again and she begins to convulsively gasp for air. The demon sees this confusion and takes advantage of the moment to attack. He throws her back several meters. The girl howls dully, turning her face away and looking at the ground. Tears appear in her eyes. She is unable to accept this, unable to believe that Tanjiro is no more. Tanjiro, no. The girl croaked. The muscles on her face tensed, she gritted her teeth, and clenched her right hand as if she were holding a blade. Only. Not him. Nezuko, wake up. Rengoku asked quietly and Kamado's eyes twitched. She opened them slightly and frowned. It was too bright and the air smelled of medicine, so she was not on the battlefield. Rengoku-san? The girl tried to get up, but Kaijiro stopped her. You can't, your wounds might open up. Tanjiro, did you find him? Kaijiro shook his head. We had an assumption that he attacked you. What? It was too abrupt, so the younger Kamado winced in pain. No, Tanjiro. I'm calling Shinobu. Rengoku immediately flew out of the room and saw Kocho, who wanted to give him a good slap on the back of the head for running around like crazy. Nezuko woke up. It's true what they say, never underestimate your opponents. Unfortunately, Ju made a mistake this time, for which he will now pay dearly. Surrounded by 8 demons, he will clearly not get out alive, and if he does get out, then he will definitely be missing some limb. Look, so naive, said one of the demons. How could he fall into this stupid trap? The mission was to kill a demon that was massacring villages. The demon turned into 8. And somehow unexpectedly disarmed him. TCH, he's just an idiot. He didn't keep an eye on him, that's all. Some people get arms, some people get legs, one of them chuckled nastily. No, at first everything was fine, he sort of chopped off the head. Yeah, sort of. It was his sort of that killed him. Blood magic. Ju closed his eyes. He missed the moment when they left him without a weapon, and then they broke his legs. I quote, he won't run far now, and then they decided to break his arm, surprisingly not both, I quote, he's a pillar, who knows what else he has there. He's just an idiot, not a pillar. And then one of them apparently decided not to wait for the others to feast on him, as a figure appeared in front of Tomioka. And as soon as the fight began and this stranger turned sideways to him, Tomioka was able to recognize his savior, from whom his hands clenched into fists. The pain somehow faded into the background and he wanted only one thing, to cut off his head, to walk his blade along his neck. Their so-called fight had not lasted even 10 minutes when Tanjiro had dealt with the gang. He returned to him, giving the blade to his good hand, and he himself was lifting Tomioka, giving his shoulder, when, unexpectedly for Tanjiro, the water pillar hit him in the face with all its force, from which Kamado flew about a meter and stared at him in surprise. This is your end, the hunter hissed. He leaned on the blade, but he exuded a murderous aura. Such a thirst for blood that any demon would envy him. We trusted you. And you decided to hand it all to Muzan on a silver platter, huh? What? Tanjiro didn't expect such a reception, not at all. You. Kamado knew that hunters had a strong will to defeat demons. He knew that sometimes they did unthinkable things. But the fact that Ju was attacking him now with such speed that Doma would be jealous, that was definitely true. And knowing about his wounds and how he, 15 minutes ago, lay like a star and was already getting ready to go to the other world, Tanjiro couldn't get his head around it at all. Tomioka-san, please, Kamado croaked when this fight had already lasted for more than 10 minutes, according to Tanjiro and Tomioka's internal clock, pinned him to the ground and choked him with his healthy hand. He begged and tried to find out more specifically what was going on. I beg you, Tomioka-san. Since I can't burn you in the sun, I'll kill you slowly and painfully, hissed the pillar. After what you did to your own sister. I didn't do anything to Nezuko. Tomioka looked at him with a withering gaze. I wasn't even in the organization. Liar, you. Ju, stop. Rengoku appeared on time. That's why Tanjiro, mentally, almost kissed his feet. He's not lying, at least about the organization, and he didn't touch Nezuko. What are you doing here? Who told you this? Nezuko. She woke up, Kaijiro interrupted. She told them what happened. Tanjiro wasn't with them. Then how did they know the location of the village? Most likely from Upper Moon 5, Kamadu croaked. He has that kind of blood magic. Please, Tomioka-san. Ju loosened his grip and grimaced, apparently the pain had made itself felt. Unpleasant. He glanced sideways at Kamadu, and then at Rengoku. We can't trust him to lie, Tomioka said. He could just be making this all up. How does he know about the fifth's blood magic, huh? He looked at Kaijiro, apparently the flame pillar also had some suspicions about this. There's so much we don't know about you. How did you survive your first encounter with Muzan? How did you know he was coming? How did you know about me? Kamadu looked down. Their distrust was understandable. He knew a lot of things and was acting suspiciously, especially after recent events. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. I understand your mistrust. And I want to dispel it. Tanjiro didn't have time to finish speaking, as his eyes widened. He had completely forgotten about the sun. Dawn should have already come and apparently reached his back. What? Ju, it's burning. Tanjiro tried to breathe as much as possible to somehow reduce the pain. Kaijiro picked him up and carried him into the house that was closest to them. At this point, Tanjiro had already lost consciousness, as most of his back was burned by the sun. Now, I have even more questions, Tomioka told him when he returned for his comrade. It's true what they say, never underestimate your opponents. Unfortunately, Ju made a mistake this time, for which he will now pay dearly. Surrounded by 8 demons, he will clearly not get out alive, and if he does get out, then he will definitely be missing some limb. Look, so naive, said one of the demons. How could he fall into this stupid trap? The mission was to kill a demon that was massacring villages. The demon turned into 8. And somehow unexpectedly disarmed him. TCH, he's just an idiot. He didn't keep an eye on him, that's all. Some people get arms, some people get legs, one of them chuckled nastily. No, at first everything was fine, he sort of chopped off the head. Yeah, sort of. It was his sort of that killed him. Blood magic. Ju closed his eyes. He missed the moment when they left him without a weapon, and then they broke his legs. I quote, he won't run far now, and then they decided to break his arm, surprisingly not both, I quote, he's a pillar, who knows what else he has there. He's just an idiot, not a pillar. And then one of them apparently decided not to wait for the others to feast on him, as a figure appeared in front of Tomioka. And as soon as the fight began and this stranger turned sideways to him, Tomioka was able to recognize his savior, from whom his hands clenched into fists. The pain somehow faded into the background and he wanted only one thing, to cut off his head, to walk his blade along his neck. Their so-called fight had not lasted even 10 minutes when Tanjiro had dealt with the gang. He returned to him, giving the blade to his good hand, and he himself was lifting Tomioka, giving his shoulder, when, unexpectedly for Tanjiro, the water pillar hit him in the face with all its force, from which Kamadu flew about a meter and stared at him in surprise. This is your end, the hunter hissed. He leaned on the blade, but he exuded a murderous aura. Such a thirst for blood that any demon would envy him. We trusted you. And you decided to hand it all to Muzan on a silver platter, huh? What? Tanjiro didn't expect such a reception, not at all. You. Kamadu knew that hunters had a strong will to defeat demons. He knew that sometimes they did unthinkable things. But the fact that Ju was attacking him now with such speed that Doma would be jealous, that was definitely true. And knowing about his wounds and how he, 15 minutes ago, lay like a star and was already getting ready to go to the other world, Tanjiro couldn't get his head around it at all. Tomioka-san, please, Kamadu croaked when this fight had already lasted for more than 10 minutes, according to Tanjiro and Tomioka's internal clock, pinned him to the ground and choked him with his healthy hand. He begged and tried to find out more specifically what was going on. I beg you, Tomioka-san. Since I can't burn you in the sun, I'll kill you slowly and painfully, hissed the pillar. After what you did to your own sister. I didn't do anything to Nezuko. Tomioka looked at him with a withering gaze. I wasn't even in the organization. Liar, you. Ju, stop. Rengoku appeared on time. That's why Tanjiro, mentally, almost kissed his feet. He's not lying, at least about the organization, and he didn't touch Nezuko. What are you doing here? Who told you this? Nezuko. She woke up, Kaijiro interrupted. She told them what happened. Tanjiro wasn't with them. Then how did they know the location of the village? Most likely from Upper Moon 5, Kamadu croaked. He has that kind of blood magic. Please, Tomioka-san. Ju loosened his grip and grimaced. Apparently the pain had made itself felt. Unpleasant. He glanced sideways at Kamadu, and then at Rengoku. We can't trust him to lie, Tomioka said. He could just be making this all up. How does he know about the fifth's blood magic, huh? He looked at Kaijiro. Apparently the flame pillar also had some suspicions about this. There's so much we don't know about you. How did you survive your first encounter with Muzan? How did you know he was coming? How did you know about me? Kamadu looked down. Their distrust was understandable. He knew a lot of things and was acting suspiciously, especially after recent events. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. I understand your mistrust. And I want to dispel it. Tanjiro didn't have time to finish speaking, as his eyes widened. He had completely forgotten about the sun. Dawn should have already come and apparently reached his back. What? Ju, it's burning. Tanjiro tried to breathe as much as possible to somehow reduce the pain. Kaijiro picked him up and carried him into the house that was closest to them. At this point, Tanjiro had already lost consciousness, as most of his back was burned by the sun. Now, I have even more questions, Tomioka told him when he returned for his comrade. It was hard to wake up, let alone move. His whole body was burning, especially his back. Tanjiro opened his eyes. The room was half dark, only at the exit of the room was there light. Kamadu tried to get up, biting his lip. He was able to sit up. The demon accidentally touched the place where the blade should have been. For safety reasons, a male voice rang out and Tanjiro raised his head. Tomioka, who was bandaged, was sitting in the opposite corner of the hut, closer to the exit. Kamadu frowned to remember the recent events, and as soon as the picture appeared, he sighed. They needed the truth. And he hoped to avoid this conversation. Believe me, I can always burn you in the sun. Tanjiro didn't like Ju's tone at all. Especially after what had happened between them. How he tried in this new life to make Ju believe in him. And here you go. Kaijiro entered the house, who seemed to be going for food, and looked first at Ju, who was literally burning Kamadu, and then turned his gaze to Tanjiro, who, on the contrary, was trying not to look at him. I think we should eat first, and then you can tell us everything, Rengoku said and handed him the bento. Maybe not all was lost? They had given him something to eat. They ate in silence, and Ju kept glancing at him, but everything was more peaceful until they got to the main thing. This will sound like nonsense, Tanjiro warned immediately and looked at the equally serious pillars. Judging by their appearance, they were ready for anything. We are listening. You see. How can I say it? I'm living this life for the second time. Kaijiro and Ju looked at each other. Both had it written on their faces how it was the second time. All of this was already different for me, only a little bit. My family died, and my sister Nezuko became a demon, and Tanjiro told about his past life for the second time. Ju and Kaijiro listened to him attentively and did not interrupt. At the end of the whole story, Tomioka left the house and went outside without a word. Even though it was difficult for him to move, he was ready for anything except this. And, there was evidence, the boy would not know all those moments from his life. And the other reasons can now be explained. Even his demonic behavior. Wait a bit, Kaijiro said and followed him out. It wasn't easy for him to accept it either, but Kaijiro was glad. Madly glad that Tanjiro wasn't a traitor, that there was hope for a brighter future. Ju? It's unbelievable, simply impossible. Although it explains it all. But how much he's been through. Tomioka ran his hand over his face and looked at the sun. He felt uneasy. Because he considered the boy a traitor. Because he almost killed him. We didn't know, Ju. But still, they tried to kill him, Kaijiro. I tried to kill him. After everything he did for us. No, don't continue. Do you believe? Ju was silent for a bit, and then he threw it out. He couldn't help but believe, although he thought that he had quickly trusted and penetrated this story. Me too. They came back and Kamadu looked at them, waiting to see what they would say. To trust or not? What would happen next? What would happen to Nezuko? First of all, I want to ask you for forgiveness, Tomioka began. Kamadu certainly didn't expect this. I gave in to my emotions too much. I should have sorted it out to the end. Forgive me, Tanjiro. I don't blame you, Kamadu smiled. The guy was glad that it turned out this way. It meant they believed him, even though his story sounded too crazy. It's okay, Tomioka-san. Ju, corrected Stalp. We believe in you, Tanjiro. And we will help you. We must defeat Muzan. Kamadu nodded at Rengoku's words. Yes. Last time, Tamayo-san helped us a lot, Tanjiro continued. I think we should involve her this time too. But this time, without her death. Then we need a clear plan. And for that we need to return to the organization. Yes, Hujiro-san, the boy nodded. Ju looked at all this with skepticism due to the situation in the organization. That'll be problematic, Ju chuckled. We'll have to prove to everyone again that Tanjiro is on our side. But I convinced you, Tomioka-san. Ju. Why do you call Kaijiro by his name, but not me? Tanjiro scratched the back of his head and blushed a little. Well, maybe he's not used to it. That's my boy. Rengoku said proudly, and his friend gave him a slap for that. Look at him, his boy. He is also my student. In fact, Nezuko Kamadu is a very strong girl. She just worries too much about her loved ones. From the very beginning of this adventure, when the older brother became that scary creature that scared them in childhood. And after that, she became a hunter, met many wonderful people. Yes, but it is still a dangerous adventure. Nezuko-chan, Shinobu's voice rang out. How are you feeling? It's okay, Kocho-san, the girl smiled. She really did feel much better than she had the first time she woke up. Amazing. Kocho-san, how are Zenitsu and Inosuke? Is Genya okay? Your fair-haired friend left a few hours ago, after receiving some letter. I don't know its contents. And this screaming boy is currently training, with Genya. Good. And Tomioka-san and Rengoku-san haven't returned yet? The woman shook her head. Kocho continued to examine Kamado's wounds, answering questions along the way. And what about Tanjiro? The woman looked up at her. After Kamadu Nezuko woke up and some circumstances became clear, the hunters were divided into two camps. Those who believed in Tanjiro and vice versa. Those who did not believe were more than half, but it is understandable, a demon. Don't worry, Nezuko-chan, everything will be fine, the girl smiled and nodded at Shinobu. I want to warn you, Nezuko-chan, that we have found a way to make hunters stronger with the mark. So, as soon as you recover, you will go to train with the pillars. Training with the pillars? Yes. First, hazing with Tenjin. Basic training for the reserve of vital energy. Then comes Kanroji Mitsuri with her flexibility training. Muchiro Takedo with fast movements. Abanai, swordsmanship. Kyojuro, he is not here now, so instead Shinjiro Rengoku, improving breathing. Shinazugawa is responsible for hand-to-hand combat, and Jyomiai for muscles. What about Tomioka-san? Ah, Tomioka. He goes on missions more often, so he doesn't really participate in this. How is he not participating? No way. When he comes back, he will participate. You. Let me go. Let me go, I said. Shinazugawa shouted throughout the organization. As soon as Rengoku, Tomioka, and Kamadu returned, an emergency meeting of the pillars was immediately called. Of course, Shinazugawa couldn't stand aside and he wanted to hit Tanjiro a couple of times, okay, a couple of 100 times. Tenjin and Rengoku held him back, and Ju hit him a couple of times to keep him quiet, but it had the opposite effect. The only thing that helped in this situation was Ayakata-sama, who showed up just in time. Tanjiro, I'm glad you're back. Thank you. Will you tell us what happened to you? Some of the pillars glanced at him, he had changed, he smelled more like a demon, especially Muzan. And I'll tell you something else. You are sure? Absolutely, if I want everyone to dispel doubts about me, this is necessary. I fully support you. Also, I have a plan regarding the assassination of Kabutsuji Muzan. All the pillars noticeably perked up. And it all started again. Tanjiro Kamadu told his story again. On the way to the organization, they, together with Ju and Kyojuro, decided that this was a necessary measure so that everyone would trust him, and not shoot him looks that they just wanted to destroy. As they suspected, they were not believed right away, but there was evidence when Kamadu hinted at something to each of them from their past. Then the questions disappeared, for everyone and unconditionally. They had been making a plan all night, only when the sun began to appear on the horizon, Kamadu left them for a darker room. The main thing is that the plan was developed and now all that was left was to carry it out. Even despite all the predictions that Shinobu made before Nezuko's awakening, glory to Kami, did not come true. Kamadu Nezuko was recovering quickly and after a few days. Rengoku, Tomioka, Kamadu arrived a few days later, since they could not move in the sun, and Ju was also injured. Kyojuro got to Ju in 3 days, the way to that village was 4, later she was able to join the training with the pillars. The training was going just great. Nezuko overcame all the obstacles. Most of the pillars were just happy to see her at their training. Tenjin with his wives, who fed Kamadu, because it was necessary to maintain strength. Takedo quickly let her go from his training, where she stayed for only 3 days. They somehow became very close after the battle with the 4th and 5th moon, he even visited her in the ward a couple of times. With Kanroji, everything went just fine too. It was a bit difficult with Abanai, who made her sweat, but after she transparently hinted that Mitsuri was asking about him, he began to noticeably thaw. And really, it was necessary to bring these two together. The next training was supposed to be at Shinazugawa's. His estate did not greet her very cheerfully, screams and pleas for help were heard. The girl sighed from all this and still went there. Oh, she greeted hesitantly. The wind pillar looked her over from head to toe and snorted. Well, it wasn't worth expecting much. Training with him was ish, even Abanai wasn't as cruel as him. But after his tests were over, something unexpected happened for Kamadu. Shinazugawa called her for a private talk. I still want to thank you for my brother and apologize. For behaving like that, to say that Nezuko was confused would be an understatement. This wasn't the pillar's usual behavior, but people change, right? Nothing. He saved me too, and I haven't thanked him yet. And thank you for training me. She bowed to him and was about to leave for another test, when his words made her freeze. Your brother. He came back last night. He is currently in the Butterfly Manor with Tomioka. Tanjiro, the girl whispered. She couldn't believe that he was back. After so long. He was alive. Thank you. The girl ran there as fast as she could. Even though it was a 2-hour walk to the estate, she needed to see her brother, she absolutely had to. Tanjiro. Alive. Her legs were going to be weak now. The journey had been much shorter, either because of training, or because of happiness, or maybe both. Kocho-san. The pillar turned around. Shinobu was very surprised. She didn't think she would see Kamado so early, although if someone told her that her brother was here, it was understandable. Tanjiro, what's wrong with him? Where is he? Come on, the woman led her into his new room, where it was very dark. I won't disturb you. Kocho-san. Nezuko. Tanjiro didn't expect to see her either. Nezuko. He immediately jumped up from his seat and hugged her tightly. I missed you so much. Tanjiro, Kami-sama, I thought I'd never see you again. She couldn't stop crying. Her legs were buckling. Could they really be together again? Could he really be alive and well? Tell me what happened, how? Just how? I think I need to sit down. Tanjiro didn't tell his sister about his past life, like the pillars, but he did tell her about the short training with Muzan. He just didn't mention some of the unpleasant moments. Nezuko cried and hugged him from time to time. She was glad it was all over. And even if Tanjiro couldn't move in the sun again, it didn't matter. The main thing was that he was with her now. The leaves of the trees in the night park responded to the wind's breath with a quiet rustle. The evening coolness caressed in its pleasant embrace. It was at night that this special atmosphere came. The moon at this time is also especially beautiful. It's dangerous to leave the window open at night, a voice said from behind Tamayo. The woman was conducting a blood test when the guest arrived. Good evening, Tamayo-san. She was surprised, not that the bird was talking to her, but that its location had been discovered. But how? Whose bird was it? However, the moon is especially beautiful today, the raven continued. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the messenger of Abuyashiki Kagai. How did you find this place? This worried her more. If the bird could, then Muzan would be able to find her even more. Thanks to the connection between people. I was just tracking them. Don't be afraid, I don't want to hurt you, trust, but verify. Especially a talking raven. Why are you here? There is suspicion in your words, indeed. I suppose it will be more difficult for me to earn trust than Tanjiro and Nezuko. What are you planning? Tanjiro Kamado has a plan to defeat Kabutsuji Muzan, and he needs your help. We also need to observe Tanjiro. Because he visited Muzan again, Tanjiro can't go out in the sun anymore, even though he's gotten stronger. Have you visited Muzan again? We want you to go to our base. Tamayo broke out in a cold sweat. She would do anything to defeat Muzan. But it was very surprising that they chose her. Kamado Tanjiro insisted that we take you, the raven clarified. I found another one, Nakime said. She and Muzan were sitting in the spatial fortress of the vastness. Since the boy had disappeared somewhere, they needed to act quickly. It was time to finish this battle with the hunters. Now I know the locations of 60% of the hunters, but I can't find that demon guy. Nakime, you've grown more than I thought. Her hair was like roots that wove across the wall of the room they were sitting in. It was an amazing sight. It's wonderful. I am very flattered. Look here, Muzan pointed to another point on the map. He needed to finish off Abuyashiki and keep Kamado at a distance, who needed to be found as soon as possible. This boy could ruin all his plans. He should have finished him off back then. Stupid. Nezuko had completed her entire training with the pillars and was now happy and free to go and train with whoever she wanted. Her friends, Inosuke and Zenitsu had also completed this training, only Zenitsu had to leave somewhere urgently and now there was no news from Agatsuma, which worried the girl very much. She was passing by the training ground when she noticed Ju and Sanemi. The girl did not interrupt their duel, only when it was over she approached the pillars. Oh. She smiled at them. Oh, Nezuko, Tomioka nodded. As soon as he recovered from the not very successful battle, he joined the training with the pillars. Kamadu was terribly happy about this event. Oh, he and the elder Shinazugawa hadn't yet managed to communicate normally, unlike his brother, but there had already been some progress. I'll go. Tomorrow at the same time. Ju-san, I want you to train with me. As soon as Sanemi left, the girl made her request. Good, Tomioka, in principle, did not speak out against it, which is very good. Sanemi Shinazugawa was returning to his mansion and thinking about Tanjiro's plan. It was risky because they didn't have a precise time frame, so they always had to be prepared for their plan to work. Not long ago, 2 more demons had arrived at the base, insisted on by Kamadu. As far as the wind pillar knew, they were trying to develop a cure to turn a demon back into a human, but it didn't work on Tanjiro for some reason, maybe he had more mucin cells or something. So they continued working on the cure. The pillar was walking down the steps when he noticed a rustling sound in the bushes and immediately rushed towards it. You're F. The kid was right. The time has come. Muzan gave a sign that he had already tracked them down, which meant that he would not keep them waiting for his arrival. It was necessary to warn the others. And quickly. It was the dead of night when Kabutsuji Muzan arrived at the Abuyashiki estate. Unfortunately, the owner was unable to greet the guest, as his illness was much stronger than his own. Oyakata-sama was lying on the futon, but his head was turned toward his ancestor. Oh, so you've come, the head of the organization greeted him. Nice to meet you, Kabutsuji Muzan. Oh, you look just awful, Abuyashiki, the demon said with a certain smirk. He had been looking for this place for so long and finally. You've finally come. It was hard to speak, but Abuyashiki didn't give up. After all, this was a demon that his family had been chasing for hundreds of years. Amain, what does he look like? He looks like a man of 20.5 years. His eyes are plum red, and his pupils are vertical, like a cat's, the demon's wife described. I knew you would come. I knew you would come to kill me personally. I've been alive for almost 1,000 years, Muzan said. And the Abuyashiki family still gets in my way, but now it's turned into this. Disgusting. You already stink like a corpse. I have dedicated my soul to kill you, Abuyashiki said, getting up from the bed. Amain supported her husband so that he would not fall. His bandages slightly revealed his face, which was already covered with disease, and a trickle of blood flowed from his mouth. I will kill you. You probably do not know that you and I are of the same blood. You are the curse of our family, Kabutsuji Muzan. I don't care. You're talking nonsense, your illness has already affected your brain. Muzan, what is your dream? Unexpectedly for the demon, Abuyashiki asked. 1,000 years have passed, but what is your dream? Here Kabutsuji noticeably thoughtful, pondering this. Let me guess, the leader decided to break this silence. The dream of eternity, immortality. It will soon become a reality, as soon as I conquer the sun, Kabutsuji confirmed. No. If not me, then my children, they will definitely finish you off. And then? Demons will cease to exist if you are killed, right? The eyes of the forefather became wilder than before. They widened and he looked at the head with a murderous and bloodthirsty look. Shut your mouth. I'm right, Abuyashiki confirmed. The wind has changed. I've told you what I wanted to tell you. Yes, I'm finished. Are you done chatting? The demon asked, approaching him. He was already tired of this. Thank you, Muzan. The mansion exploded immediately. The hunters who were approaching it froze for a second. This was not according to plan. Tanjiro did not discuss the explosion, you could smell the blood and flesh in the air. The pillars were approaching as fast as they could. Muzan was immobilized by the spikes, so he remained in place until he could fully recover. The first to arrive was Game, who knew about this part of the plan. They did not involve the other children in this truly insane plan. But it was necessary, it was the will of Abuyashiki. So now the time has come. The situation has changed. The wind has shifted. The time for the final battle has come. It was the dead of night when Kabutsuji Muzan arrived at the Abuyashiki estate. Unfortunately, the owner was unable to greet the guest, as his illness was much stronger than his own. Oyakata-sama was lying on the futon, but his head was turned toward his ancestor. "Oh, so you've come," the head of the organization greeted him. "Nice to meet you, Kabutsuji Muzan." "Oh, you look just awful, Abuyashiki," the demon said with a certain smirk. He had been looking for this place for so long and finally. "You've finally come." It was hard to speak, but Abuyashiki didn't give up. After all, this was a demon that his family had been chasing for hundreds of years. "Amain, what does he look like?" "He looks like a man of 20.5 years. His eyes are plum red, and his pupils are vertical, like a cat's," the demon's wife described. "I knew you would come. I knew you would come to kill me personally." "I've been alive for almost 1,000 years, Muzan said. "And the Abuyashiki family still gets in my way, but now it's turned into this. Disgusting. You already stink like a corpse. I have dedicated my soul to kill you," Abuyashiki said, getting up from the bed. Amain supported her husband so that he would not fall. His bandages slightly revealed his face, which was already covered with disease, and a trickle of blood flowed from his mouth. "I will kill you. You probably do not know that you and I are of the same blood. You are the curse of our family, Kabutsuji Muzan." "I don't care. You're talking nonsense, your illness has already affected your brain." "Muzan, what is your dream?" Unexpectedly for the demon, Abuyashiki asked. 1,000 years have passed, but what is your dream?" Here Kabutsuji noticeably thoughtful, pondering this. "Let me guess," the leader decided to break this silence. "The dream of eternity, immortality. It will soon become a reality, as soon as I conquer the sun," Kabutsuji confirmed. "No. If not me, then my children, they will definitely finish you off. And then? Demons will cease to exist if you are killed, right?" The eyes of the forefather became wilder than before. They widened and he looked at the head with a murderous and bloodthirsty look. "Shut your mouth." "I'm right," Abuyashiki confirmed. "The wind has changed. I've told you what I wanted to tell you." "Yes, I'm finished." "Are you done chatting?" the demon asked, approaching him. He was already tired of this. "Thank you, Muzan." The mansion exploded immediately. The hunters who were approaching it froze for a second. This was not according to plan. Tanjiro did not discuss the explosion, you could smell the blood and flesh in the air. The pillars were approaching as fast as they could. Muzan was immobilized by the spikes, so he remained in place until he could fully recover. The first to arrive was Game, who knew about this part of the plan. They did not involve the other children in this truly insane plan. But it was necessary, it was the will of Abuyashiki. So now the time has come. The situation has changed. The wind has shifted. The time for the final battle has come. "It's Kabutsuji Muzan," Game shouted, attacking the demon first. "We need to hold out until dawn, just cutting off his head won't work." Everyone's insides trembled. Now they could see this dead demon that had brought so much misfortune. Each pillar began its own attack to combine into one. Unexpectedly for everyone, Muzan used an unknown technique and scattered all the hunters into different rooms. "You thought you could corner me? You yourselves will go too. Now." The progenitor shouted. "Fools, you picked the wrong guy. I will destroy you all tonight." Each hunter was paired with someone, or was alone. It was a little difficult to accept what had happened. The leader was gone, which was very depressing, but it was impossible to burn for long. "I wanted to avenge him, all my loved ones, comrades. The spirit of the demon hunters increased several times. And just in time, a raven flew over each hunter and said that they were acting according to plan. So, everything could work out for them. Muzan wanted to get out of this trap. As he noticed a presence. "We meet again, Muzan Kibutsuji." Kibutsuji's eyes narrowed dangerously and he turned his head towards the sound. So they had him. Kamado, Tanjiro was not so far away that the demon could see him. "You have this ugly uniform on now, it's ironic," Kibutsuji thought out loud. "It's ironic," Kamado agreed, gripping the handle of his blade tighter, but not attacking yet. He needed to stall for time so the poison would work properly. "But this is your last battle. Don't be so self-confident, boy," the demon grinned. "Don't forget yourself. Even though I rewarded you at our first meeting and, as I said, you became a worthy opponent," Kibutsuji could appreciate his opponents. "The games are over, Kamado Tanjiro," the demon grinned. "Your friends have most likely already been finished off or will be finished off soon. You talk a lot, Kibutsuji, you don't know what hunters are capable of," Muzan rolled his eyes demonstratively. "Well then, let's begin." The progenitor made a sharp jump and managed to overcome the trap. Tanjiro also decided not to wait, but to attack from behind. Kokoshiba's lessons were not in vain. Like the first time, it was more like a dance than a mortal fight. Kamado fought equally with the progenitor, which infuriated the latter. They simply exchanged blows. Soon the demon got tired of all this and used the same technique as on the hunters. "I decided to run away," Kamado shouted as he fell down. "No way, you won't get rid of me that easily." "If so, you'll definitely find it." The demon grinned and used the fortress for his own purposes again, so Tanjiro found himself in one of the rooms. I have to find him. This wasn't going quite as they planned. Muzan had outplayed them, although Tamayo's poison might work, and she herself might survive if they could survive until dawn today. Tanjiro landed on his feet and looked around. Everything was the same as last time, only he was with Jusan. We need to find him and then go to Kibutsuji." Tanjiro was now trying to track down the scent of his former teacher, which was proving to be quite problematic in this area. But after a few wanderings, where he found and rescued some hunters, Kamado found the demon. They were in a huge room, where there were majestic pillars every few meters. The situation was not pleasant. He is strong even if you know his weak points. Kokoshibo swung his katana to pierce and roughly pin Michiro to one of the pillars. Kamado rushed and snatched the hunter from the demon's hands. "You need help, so get out of here." "What about the plan?" "Oyokata-sama," Michiro pursed his lips, still not fully believing that the man who had replaced his father was dead. "It's the same, we have to kill Kibutsuji. Oyokata-sama is counting on us." Takito nodded and rose to his feet, although he swayed a little. "Tanjiro, we meet again," Kokoshibo's voice rang out. "Yes." "And no longer a teacher and a student," Takito glanced at Kamado with some suspicion. "Right. We have to finish this." The boy took out his blade, and First Moon's eyes gleamed at the sight of the familiar weapon. "Let them get away. One-on-one." "Okay," the demon nodded. "Takito-kun, tell them." Tanjiro shouted, and the pillar nodded to him. They left the place together with Gyomii and the younger Shinazugawa. "What's going on?" Genya asked. "We're following the plan." Tanjiro said he'd take care of the First Moon. Michiro pursed his lips. "What if something happens to him?" "They shouldn't have left him there." "We have to kill Kibutsuji Muzan." "Wait, Tanjiro, he can handle the First Moon?" "Are you sure?" "He must. He said to act according to plan." Kokoshibo and Tanjiro were fighting at that moment. Kamado was calculating the estimated time and how much time they had left until dawn. How were the hunters, were they all alive? But the raven hadn't given him any information while he was getting here, so everything was fine. "I already told you that attacking from behind is bad, Tanjiro." Kamado parried another attack. The guy landed opposite Kokoshibo. "I already told you that you look like my brother." "Yes. You gave his weapon to me, Kamado nodded. Flashback. The training was, as always, at the highest level. Tanjiro pleased with his successes and made everyone proud. Therefore, when he was about to leave, Kokushibo decided to talk to him. Tanjiro, the guy turned around. Come with me, we need to talk. Kamado tensed a little, but didn't argue. They went outside, where the sun had just set. You don't obey the will of the master, do you? Kamado's eyes widened and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You experience human feelings and emotions. So why haven't you run away yet? Have you known for a long time? You dream, it's strange for a demon, so yes. And you didn't tell Muzan why? I asked the question first. Tanjiro understood that he had nothing to lose. Because we got out in different places each time, and I don't know how long it takes to get to headquarters. That makes sense, Kokushiba nodded. And you? Why didn't you hand it in? There was silence for a few minutes. Kokushiba was thinking. You look a lot like one person. Your brother, Tanjiro blurted out. Kokushibo looked at the boy sharply and Kamado bit his tongue. I saw him in my dreams. He almost didn't lie. He really did dream of Kokushiba's brother in his past life. We are most likely connected by breathing. Kokushibo considered this a reasonable explanation. Tell us about yourself and your brother, please. He was dear to you, wasn't he? Kokushibo looked at the sky, where the first star had lit up. Right. Kokushibo was lost in his memories, telling his student about his childhood, his youth, his entire long life. Tanjiro listened with bated breath. Yes, he was very wrong about Kokushibo. His past explains why and how he became like this. It's amazing, Tanjiro said at the end of the story. Kokushibo chuckled at this and looked at the full moon. A week or so later, the master decided to attack the headquarters. Kamado's eyes widened, and a fire ignited inside, which gradually turned into a maddened flame. He will send you to look for one ingredient. If so, then it's better to run away then. What about you? Muzan will guess that you. Kokushibo shook his head. Leave this to me, this will be my business, but before that, the first high moon rose and walked straight along the path. Come with me. They came to Tanjiro's favorite lake. Kokushibo looked at the full moon, and then at the water surface. If you are really connected with Yorichi, you will be able to get it. Go down to the bottom of the lake and get it, the moonlight will show what exactly you need. Tanjiro looked at the demon in surprise, but did not argue. He undressed and jumped into the cold water. If not for his trained body and the essence of a demon, then most likely he would not have been able to even touch such water. He opened his eyes under the water and began to look for a beam of light from the moon. After spinning around a bit, he found it and followed it. It illuminated a pile of stones and Tanjiro decided to disassemble it. Removing one stone, he saw a handle and his eyes widened. This is the blade. That very one. Mine. My dear. Kamado pulled it out with a sharp movement and began to climb to the surface, where Kokushibo was waiting for him, and seeing the blade in the guy's hands, he smiled a little. Interrelated. Flashback. You are connected, Kamado frowned. He didn't understand what Kokushibo was getting at, but he waited anyway. He hadn't handed him over to Muzan when he had the chance, and he hadn't done anything special against him either. I lived and hated my brother almost my entire life. I thought I hated him, until you showed up. I don't know what happened, but... Kokushibo didn't continue, but simply placed the blade in front of him. I believe that you and Yorichi are connected and that only you can defeat him. Good luck to you, Kamado Tanjiro, it was a pleasure to meet you. Kamado's eyes widened as Kokushibo began to crumble before him. It was a strange feeling. In his previous life, he didn't know how the first upper moon had died, and it was unlikely that he had died that way. They had changed the course of events. So it had turned out this way. Tanjiro folded his hands in prayer and ran towards the boys a few minutes later. There was still more to come. Let's attack together. Tomioka's voice rang out, great, he's close. He. There was an explosion and they were now on the street. Tanjiro realized that he had arrived rather late. The fight with Kibutsuji was already in full swing, and many of the pillars were badly injured. There was no need to linger so long. Ju and Nezuko decided to join forces and make a joint attack, and from behind he was about to attack Kaijiro. But Muzan blocked the attack with his other limbs and was about to pierce Rengoku through and through, when Tanjiro rushed to his aid, cutting off a tentacle and allowing Rengoku to strike. "How are things?" "It's not all that rosy," Kaijiro shook his head. Tanjiro lowered his gaze, seeing how a large blood stain in the area of Rengoku's left lung was spreading. "Kaijiro-san, you..." "It's okay," Pillar waved his hand. "The wound probably opened up a little. We need to defeat him. 45 minutes until dawn." The Raven cried. "Kamadu," Muzan grinned when he was able to recover from Rengoku's attack. "And here I thought you were dead." Kibutsuji laughed and looked into Kamado's ruby eyes. "I'll deal with him," the demon said. "Without you, Kibutsuji, I won't." Tanjiro drew his blade and pointed it at the demon. "Let's finish what we started." Muzan grinned and rushed at Kamado. "Boy, if it weren't for me, then you would have died sooner." Tanjiro made a dash and cut off the demon's arm. But for Muzan it was a trifle and the arm grew back again. Everything happened the same way as before. His legs may have been shaking, his body was at its limit, but he didn't stop. His wounds, albeit slowly, were healing. They couldn't lose, they couldn't, not a second time. "You are so naive, Tanjiro-kun, although you could have become the strongest demon," smiled Muzan. "They have been fighting for so long, and this one doesn't give a tenacious infection." "Look around, you said that they could stop me," laughed Kibutsuji. "You're celebrating too early, freak." The elder Shinazugawa's voice rang out and he and his brother launched an attack. The fight began anew. They needed to hold out a little longer, just a little bit longer. Tanjiro intercepted the blade and rushed into the attack. They would cope, they would definitely cope. 10 minutes. 35 minutes are already behind him, they will definitely be able to do it and no one else will die tonight. "I'm alone. Don't come near," Kamadu shouted. "There are many wounded comrades, they still need help." "Smug boy, why didn't I finish you off earlier?" They seemed to be dancing, quickly and rhythmically, changing places. "You will never kill anyone again." Tanjiro managed to get through and stick the blade into him. "He's breaking free again." "I've got you." Rengoku's voice rang out. He seemed to be the closest. "Everything is fine, my boy." The first rays of the sun began to come out and a demonic scream was heard. "Now his time has come. Finally, now almost now." Explosion. "Demon, wants to leave again, vile coward." Kaijiro was thrown almost to the opposite wall. Kamado's own strength is also almost exhausted, and regeneration is no longer working at all, while the sun is just the opposite. Pulling out the blade, Tanjiro made the final blow. "Finally," whispered the sunburned demon. Kamadu only allowed himself to exhale when the sun had completely burned Muzan, and he had cut the remaining pieces of his flesh. It was over, Kami-sama. It seemed like he was still shaking. The boy dropped the blade from his hands and could no longer stand on two legs. His body had also been scorched by the sun enough, and his consciousness seemed to be leaving him with each passing minute. "Tanjiro." His sister's clear voice rang out. He saw her literally a few seconds later. She was sitting above him, blocking him from the rising sun. "You need to be moved to the shade." In growing panic, she begins to look around, as if trying to find some kind of help. At least somehow help her older brother. Do at least something. They look into each other's eyes, and she sees a realization in them that scares her to the point of horror, causing goosebumps, and the smile slowly slides off her face. There is dark, almost black, thick blood on his body, which indicated that his internal organs were seriously damaged or completely destroyed. "It's unlikely to save me," the elder Kamadu croaked. More than anything, he just wanted to rest, to sleep. You know, you're so beautiful. It's a pity I didn't buy you a kimono and… Nezuko-chan. They were interrupted by Inosuke and Zenitsu, who had arrived. What about the other one? Are they alive? He looks really bad. We need to move him into the shade. The guys took the boy together and moved him behind one of the destroyed houses, where there was shade. I'll call for help. Guys, Tanjiro looked at the boys. It seemed that this was his end after all. Forgive me for… Campatro, you need to rest. Don't talk too much. I doubt I'll survive, he chuckled. The main thing is that they defeated Kibutsuji. And most of the swordsmen are alive. What? Are you completely stupid? What about Nezuko-chan? What about your family? Friends? What are you talking about? Agatsuma started shouting. Tanjiro smiled weakly. Zenitsu, such Zenitsu. Nezuko-chan. Tanjiro noticed the girl running towards him, with Ju and Kaijiro next to him. He was immediately surrounded by a team of medics. It would be a good idea to examine Kaijiro and Ju and give them some help. Apparently that wound on Rengoku's left side had opened up again. Ju-san. Kaijiro-san, the guy swallowed. You. Tanjiro, my boy, calm down and breathe. Everything will be fine. Kamadu raised the corner of his lips. Everything will be fine. Yes, probably. The medics tried to do something, but the wounds were too terrible and regeneration didn't work. One of them looked towards Nezuko. The girl caught his gaze and her eyes widened. No. The younger Kamado's heart sank. She grabbed her older brother's hand, her eyes widening, emotions taking over. This can't be the end. No. You forgive me too, I still… Tanjiro, please stop, Tomioka begged. He couldn't listen to it, couldn't believe it. His regeneration isn't working, one of the medics said. I was glad to live this life. I'm glad that I met you again and we made it through. It was worth it. I love… Kamadu did not finish and closed his eyes. Already completely plunging into darkness. No. No. Tanjiro, please. Nezuko feels some kind of ringing emptiness that squeezes and twists her internal organs, forcing her to choke on air. A long, painfully heartrending groan escapes from her. This couldn't happen. They had a plan. No, please, don't take her brother, not him. Ju looks at Kamado's peaceful face, dried blood in some places, and he seems to be smiling, so sadly, but still smiling. The pillar tries to keep himself under control, but the anger inside was burning, and the burning in his chest tormented even more. And one single question. Why? Kaijiro sits down next to Tanjiro and hugs Nezuko, who has already started to have a full-fledged hysteria. Rengoku's lower lip begins to tremble. He feels how his defenses are falling apart, tears are flowing uncontrollably down his cheeks. They were able to win, but at what cost? At the cost of everything. Tanjiro Kamadu gave his life for the sake of defeating Kibutsuji Muzan. Thanks to him, many lives were saved. I would give anything to save them, he whispered. Even my life. I was glad to live this life. I'm glad that I met you again and we made it through. It was worth it. I love… Kamadu did not finish and closed his eyes. Already completely plunging into darkness. No. No. Tanjiro, please. Nezuko feels some kind of ringing emptiness that squeezes and twists her internal organs, forcing her to choke on air. A long, painfully heartrending groan escapes from her. This couldn't happen. They had a plan. No, please, don't take her brother, not him. Ju looks at Kamado's peaceful face, dried blood in some places, and he seems to be smiling, so sadly, but still smiling. The pillar tries to keep himself under control, but the anger inside was burning, and the burning in his chest tormented even more. And one single question. Why? Kaijiro sits down next to Tanjiro and hugs Nezuko, who has already started to have a full-fledged hysteria. Rengoku's lower lip begins to tremble. He feels how his defenses are falling apart, tears are flowing uncontrollably down his cheeks. They were able to win, but at what cost? At the cost of everything. Tanjiro Kamado gave his life for the sake of defeating Kabutsuji Muzan. Thanks to him, many lives were saved. I would give anything to save them, he whispered. Even my life. 5 years had passed when the victory over the demons finally happened. Many victims, tears, blood, suffering. But they did it. They won, although they were close to failure, if not for Kamado Tanjiro, if not for all those lives that were given on that fateful night. But everything passes. It was necessary to restore order, to check if there were any demons left, if everything was okay. If everyone lived in peace and quiet. Therefore, the organization of demon hunters existed for another 6 months until it restored order, and only then did it fall apart. All the hunters returned to their families, to their loved ones, or started a new life, without demons. The pillars also returned to a quiet life. It was difficult, but they did it. Of course, the battle in a long life left its scars, which were sometimes too difficult to hide. But time heals, as they say. And it really does heal. After 5 years, most of the heroes started their own families. Aoi and Inosuke got married. Let them not have children yet, but soon everything will be. First, Inosuke needs to be taught good manners, because sometimes he can surprise. Nezuko and Zenitsu also got married. The Kamado family accepted Zenitsu well, who still ran after Kamado for 2 years, and only after all this she gave the go-ahead for the wedding. A year later they had a son, who was named after Tanjiro Kamado, since the baby looked too much like Nezuko's older brother. By the way, Nezuko is a difficult girl and still decided that their last name will be Kamado. Zenitsu did not object. You never know. There is no rule that a husband should not take his wife's last name, so it will be Kamado. Tomioka Ju and the Rengoku family, Sanjuro and Kyojuro mainly were frequent guests in their house. The former pillars often babysat little Tanjiro. They did not have any special business anyway, and this activity only brought them pleasure. Tanjiro, please, can you just sit for a minute? Zenitsu begged. Nezuko decided to visit her mother and siblings, and left Tanjiro with their father. I'm bored. Little Kamado shouted, already making his 10th lap around the house. Oh, Zenitsu plopped down on the bed. Still, when he was small and calm, it was better, much better. Where did he get this hyperactivity from? From Nezuko most likely, definitely from Nezuko. Oki-san. Uncle in Japanese. Oh, my boy, Rengoku's voice rang out. It seemed like this was his salvation. A happy squeak came from his son. It seemed like the former pillar was doing those hand tosses again. I don't think it's fair, and here's Ju, Zenitsu realized. They'd been arguing about why Kyojuro was Oki-san and he was Tomioka, unfair, ever since little Tanjiro learned to talk. Tommy-san, okay, sometimes Tanjiro called him that, and that was the only reason he stopped sulking. Zenitsu got up from the bed to greet the guests. Oh, Rengoku-san, Tomioka-san, Kamado nodded. Tanjiro was snuggling up to Ju, apparently comforting him so that he wouldn't get offended. Nice. Oh, Zenitsu, we'd like to pick up Tanjiro for a couple of hours, would that be okay? Thank you for sending them to Kami-sama. No problem, Kamado nodded. I'll be back soon. Tanjiro said as the former pillars led him away. Zenitsu watched them for a few minutes. Still, a chill ran through his body when he saw him not as his son, but as his dead friend. They were too similar. Even more than 2 hours passed when Nezuko returned home. The girl entered the house. Usually Tanjiro greeted her with shouts. And sometimes Zenitsu. Zenitsu, I'm home. Nezuko shouted as she entered the house, which was actually pretty quiet, which was really weird. Zenitsu? The woman entered the bedroom and saw her husband, who was sleeping and did not even notice her arrival. The former Kamado frowned. If Zenitsu was sleeping, then where was Tanjiro? Zenitsu, she walked up to him and shook him to wake up her husband. Nezuko-chan. Nezuko-chan, the girl frowned even more, but not even a few seconds passed before Agatsuma opened his eyes and finally looked at his wife. Nezuko? You're back already. Where is Tanjiro? Rengoku-san took him, the man quickly answered, seeing his wife's menacing look. And Tomioka-san. Oh, then I'll go after him, the girl sighed. Even though Tanjiro was just a child, he was very active. Maybe he can wait a little? What? When it was necessary, Zenitsu always acted quickly and precisely. That's why in a second, he hugged his dear wife and kissed her. Maybe it was true a little later, after all, Tanjiro loved Rengoku-san and Tomioka-san, and they would rest for now, just a little bit. Ju and Kaijiro were sitting in the backyard of the Rengoku estate, enjoying the beautiful weather, delicious tea, and the company of Tanjiro and Sanjuro. Kamadu was running after Sanjuro, trying to catch him. The younger Kamadu was out of breath and lay down on the ground, looking at the clouds and trying to catch his breath. Tired? Sanjuro asked. Listen. Drink some water. A glass of water immediately hung in front of Kamadu, which he drank with thirst, and then jumped to his feet with renewed strength. Thank you, Sanjuro-kun. The boy smiled. Let's play hide and seek now, you're the leader. The boy touched Rengoku and ran in the opposite direction. Sanjuro just grinned, he would give him some time and then find him. About 10 minutes passed when Sanjuro started looking for him. But having gone around almost everything, he could not find little Kamadu. Passing by the older brother and his friend, for the umpteenth time, the adults decided to stop him and ask what was going on. We're playing hide and seek and I can't find him. I looked at all the places he could have climbed, but he's not there. After such an answer, the elders decided to help in the search for little Kamadu, because if they did not find him before Zenitsu arrived, then it would be bad for them. After some time, Kaijiro entered his father's room and froze in place. The elder Rengoku watched Kamadu, who had found a Nichiren blade somewhere and was now waving it. And not just waving it in different directions, from which Kaijiro's heart could seize, but as if he was hitting someone. His movements were similar to the breath of the sun techniques. It's amazing, Shinjiro broke the silence. It's like him. His movements are amazing for a 2-year-old. Kaijiro, there's Nezuko, she's. The former hunter put his finger to his lips and called everyone over, pointing at Kamadu, who wasn't paying any attention to them. This is. Everyone watching little Kamadu was amazed. No one could even imagine that such a thing could happen. That he would look so much like him. When the boy stopped to rest, he turned around and saw all the adults. His face stretched in surprise and he glanced sideways at the blade. So Tanjiro carefully put it down and took 2 steps to the side. As if to say, I am not within limits, it jumped into my arms itself. When little Kamadu saw Nezuko, a happy smile lit up his face and he rushed towards her with a loud cry of Mom. Tanjiro, baby, you. It's okay, I just found him in one room, sorry, the boy looked down. But it's really okay, I'm okay. The end.